It's time for the 2023 edition of the OBS Endurance Cup. Not only will the drivers be racing in brand new classes, but we'll start it all off at one of iRacing's latest additions to its roster of circuits. Everyone will be forced to adapt to the unknown as we get ready to watch the Beerskin 1,000 kilometers of Aragon. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Zach Sweeney. We'll be starting you off on the journey of today's race before handing over to our friends Derek Watson and Aussie Puhaka. Zach, I have to say, I've quickly become enamored with this place, especially this layout of Aragon.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Yeah, very much looking forward to kickstarting a new season here, of course. Aragon, it's a beautiful place here in Spain. A lot of undulation, a lot of straights, a lot of opportunity for overtaking as well. 14 turns, and of course we are here on the outer layout of the circuit as well, which essentially just takes out a couple of corners and increases our time spent flat out, which means a lot more fun, right?
Absolutely, and here you can see the track layout for this one, as was mentioned, with the long back straight really being the defining feature all the way from 10 to 12. They're going to be flat out here, so should be a good time. I'm excited for the opening race here of today's wonderful season. honestly, especially in qualifying mode. If you haven't had a chance to drive them, definitely hop in there. So as we continue on in qualifying, Team Fordzilla, this was a team that was up at the top for much of last season. And they are once again the quickest, at least for the time being, over OBS World by Simsa. And they have about a quarter of a second between them. So we still got, looks like Alpha Esports Purple yet to set a time, but everybody else in the prototypes here, Zach, has at least got one on the board.
Yeah, that is very important, I think. Just getting that bank lap time, it alleviates a lot of pressure going forward. Obviously, you know, qualifying, it's about going as close to the limit as you can. You know, sometimes riding on the limit, 99.9% of it if you can. Obviously, trying not to go to the other end of the extreme and spinning out. But sort of that is the ideology. You know, you're trying to push the car to its absolute limits. But before you can do that, it's important to just get a time down, right? Something that you can base the rest of the session on. Something to just take the pressure off your shoulders ever so slightly, because the last thing you want is to be going into that final 10 minutes, that final 5 minutes, that final lap of the session with nothing on the board, because that puts so much pressure on you as a driver to perform. It means you've got no basis. You don't really know how good of a lap that it is because you're not seeing your delta lap time come in, and it will make you make mistakes. I mean, there are some times where drivers can pull it out of the bag under pressure, but the majority of the time you're not going to be able to push the limits because you're too scared of overstepping the mark and ending the session with no lap time on the board. So the first 5-10 minutes of the session really should just be spent, you know, acclimatizing yourself to the circuit, having a bit of a sighter, slowly building up to that limit before you then get to the final push lap where you really start to see the quick lap times come in.
Certainly that quickest lap time still at a 1:21.780 by the Fordzilla guys. Abel Torres currently in that car qualifying. Also, if you're wondering, well, certainly they can just hop in a new car and get back out there. 21 minutes is plenty of time. Well, not really. You have to be able to drive the car back to pit lane to get another one. If you wreck the car and it is stranded on the circuit in qualifying, you're done. So you do have to take care of your stuff out here. They try to make this as realistic as possible in this series with all different kinds of unique factors. We'll talk about the cautions in a little bit, but one of the things is that you can't get it back out in a new car unless you can drive it back into pit lane here in qualifying. And in fact, you cannot take a tow until you get permission from the stewards in the race itself. So if you have a wreck and again the car is stranded, then basically you are stuck there until you are told it's safe by the stewards, the live stewards that they have in this series. So still 21 minutes left to go, and still that quarter of a second between P1 and P2. Movano SimRacing currently sitting in third. There is your current leader, Team Fordzilla, in that 966.
Yeah, driving very strong, and as it stands, yeah, a quarter of a second over OBS World by Simsa, which is definitely a good margin to have, especially at this stage in qualifying. Just gives them a good foothold going forward, something they can slowly but surely, maybe just bit by bit, find a half a tenth here or so. But Fordzilla, of course, a very recognisable name in sim racing. They have fought towards the top end of a lot of competition and are fielding one of only 3 BMW M Hybrid V8s out on the circuit. You can see a high contingent of the Porsche, so it does seem to be the favourite. But as it stands, Team Fordzilla showing that the BMW definitely is quite strong.
Yeah, and followed by that Porsche. Actually, they're sandwiching it right now because Movano also in that BMW. And then one of the fewer appearing cars, the Acura, sitting in 4th. I think there's only 2 of them, if I can see correctly here. Race Onion currently sitting in 4th position in that number 15. And there is Movano there on screen right now in that number 6 car, sitting in 3rd position as they clock another lap. 21.624. That's quicker. In fact, that's good enough for pole as they jump ahead of Team Fordzilla.
Nicely done, and a very interesting way of celebrating it. But of course, yeah, taking provisional pole, very good thing to do, obviously, going forward. Cements them and makes a statement to Team Fordzilla to say, come on guys, yeah, we're here, we're ready, and we're raring to go as well. There is the OBS World by Simpson machine as well, currently sat 3rd and about 0.4 of a second off the current provisional pole time. But in all fairness, over the course of the next 19 minutes, I'm sure we are going to see those gaps get a little bit closer, but it is good to see a little bit of rivalry in the qualifying session. Of course, there is a point on offer for the fastest team in qualifying. You get a single point for taking pole position, and yeah, it's only 1 point, but over the course of a season, they add up, and, well, it could be the point that makes the difference.
Absolutely. Hopefully it won't be quite like last time where Team Fordzilla kind of ran away with things, and we'll get a nice fight all the way down to the end. But, excuse me, it's actually less than 4 minutes to go that we have here. Apologies. I know it says 18 minutes left up on the clock, but they do have a special timing which they work by. Each class gets its own set of time out here, so we still have just a few laps left here as OBS World by Simpson looks to be backing off a little bit, trying to set themselves up, Zach, and prepare for a flyer.
Yeah, you have to do that. Obviously, Aragon, there is a lot of high downforce corners. There is a lot of demanding corners that the tyres are going to be under stress. The last thing you want is your set of tyres to be screaming, to be overheating by doing 2 consecutive push laps. Just keep the tyres in a nice controlled temperature window, then open the gates and let it rush out. You can see they're going to be starting probably one of their final laps in their qualifying session. They're swooping their way through turn number 1, then into 2. There is a lot of corners that just flow really nicely together, especially in these prototypes. They are going to be flying through there at high rates of knots of speed, and you can see that just trying to find an improvement. It's, well, I say only 4 tenths of a second. That is a little bit of an improvement to make, but every little helps. It could be a front row, or it could just be good enough to cement themselves in 3rd place, which definitely isn't at all a bad position to be starting this race in.
Yeah, it's going to be a long race, 1,000 kilometers or 6 hours, whichever comes first. And the drivers will have time to try and make up position. And of course, we could get a full course caution. As I said, those are a part of this series, not something you commonly see on road course series in iRacing, but they are going to be manually thrown by those live stewards. And then, of course, they will have to deal with wave rounds and things of that nature. We'll go over that if we do get a full course yell. There's no guarantee that any will happen, and that also could change the strategy, but some teams will be looking out for it. So as the number 66 brings it down into the final sweeping uphill double left-hander all the way to the timing line. Is this going to be quicker? It is at 21.9. But that's not going to be pole. In fact, Zach, it doesn't even take them out of 3rd.
It doesn't, but it could be good enough to cement 3rd, to stop Race Onion from tipping them to that 3rd position. So OBS World, while it's not an improvement, it could well sort of just keep them where they are, and that 3rd place, a good foothold. They'll be starting directly behind Movano as it stands, which again could open up the door for them to make a move on Team Fordzilla in the opening phase. That Porsche, it might have been picked for a reason. Maybe it's the better racing car, not necessarily the one you want to take on the limit, but the one that will fare well over the course of 1,000 kilometers. Team Fordzilla, as you can see, at the moment sat 2nd. They need a slight improvement to tip the time machines to Movano, but they've only got 40 seconds left in this session, so they better get on with it.
Yeah, you talked about racing a little bit different, something we haven't touched on. They have limited tire sets as well today. The OBSP class, these prototypes, will have 5 total sets that they can use. So they'll start on 1 and they can change tires 4 times, unless you do it NASCAR style and take a set of 2, which I don't think is going to be a thing. And we don't know if any of the different makes are maybe going to be kinder on their tires compared to the others. Here, Zach.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, the Porsche, it's not a car that I've had the privilege of driving or anything like that, but from what I've heard, it does maybe seem to be slightly kinder over the course of the race. So that is potentially why it is more appealing. You know, yeah, there is a point on offer for qualifying, but there's 25 on offer for a race win. So you weigh it up, I think you'd rather be able to be in contention for a race win than to be quick in qualifying. Team Fordzilla, as they stand, they've got about, well, exactly 1 corner left to go. They're on the back straight run towards turn 14, this long sweeping left-hander that you just have to chuck the car in, hope it grips and loop all the way around. The tyres are going to be screaming, but then you emerge up over the crest. The run to the line, is it going to be pole? Is it going to be improvement at all for Team Fordzilla? It is, and it's pole position.
Wow, took it back right at the end because the checkered flag is out and everybody can complete their hot laps, but only Team Fordzilla is the one that I've seen do that so far. I think we still have a couple others that can cross here. Yeah, it looks like Grow Racing Team Blue going to be the next across as we take a look at our pole sitter, but Barbosa in that number 89 is going to park it, but ATRS Community in the number 75 crosses the line, improves to a 23-1. That's going to bump them up to 11th. Anybody else available out on the circuit? It looks like no. That is the entirety of our field. Wow. So a big change there right at the very end. That, Zach, is why you never give up.
You don't. There is always a chance to improve, and, well, you pull that out of the bag right at the end. So Team Vordzilla, very good way to kickstart their season, but less than a tenth of a second between P1 and P2 in qualifying. Definitely a good prospect going into the race. Looking like the teams are very competitive.
And it's an all BMW front row, interestingly. So that hybrid car is proving to be quite effective here, but about 0.2 of a second over Walton and the OBS by Simsa there, 0.4 of a second total over them. So I think it's actually more 0.3 between themselves and the 66, that front row, and the Porsche. Then we've got Race Onion sitting there in 4th. Slow and Confused, certainly not matching their name, starting from 5th here today. As you see the rest of them all the way down. 14 cars and 2 seconds between all of them. So it is quite a relatively tight field there in our OBSP class here for this 1,000 kilometers of Aragon. Like I said, newer track had only been introduced last season. And so it's only been around for a couple of months here on the service, and also relatively new in terms of racetracks overall through history, I should say, Zach. I believe built around the early 2000s.
Yeah, for racetrack standards, that is fairly recent. I mean, we've got tracks that are still used today that were built sort of in the 50s, 60s, 70s, that sort of time. Obviously gone through renovations and such, but yeah, for racetrack standards, yeah, a fairly modern circuit. But in terms of iRacing, in terms of the sim world, not a track that these guys would have driven, definitely not in a competitive environment, a lot. I know a lot of championships are still, bedding Aragon into their seasons and in their calendars and such, and with these guys, of course, SimRacing never sleeps. They're always then practicing for the next event. So if Aragon isn't an event in the near future, they're probably not going to be on track too much. And then also there's practicing a track. Then there's also having that racing experience at Aragon, which these guys probably, speaking very generally here, but probably won't have a ton of experience on. And it is especially the outer loop as well. We're not on the typical Grand Prix layout. We're at one that entices high speeds with that long back straight. So it's going to be a different racing dynamic, and one that these guys are going to have to adapt to.
Yeah, this is a track that at times, because it is in Spain and I believe on the more southerly side as well, it sees warmer temperatures, so it sees a lot of testing being done here. And that long straight, from what I understand, there are quite a few teams that have used it sort of as a replacement for Le Mans. If you can't get testing in at places like Monza, they'll come here, take that chicane out, and then try and see what kind of straight line speeds they can get. In fact, those prototypes going to be closing in on around 200 miles an hour by the time they get to the braking zone with that left-hander at the end of it. We'll have the anthem here soon. And then, of course, we'll be chatting with our 3 pole sitters in a minute. Be curious to get their thoughts, especially heading into a new season. Last time, it was the GT3s and GT4s that they had out there. So it was 2 different classes, and it was a lot different of a dynamic. So the drivers, of course, Zach, will have to now try and understand how these cars will work together.
It should be a lot of fun. But, well, we're about to get ourselves ready for the national anthem of Spain and, well, set us off for a new season.
Yep, a few seconds left before we get to that, and the drivers already gridding up. So let's pause for the national anthem. Motorsport, Seth Brown, here with us. Pole in the GT3s in the opening round, Seth. I mean, you can't ask for a better start to the season.
Yeah, absolutely. Who doesn't want to start on pole for the first round of the season? Obviously, Aaron put in a great lap in that qualifying session.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously it's a 1,000 kilometer or 6 hour race, so you're going to have a lot of time. I mean, how do you approach this? Does the qualifying mean that much in this situation? Are you thinking long term, or are you going to try and sprint out and separate yourself from the field?
Yeah, qualifying's pretty much the only thing that qualifying helps with is the first lap. The race is 6 hours long. It's a long race. You got cars flying past you due to the different groups, so it's all about survival, especially this track with such high temps. So yeah, it's mainly just to stretch out, find your own rhythm, and just stay out of trouble.
Have you had a chance to race with these three different classes of cars before? Obviously, very different from what we had last season. Do you have much experience dealing with the LMP3s and the prototypes?
Yeah, obviously, with iRacing, they give you a official series of IMSA, so I've done a lot of those races, so I know how to just give LMDH enough room and they'll go around you somehow.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll give its own fair share of excitement as well. Best of luck. Any predictions for the team? What do you think's possible?
As long as we keep it on the track, I feel like we have a good chance of winning it.
Well, great stuff there. Seth Brown racing for the 71 team on pole for the GT3. Zach has also caught up with the number 245 driver of SRB Motorsports, pole sitter in the LMP3 class.
Yeah, of course. It's a very impressive feat to have again, starting the season off on a high, Justinus. So what are your thoughts and feelings going forward? Should be a long race.
Yeah, hello. I think we should be fine if we just avoid crashes and manage our tires and don't do risky moves against GT3s. I think we will be fine.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that should be a good aim to have. Stay out of trouble, keep your nose clean, and you should be good. Higher temperatures here at Aragon, potentially obviously being in Spain. Do you think that's going to affect the strategy going forward? I mean, you're limited on in terms of your tyre sets and things. Are you confident with the strategy you've got coming into this race?
Oh yeah, of course, we tried a lot, so I think we're pretty well prepared for high temps, so I don't think it will be higher than we actually prepared for.
Well, best of luck to you, of course. Well done on the pole position. Already starting the season with a point before the first race has even started. So, yeah, best of luck, and maybe we'll have you back at the end of the race.
Yeah, bye.
Thank you very much. Justinus, of course, taking pole position in the LMP3s. Joey seems confident going forward.
Certainly, and can't blame him. Starting off on that front row, going to be a nice help. Now, we were hoping to get to talk to one of the drivers from the 966 team of Team Fordzilla, but they have not shown up yet. We'll see if they get in time. We still got a couple minutes before we take off from the grid. I'm sure they're busy preparing, but here we'll see that grid one more time just in case. Abel Torres putting that pole time down for them. Zach, I'm excited to get to see the dynamic between these different makes of cars and between the classes. One thing to note, especially the LMP3s and GT3s, known for being kind of close on pace. So I'm curious if there's going to be any that are kind of tripping over each other over the course of this.
Yeah, maybe sort of at the start of the race is probably where we might see the biggest overlap. But of course, as we bed ourselves in, and maybe when an LMP3 laps a GT or something like that, the GTs, as you say, because they are slightly closer matched, not only, I suppose, but probably closer matched in terms of their straight line speed and things, and also I'm going to gather that the GT3s can probably brake a little bit later into the corner because they are assisted by ABS and things. So is something to keep in mind. The GT3s know that over the course of a lap they are slightly slower, which isn't going to force them to fight with the LMP3s as such. They are going to be more better off just allowing them through. But they're going to have to be careful going into corners as to not trip up over each other, especially when there are, sometimes there's 3, 4, 5 cars all occupying the same bit of space. So yeah, LMP3s, GT3s, that is going to be something to look out for. But the GTPs, of course, they get their own sort of luxury of being 2 categories quicker than the LMP3s. Of course, we don't have the P2s out on circuit, so they are 2 steps ahead of the rest of the field. So yeah, they probably shouldn't have any trouble fighting their way through traffic.
To give you an idea of what we're talking about, the closeness between the classes, the slowest of the LMP3s, a 34.7. The pole time for the GT3s, a 35.1. So about half a second difference between them. They could easily trip over each other, especially if they run into trouble as we wait for them to take off on the grid. Now, you may have noticed this is a more modern racetrack, as we said, so there's a lot of paved runoff. They do have track limits and incident limits. At 60, they are going to be given a drive-through penalty. So that is for the entire team a total. So watch out for that. You have to keep it within the boundary. It's going to be easy to rack those up over time. And drivers just being waiting to be released here in a moment. Also, the other thing to note is that it is just past 6 p.m. virtual standard time, as we seem to be losing a few cars off the grid, unfortunately. Hopefully, they'll be able to get back out there in time. But I was going to say, starting at 6 p.m., 6-hour race, it's definitely going to go into the dark.
It is, and obviously we are sort of out in the middle of nowhere here in Aragon. Of course, with it being a modern circuit, there should be a decent amount of circuit lighting, but they are going to have to rely on their headlights to be able to see. And that always opens the door for a little bit of intrigue, because the less you see, then the more Nürburgring and how much carnage happened during the darkness. We always talk about it. You survive the night as such. So yeah, that'll be sort of more towards the tail end of the race, maybe sort of past the halfway mark. We'll start to see the lights coming on. Should be, a little bit of fun again with the LMP3s and the GT3s also being quite close. If you can't see where you're going as well, that's going to just couple it into a little bit of carnage and chaos. But let's hope that these guys can start the season off nice and cleanly.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience. And we are back to gridding up. We'll have a couple pace laps here, and then we'll be on our way for the 6 hours, 1,000 kilometers of Aragon. And drivers, of course, not enjoying the wait as everybody is itching to race, but we can wait just a little bit longer because we'll get plenty of action out on track. As always, I am Joe Peak with Zach Sweeney here with me to bring you the action of this first round of the 2023 season. Gotta imagine this, of course, just adds to the nerves inside the cockpit, Zach. Everybody was all ready to go. They thought, okay, we're going to be taking off, and now you have to wait that little bit longer.
Yeah, you've just come off the adrenaline rush of qualifying. I mean, I guess for the GTs and the LMP3s, not so much, because obviously they had to wait for the other classes to qualify. But for the prototypes, they've just come off their adrenaline rush of qualifying. They were raring to go, hoping that it was just going to be a nice, quick transition into the race. But unfortunately, that's not quite been the case. So there were two ways to go about that. Either you get out your sim rig and you keep jumping around to keep the blood flowing, or you calm down the nerves, you bring yourself back to reality, and then you have another adrenaline spike just after the race. Just before the race, I should say, just after the little break between the two sessions. So, of course, it all depends on the driver, how they want to deal with their nerves. Maybe some of these drivers really appreciated the fact they had a chance to bring the nerves down a little bit, bring their heart rate back to a normal rate. Others like to ride the wave of adrenaline and just go straight from qualifying into the race, but, well, that's not how it's happened, and you've got to deal with what you've got. Waiting eagerly, as you can see, a lot of cars all formed up in their formation, raring to go for what should be around about 6 hours of racing, 1,000 kilometers here in Aragon, well, I'm eagerly anticipating this is going to be a really good race.
Absolutely. So there we go, off on the formation lap. Looks like we do have everybody out there. 55 cars out racing today, so should be a full field out on track. That is plenty to keep everybody on their toes. So again, they will have multiple pace laps. Now you will see the iRacing safety car head in, but they will have a manually driven safety car pick up the field for 2 more laps. So don't get too excited before we get going. Look for the 999 car out there that will pick up the field once they come back around. So while it might indicate a green flag, it is not going to be green quite yet. We do need to get the cars into the correct order before we get going. We talked a little bit before about worrying about the tires and how the different makes of cars will manage them. The limited sets, that's going to be fascinating, I think, because it's a matter of managing the tires. Now, in the real world, it's a cost thing, obviously, Zach. So they try and limit it so that teams can't just outspend each other and put on new tires again and again and again. Here, trying to make it like real life. Usually virtual tires don't cost you anything. So this might be something new for some of these drivers to have to think long term and try and hold on to their stuff just that little bit longer instead of pushing 100% the whole way.
Yeah, of course. But also, the sort of the consensus in an endurance series is to conserve the tires, the fuel as long as you can, because the whole point, I think, of an endurance race is to limit the amount of time you spend in pit lane, because it's basic, really. It's common sense. You go fast when you're on the track. You're not very fast when you're in the pit lane. So chances are you want to be on the track for as long as you can. So naturally, we're always going to see that element of conservation, but even more so now when they are limited in terms of their tyre sets. Obviously, a high rate of attrition here in Aragon, so they have been allowed an extra set, or at least the prototypes and the GT3s have been given an extra set. They've got their starting set and then 4 more beyond that. For the LMP3s, it's the same. They get their starting set and then 3 more beyond that. Thankfully for them, it's only sort of a 6-hour race, so the GT3 should have a fairly easy time. They're going to be probably stopping, I'd say, plus or minus 5 minutes off the hour for each stop, so chances are they probably could get away with changing tyres at every stop. The prototypes, though, it is going to be a little bit of a different story. They're probably only going to be running for 40, 45 minutes, maybe 50 minutes at a stretch. But with that long back straight, you're using more fuel, so chances are they're probably not going to be able to get away with that. They're going to have to be thinking about double, maybe triple stinting a set of tyres just to be able to get the life out of them. So yeah, it does make you think. It really forces you to be grateful for what you've got. Well, let's see what sort of an impact it's got in terms of the racing procedures here today.
Yeah, you can see them out there regridding everybody so that they're all in the correct starting order before we get going. Again, you will see the safety car pull off, but they will not be released to go green yet. They do have the Ford Zilla car up on the pole. And yes, I know it says the green flag, but the 999 getting ready to pick them up at the end of the pit lane. And will lead the pack here. Then they'll go double file and hopefully get going in about 2 laps time here for our 6-hour race. Don't forget, we've got a full season for this series. Long Beach going to be our next event, and that is going to be wild. Taking all these classes to a much shorter track with no runoff, going to be almost complete opposite to here. So they'll have to completely change their mindset. Curious to see how the incident limit is going to go. It is 205 laps at max, or the 6 hours. So if you divide it up, the 60 incident limit, if we get to the full 205 laps, Zach, that leaves you to really have to keep it tidy. You can't. It's not like you could go off track once each time.
No, and you do have to play with that quite cleverly. I mean, some people do like bank incident points as such. If you try and understand what I mean, if they've got them, they're going to use them towards the end of the race. They are going to be a little bit more careless with their track limit violations a little bit later in the race. If they've got them saved up, say they've got 15 before the 60 mark, they could then be able to use maybe 5 or 10 to close a gap or keep a position or something like that. But at this point in the race, you are going to have to be very, very careful with it, because for those unfamiliar with the iRacing incident point system, you get a 1x for leaving this track, you get a 2x for spinning, and you get a 4x if iRacing deems that any contact that you have with another car is worth a 4x. So, you know, if you go off track, bump into a car, and then spin because of bumping into the car, boom, there's already 7 incident points, and you're already, you know, just over 10% of the way there. So you can see how it is going to add up over the course of 6 hours. So yeah, you've got to be mindful of the fact that, you know, they are going to add up very, very quick. But like all things in endurance racing, consistency is key. So if you can consistently keep yourself out of trouble, then you're going to be able to limit your incident points and hopefully limit yourself with it, by staying out of trouble in terms of a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, we will finally get to see that pace car, that safety car, heading up to the front of the field. It's a bright yellow Porsche Cup car. There it is. They're heading up to there. Yellow and white, actually, on our screen, picking them up. It does look like they just about have most of the field into the order. Everybody's been very, very patient. I want to give a huge kudos to the drivers as well as to race control. This is not a fun thing to have to deal with. They don't normally have to reorder everybody. They do have to try and wave cars around usually during caution periods, but this is something completely different. So they're dealing with an extra headache on top of having to wrangle all these drivers as they normally do during the race, and watching out for the rules, watching out for the safe racing so that everybody gets to enjoy themselves out there. So just want to give a lot of credit to everybody involved in this situation, because this is, I want to stress, this is abnormal. This is not typical, but I'm very impressed with how everybody is basically behaving themselves and paying close attention.
Yeah, of course, communication is a very important thing in that. Race control is a job in sim racing that I wouldn't want at all. Same to sort of with being a steward or things. I'm very happy with being able to just sit and talk. And I'm content with that. Being race control, being a steward, it's not a job because it's hard to please everyone. But these guys have done a really good job, frantic, trying to sort of figure out a solution and make a solution where everyone is happy and they can get the race started as stress-free as possible, which they have done a really good job of. So fair play to everyone behind the scenes. The things that you don't necessarily see on the broadcast, yeah, they do deserve a lot of credit for it. And well, everything's geared up, everything's ready to go, and also not only, I suppose, from behind the scenes, but also the drivers and teams as well. As I say, that communication is important, and also doing what you're told, listening to what race control is telling you. It's a group effort. There are a lot of cars, there are a lot of drivers and teams all in this session that all have to band together and do it at the same time and listen to make this as smooth of a transition as it has been, but they've all done it nicely. Barely even noticed the blip.
Yeah, this is, I think, essentially going to be just a short interruption, and then we'll be on our way for what will hopefully be 6 full hours of racing here, just about halfway through this lap. And it looks like, yeah, so they just called out the 406. That's down towards the tail end of the GT3s. There's 3 or 4 cars to go to get in order, and we are ready to race. Safety car in that 999, leading the round at a very steady 33 miles an hour around this track, which has got to be feeling achingly slow. The unfortunate thing is that means that is cooling the tires quite a lot. So curious to see who can manage that once we get going for this race. Also, it is actually, and I'm not sure if this has anything to do with the restart of the session, but the time is different now. This is more according to what I was told would be the starting time. It is just past 2 p.m. So we're going to be going into, I believe, about 2 hours of darkness or thereabouts at the end of this race, Zach.
Yeah, we're going to have that transition from sort of dusk. Maybe we'll get ourselves into the full darkness towards the end of the race, but that won't be our problem. Of course, we've got the other 2 commentators that are going to jump in and take you to the end, so they'll be able to very much eagerly enjoy all the potential of carnage that could occur thanks to the darkness. Obviously, as we say before the break, you know, you can't see as much, therefore you're driving more on instinct. You're trusting yourselves, and you're having to be, you know, 10 times more alert with everything going on around you, because, you know, anything can pop up at any point. You have to be able to avoid the things that you can't see. So yeah, the darkness should be one to watch. Look out for that towards the end of the race, especially as we are going to be towards the back end of the race. People are going to be tired, fatigued, and the rate of attrition is going to be really high. So it's all compiled itself into what definitely could be the recipe for both excitement and maybe also disaster as well. Which side of the coin we'll get, we'll obviously find out in around about 6 hours time. But yeah, really looking forward to seeing the start of this race with everything that it's, you know, that's on the table at the moment. A start of a new season. We've got the new cars in iRacing. We're at a newer track in iRacing as well. Of course, we've got the Porsche Mission R out on circuit. We've got some big names, big teams, how close the qualifying session was as well, the limited tyres, the potential for the strategy as well. There is a lot of intrigue there to kickstart this new season. So yeah, let's bring it on.
Just about to the end of that back stretch with Team Fordzilla probably raring to go. I believe they're giving a few more instructions to the teams. So maybe just a couple drivers that are slightly out of position, and then we should be good. But here it is. This is the entry to that long sweeping left-hander uphill. Will we see that 999 park it and leave them be? And yes, I'm hearing the call from race control that safety car is coming in. Fordzilla will have control. Looks like this will be a single file start to this race. There is that number 966, and there is the green flag. They accelerate away, and oh, no, they do not. Excuse me. Looks like they have not taken off. Apologies, jumped the gun on that one a little bit. Looks like safety car is going to stay out, and they're going to circulate at least one more time. So even we're raring to go up here in the booth, Zach, and I cannot wait to get this one ready and on its way. And we're starting to see drivers warm their tires. So it looks like they are going to give them the chance to try and prep the vehicles.
Yeah, is vital to do so. Obviously, the warmer the tires are, the more willing they are to change shape thanks to the lateral force, which they are going to have to do. There is going to be a little bit of deformity because it is a very demanding circuit on those tyres, and you do not want stone cold tyres because they will just skate across the track. You'll have absolutely no grip, so you want to make sure they're warm. Also the brakes as well, bringing them into a decent temperature, so accelerating hard braking, just to build some temperature in the brakes so that you're not going into turn one and pressing the brake pedal thinking, where is it? So of course you can now see they are getting themselves into that 2x2 Noah's Ark style start that we're going to have on that run into turn number one. That front row, less than 1/10 of a second separated them in qualifying in the prototypes. It's an all BMW front row flying in formation, as we can see. Team Fordzilla, you say they ran away with it last season. Let's see what they can do for an all-new season.
All right, so we are getting ready to go now, and it will, as you said, be a double file start to this race. And don't worry, they have altered the time so that it is at 2 minutes. Or excuse me, 6 hours instead of starting at the 6 hours when they left the grid. So they will get the full race time for this event as we head on to the backstretch.
Of course, we'll then have turn 14, and then we will have that slight inclination. The circuit will plateau, and then it'll be a straight run towards turn number one. Let's see if there is going to be any changes. Of course, they're following the safety car at the moment, but just look at the fleet of cars that we've got. Of course, the prototypes, the LMP3s, the GT3s, and the Porsche mission are as a bit of a wildcard entry to the 1,000 kilometers of the Beerskin Aragon race for the first round of the OBS Endurance Cup powered by HundredForce. Should be a lot of fun here, Joe, and well, we're about to have a very hectic first lap, I'm sure.
Up around the final corner, they can just about see the starting line with Barney the Flagman holding the green at the ready. Waiting patiently here, Abel Torres on the pole position. Looking for the call, and there it is. Green flag is out. We accelerate down to turn one. Will we get through clean here to start off the season as everybody slams on the brakes to try and make it through the sharp left-hander? So far, so good for the OBSP class, and it looks like GT3's also getting through there. We do have one tipped around, and it looks like that is actually SimSpot Racing's number 88. Everybody else through.
Yeah, great start from Movano as well. Bold, brave, brilliant to the outside of turn number one versus Team Fordzilla, who are a little bit tentative off the line. Movano able to seize control, and you can already see they've got some pace in pocket. It's side by side, I think, for third place between OBS World by Simsa and Race Onion. You can see the Acura now inherits the final place on the podium for now, but the first half of the first lap is now in the books. The entirety of the prototypes are through nice and cleanly, and a great start for that number 6 machine.
Now already the Onion car is putting some great pressure on Fordzilla down the backstretch. Who's got the top end speed here as we fly down towards the braking of the end of this long backstretch, all flat out through here. And it looks like that Fordzilla car just a little bit faster in a straight line. There's Locals Autosport as well, leading our LMP3s in the 113, being chased by SRB Motorsport as well. With Lorenismos in that machine coming down into the braking, not quite close enough to be able to make the attack. We do have some battles behind them between the 111 and the 532. Looks like Yellow Submarine Squad could take that 5th place away.
Yeah, they're going to want it. And of course, to put the first laps in the books, it's been a very successful start to this championship. No changes into turn number one between the two of these guys. As they are still, well, just trying to settle into this race, find a rhythm. You can see the 113 machine doing its best in order to hang on to the top 5, but already a bit of a gap forming to the rest of the field. So they're looking very strong, of course, in their fight to maybe just consolidate this as a 1-2 out in front and build a gap. But the SRB Motorsports, they've got 2 fields to the LMP3 roster. They've got the 245 and the 181. So, of course, Lorianis is going to want to maybe bring their teammate back into the mix by potentially battling with Locals Autosport, slowing themselves down. and then reeling the 181 into more of a contention. I mean, it's hard to think about the end result when we're so early into this race. I mean, we've still got over 200 laps of racing left to go, so it's hard to be thinking about team tactics and things so early on. I think the initial aim for these guys is just going to be to settle in, get your heads down, and really get this race going.
Ooh, we had a big stack up back in the chicane. I see the 405 car turned around facing the wrong way, and there's still cars scattering to try and get around them. Unfortunately, we don't have pictures on it, but it looks like most of them did get through. Sasha Gorel is taking the fastest lap. Not sure which class that is in. I'll have to double check here in just a moment as we come up through the final turn once again. Our LMP3 leaders tick off yet another lap. Locals Autosport still being chased hard. Here is our GT3 class being led by the 117, but followed extremely closely, Zach. Looks like AKM Racing UK is trying to bring the race on here for the lead.
Yeah, well, the majority of the GT3 class at the moment are nose to tail. We've got Ferrari, BMW, Porsche, podium, so definitely looking good in terms of the in terms of the balance of performance, keeping a lot of manufacturers nice and close, showcasing the sort of how even with different characteristics and things of the GT3s, they all still can run in a competitive nature, which is always great to see different cars fighting at the front. Valkyrie competition, though, flying very nicely, hanging on to what is a fairly comfortable lead at the moment. I mean, relative to the current state of the GT3s, a half a second lead is a fairly large one, building just a little bit of a gap, just getting a couple of car lengths. And you can see, in fairness, the front end of the GT3 and the back end of the LMP3s, they're not separated by too much.
Yeah, they're still close to the tail end of that field. A little bit of a blink from Valkyrie competition. Hopefully that doesn't happen too often, because that could be a problem if they have internet issues throughout the race, especially in multi-class traffic. Battle for the lead, though, in the LMP3s. SRB Motorsport's going to make the attack on Locals Autosport down into the final turn, and they're going to take it away.
Nicely done. Good little move there. And, well, SRB, as I have now been corrected to having 4 outfits on the grid at the moment, have now got one of them leading the way, but an immediate counter-attack potentially. Locals Autosport looking to the left-hand side going into turn number 1, but it's thwarted off. The 245 is able to retain the lead for now, which means that they might have a little bit more pace in pocket, and you can see building a little bit of a gap back, but slipstream is vital. So if Locals Autosport wants to stay in contention for the duration of this initial opening phase of the race, then they're going to have to make sure that they stay in the range of the slipstream.
Through turn 6 and down into 7. Sharp right-hander as we come back to our leaders in the OBSP class. Movano SimRacing not only took that lead away, but they've been running away. In fact, Team Fordzilla's down to 4th here, Zach. So kind of curious what's going on there with the 966, who looks so fast in qualifying, but isn't really lighting the world on fire at the start of this race.
No, not really. Not entirely sure as to what could have happened to Team Fordzilla. Maybe they're going for a much more conservative first stint. Maybe their intention is to double stint this race, and therefore they're really saving their tyres. Or, with it being such a fuel-thirsty circuit, they are trying to conserve a little bit of fuel. Whatever the reason is, maybe there might not even be any hidden meaning behind it. They could just not quite be onto the pace in the opening phase. I mean, we saw that initial warm-up phase. A lot of preparation had to go into making sure that the cars were sort of prepared temperature-wise to get this race underway. Maybe Fordzilla wasn't quite up to the scratch of those around them, and therefore struggled in the opening phase. But a team that hasn't is Movano SimRacing, and another team that certainly hasn't is Race Onion. They got a really good jump from the second row of the grid, and are right now within a second of the lead. I'd say they are just in touch and distance of the slipstream, and nearly already we've got the first round of traffic.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, because our timing and scoring is according to how they gridded up initially, which was the incorrect order. So unfortunately, we won't have a complete rundown of who's gained what positions accurately in this race. Already to the back of the field, our leaders catching the GT3 cars. This is where it gets fascinating. This is where Sasha Gorley in the number 6, who does have that fastest lap, is going to have to stay on his toes.
You're really going to have to. Traffic is always a little bit sketchy, especially when you're in the fastest class, because Of course, in the prototypes, as we can see there, just making easy work of the Porsche Mission R. Doesn't really, put up too much of a fight, just goes to the inside. But sort of you're the one that's always responsible for lapping safely. So we see constantly with faster cars lapping the slower classes that they just send moves and make contact and just have really silly affairs. But it is your responsibility as the quicker car to make the moves and not make contact, essentially. As the slower class, as the P3s and the GT3s, just be predictable. Stay to your racing line. Don't do anything that you wouldn't normally do. Don't, as backwards as it might think, don't pull over and let them through. Just let them overtake you, and you should, in theory, be okay. Of course, that doesn't usually happen. There's an LMP3 going really slowly on the back straight, so potentially suffering from a slowdown based on the previous corner, but it hasn't caused too much of an upset. And you can see Movano really dealing with this traffic nicely, because Race Onion, in their pursuit through traffic, have actually lost about 1.5 seconds relative to where they were to Movano.
Yeah, and not only that, it looks like Team Fordzilla is down in 9th. I tried to see if they had any sort of spin or major off track, and I can't find one. I wonder if it is, as you say, that they're thinking very long term here and just soft shoeing it. But if they are, this is to the extreme. And we're going to check out a replay here. This is, looks like the 777 maybe? What happened here?
Let's have a look.
111.
The MTS garage car just coming into the pit lane. So maybe suffering some contact. I think that rear diffuser looked a little bit bent, so maybe suffering a little bit of contact or a spin in the early phase, but did a really good job of driving the car backwards. Of course, they have to request it. So this is what happened to Flat Out Racing. As they pull themselves back onto the circuit. Oh, that was close to contact there. You really got to be very careful, but just goes to see that, just goes to show that you're never safe in the opening phase of an endurance race.
Yeah, it was contact to the back of that 111 that spun them off. I was able to track it down. Got hit by the 87 car, which is one of our another one of our LMP3 cars that sent them spinning back in turn 7. As we come back live to Movano Racing Team, who has now come to the front stretch with at least a brief respite as they've passed the leader of the GT3s. But as we said, there's not a huge gap between the second and third classes, so he's already encroaching upon those LMP3s, with the 213 car being the first up.
Yep, and well, with the P3s and the GT3s being relatively close on pace, there shouldn't be any major discrepancies with sort of between lapping the GT3s and the P3s for these prototypes, so they should be okay. But again, just being able to just find your way through cleanly, spot a gap, commit to it, and not backing out. I think that is again an important thing, is confidence when you're lapping. Knowing that you're the fastest class. Of course, be responsible, don't go for any silly moves, but when you do go for a move, be confident, don't back out, because that is then when the problems occur. Just go for a gap, put the car there, hope that they're reading the situation as well as you are, and you should be okay. A lot of it is like body language communication between drivers, and just that experience as well really should lend itself. So Movano, who have been around a long time in sim racing, again commented on them loads of times. It's a little bit of an awkward way for the P3 to allow them through, but Movano, a lot of experience in not only sim racing but specifically endurance racing. They know how to deal with situations like this, and that is why they are, as it stands, being the ones to capitalize most of it. 3 seconds in the first opening laps.
We were watching Alpha Esports Red. They're being chased by this machine here, the BC Vault by Simsa number 47 car. And of course, a little bit of a battle as well. This is for the 3rd position. This is for the podium. Slow and Confused, as I said, not living up to their name. Up to the 3rd spot, being chased now by Alexander Walton and OBS World by Simsa's number 66, while they're having to dodge their way past the LMP3s. This has definitely kept it extremely tight. They've also got 5th place Alpha Esports by G Performance, and they're giving them hassle.
They are, and well, this is looking a little bit awkward, and of course for OBS World by Simsa, and of course the team behind Slow and Confused to, well, I wouldn't blame them if they were a little bit slow and confused darting through this little bit of traffic. So many cars all densely packed into one little bit of space out on circuit, but they all managed to find their way through cleanly, and OBS World are the ones that are able to consolidate the podium for now. But those are the chances where, as a driver behind, you can really make some good gains, because the driver in front gets caught behind a car, you can fill the gap that could be materializing on the inside or the outside, and have that overspeed to find your way through. For these sort of the OBSP class as well, as we say in qualifying, they are 2 steps faster than the next quickest class. We haven't got that step of the LMP2s on the ladder, so these prototypes are even quicker than the cars they're lapping, which means that if one car gets stuck behind a category, that means the other car can be then 2 steps quicker on a different line. So yeah, it's very possible for these battles to materialize thanks to traffic, and as it stands, they are cutting their way through fairly efficiently in this fight for third.
Going the long way around of Beaver Grease Racing Plus there. Going to stay to the inside, nice and tidy. OBS World by Simsa up to that 3rd position, as Zach mentioned, and it was Slow and Confused that got shuffled back down to 5th. So lost 2 spots on that last lap. Arturas Kundalis actually in that purple machine right now. And interesting note about him, one thing I love about sim racing is it offers up accessibility to the teams. As we check a replay of the SRB Motorsports R&R, having to go off track, as it looks like one of our OBSP cars was going slow, and some damage on the front of that BMW 2. Not sure what that was about. But to my point, Arturas Kundalis racing from a wheelchair with a special sim rig, actually. It's all hand controls for him. And I can tell you that Arturas Kundalis is not slow at all. In fact, I see him racing in the Campbell GT series often, and is usually fighting for the win in the Audi category over there, as we get some side-by-side action in the LMP3s. that leads to the contact for A&R Esport, unfortunately at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, it's difficult to avoid situations like that, because you can't exactly just slam on the brakes. As into the pit lane, I believe, comes one of the OBS cars that potentially were involved in that early skirmish, but they're in. They'll be repairing the damage, and then they'll be on their way again. Going slowly, though. Have we picked up a caution?
No, we have not, but Walton was not involved in the wreck that I can see. Oh, we do have a caution. Apologies, yes. So looks like the 999 is out and picking them up. So they've called a full course caution on that one. Maybe that is why we're having the pit stops. I was gonna say that that car that we saw in the OBS World by Simsa was not involved in the incident. Now, they will often close pit lane, so hopefully they haven't gone into a closed pit lane here.
Yeah, that's probably going to be, well, I'd imagine, potentially a fairly hefty penalty. Sort of by closed pit lane, they mean no sort of normal pit stops as such, no coming in and using the safety car as a scheduled stop in the early phase of it. Obviously, if your car is like hanging off and there are bits and pieces all over the place, then by all means get yourself into the pit lane, because that's a lot safer than staying out on track. But yeah, usually they do close it off just for the first sort of few moments of the safety car period, and then open it up again if anyone does want to come in. But I wouldn't imagine that anyone's going to be taking any pit stops. All that we do is put them off sequence, because, you know, it's not like they're close to their pit lane sequence or anything like that. They are still a ways off, so this early safety car probably is just going to be a bit of a pause on what was a pretty hectic start.
Indeed. And yeah, that for those cars up front, Race Onion was in OBS World by Simsa, as I mentioned. The 89 car who was involved is definitely in pit lane getting repairs. But those two cars that pitted were high up. To pit now would be a roll of the dice, a bit of a gamble, Zach. So to see two front runners pit in is a bit strange to me. I'm not sure why we're getting them down on pit lane at this stage when they had the track position. They were in a good spot. I expect one of the drivers down in the field to take a bit of an odd move.
Yeah, obviously these guys further up have got, as you say, there's a lot more at stake for them, whereas those a little bit further back, yes, it is still early, but you know, maybe it is worth for them to try something a little bit different. I mean, if this safety car popped up in 25 minutes, then by all means, I would absolutely understand maybe falling off 5 minutes off your sequence in order to take that more advantageous pit stop. But with us only being, what, 10 laps into this race, I don't really see much of an advantage for it unless, well, they obviously they know more than we do. That, you know, they've got the experience, they can see all the data out on track, and they might think that coming in now is another one of the GTPs is coming in as well in the background. The Pure Sims car in as well. So for whatever reason, these prototypes think that going off sequence, or well, some of them think that going off sequence is going to have the knock-on effect that's going to be a little bit better. Maybe the way the timing works out is that they're going to have a splash and dash at the end of the race. So maybe they're taking said splash and dash now as to be on sequence, to be normal pit stops to the end. I honestly don't know. We'll only really be able to picture that sort of narrative later on in the race, where we really start to get an idea of stint lengths and things like that. But yeah, strange.
Yeah, we are about 20 minutes into the stint roughly. So like you said, if at about 45 minutes per stint, so they are into it enough that it can make maybe a bit of a difference, but it is strange. BC Vault by Simsa was the other car that went in along with Pure Sims Esports OBSP that pitted, and they're now back out on track, and this is going to make life very interesting as far as who gets into line where out there. But we see the leaders. It is still Movano in the number 6 that is leading, with Alpha Esports by G Performance in the 77 behind them for the prototypes. SRP Motorsports number 245 leads in the LMP3s, and then Valkyrie Competition leads in the 177 for the GT3 class as well right now. But like we heard Zach say, a bit of a pause at this point, and the drivers will try and get themselves reset and ready to go. What this does do as well, Zach, is this brings those who found themselves get into a bit of a spin early that weren't involved in that yellow, a chance to close back up the gap to those in their class. So hopefully they're back in the race a little bit.
Yeah, which does help. Bunches everyone back up. So if you have had a spin in the early phase, which, no, it's not at all ideal, but it's a 1,000-kilometer race. Just because you have one bad lap doesn't mean that you're going to have a bad race, unless it's like a really bad lap and you're in the pit lane for 10 minutes or whatever. But, you know, if you just have a spin and you can continue on, do it. And now the safety car has given them a good sort of lifeline to bring themselves nicely back into contention, close themselves back up. Not to say the rest of the race is going to be an easy ride or whatever, but it's definitely a good second chance at a race start, because that effectively is going to be what this is. There's not been, you know, largely enough time for this race dynamic to change as such. Not really seen too many, you know, gains or losses. So yeah, this is just another go at a race start. And if you have had a spin in the early phase, well, just see it as you're starting the race now from the back of the grid, and see what you can do in the next 191 laps that we've got, or however long we're going to have as we see the next round of wave rounds coming into play. So again, another display, I think, of how efficient race control are at getting these safety car periods done and dusted.
Just listening to race control right now, and they are, yeah, okay, so they're separating the classes currently is what they're doing. So you'll see the LMP3s drop behind the OBSP class here, and then we'll see what happens with the GT3 class, because they are going in front of them. I assume next they're going to be sliding them backwards, as they're just trying to reorder and wave around whoever they need at this stage. This is why they do this manually instead of with the iRacing pace car, so they can control the pace. They have the special safety car out there leading them, and can speed up or slow down according to the needs of the pack. But the cautions on the roadside always going to be their own unique flavor compared to what we get with the ovals, and especially with multi-class. Again, big credit to the stewards, because this is its own headache, and everybody behaving as well as they are is a huge testament to this league, and the way that everybody is trying to make sure that we all have a fun time while being as realistic as possible. But We are now about 25 minutes into this 6-hour race, so still plenty left to go. We've seen about 4 cars take what appear to be scheduled pit stops during this caution up in the the prototypes, the LMHs, and then I see what looks like about 2 of them in the LMP3s that have pitted with a scheduled stop. Not sure if any of the GT3s have taken scheduled stops in here because it's all kinds of jumbled up, honestly, through there. But looks like, yes, okay, they are giving instructions to the GT3s to drop back as well. So they're going to line them up behind the LMP3s. That should get them in the correct order. Hopefully that would get us close to being given the 1-to-go signal by the safety car crew.
Yeah, and then we'll be back underway for our next phase of green flag running. Yeah, I can understand why the GT3s wouldn't come in for a pit stop again. Sort of with GT3 cars, they have got enough fuel to make it to an hour. And with it going to be roughly, you'd say, give or take a 6-hour race. I mean, with it being laps, you don't really know exactly how much time, so you have to base your stints off lap lengths as opposed to time lengths. But let's call this race at 6 hours or whatever it is, and the GT3s can come in on the hour, plus or minus 5 minutes, a little bit of variance here and there, and make it to the end fairly cleanly. So there's no really big incentive for them to go off sequence from what they usually would. They can come in, have a very systematic approach to this race, and it should be fairly easy. So yeah, if there is a safety car closer to an hour point, then by all means, yeah, I'm sure we're going to see the vast amount of GT3s coming into the pit lane. But on this one, then there's not really too many. To be fair, there's not really been too many across all 3 fields. There's just only been a couple of stragglers that have thought that maybe that is best to come in under this safety car period, have a refresh and go again. I doubt they've taken tyres, maybe just to top up on fuel to go a little bit longer in this stint.
Yeah, perhaps. I'm also checking on race control here. They have a decision that Altus Esports, that's the number 71, which was our pole sitter in GT3, have been given a drive-through penalty. That's why they are now at the back of the line in that slowest class. That is interesting and a huge development. They've got a mountain to climb now. They do,
and it's going to be tough, but Altus Esports, a team that have been around in sim racing for quite some time, obviously someone I commentate with quite often, and I'm good mates with William Chadwick, a part of Altus Esports, and you know, the stuff that goes on with them. They are such a hugely successful team. He's put in a lot of time with them. He, I'm sure, will probably tell you that, you know, there is the Aaron Vasquez and such as part of Altus Esports. They put a lot of time and a lot of work into their racing. So they're prepped, they're ready to go. They proved that by taking pole position in qualifying and by having a good initial phase of this race pace-wise. So I've got no doubt that they're going to be able to fight their way forwards and still be in contention. Again, we have to remember that, say if that happened with, say, 20 laps to go, then maybe it'd be a bit more troublesome. But we've got 189 to go. A little bit less, obviously, depending on when the safety car comes in and such, but still get the point that there is still a vast amount of racing left in, for today. So they've got plenty of opportunity to fight their way forward. It's a bit of a blip, a bit of a speed bump, but it's not the be-all and end-all of their race.
So you can tell they've picked up the pace a little bit here, and the safety car is coming in this lap. So it is taken off, and they are backing off of the safety car. So we will be going green in just a few moments' time. They are not allowed to pass before the timing line, the start-finish line. So they do have to stay as they are until then, even if they do take off from here. I'm expecting, honestly, Zach, that this Movano team's probably going to be accelerating in that final corner.
Yeah, they obviously now become the effective safety car. They control the pace of the pack. They decide when to punch it. Of course, they have to be predictable, but they are the ones, as I say, in control. They can choose when to accelerate, and if they can do it when everyone else is caught off guard, then they're going to get a huge jump. And the whole purpose for them in this safety car restart is to not get involved with anything else. They want to get away. They want to settle back into the rhythm of things and kickstart this second phase of the race in good fashion.
There you see them all lined up and ready to go. Itching and raring to get on the throttle. Gourlay in the Movano SimRacing number 6 brings it up into the final corner. Where does he get on the loud pedal now? Where does he take off in that BMW? He's waiting a long time. He's not going in the final corner, waiting until the start-finish line here. And there's the green flag. We are back to racing here in the 1,000 kilometers of Aragon. And coming down into the first corner, Movano is going to lead the way, as they have since we dropped the green, taking that lead off of Fordzilla. Looks like Spetchins in the Alpha Esports by G Performance not able to try and pull a blinder on them, but Koundalis is back into third there in that 325 machine, Zach.
Yeah, good launch and slow and confused. Definitely doing the opposite in the opening phase of this safety car restart. Again, they got caught up in traffic a little bit through the first run through, but have kickstarted this really nicely in the Cadillac. We've got 3 positions, P1, P2 and P3, 3 of them in different cars, so showcasing really good balance of performance in the early stage. This is something that's happened amongst the LMP3s, BV Grease Racing, potentially not getting off to a good start.
So let's see. Bit of a stack up maybe. They're all accelerating away. This is down into turn 1. That can be an easy place to throw it away as they go 2 wide, almost 3 wide for a moment. But it looks like they're going to get away with it. Not seeing any sort of incident. So we come back live. Back to Movano once again. They're under threat, though. Alpha Esports by G Performance is on the attack. Spetchins currently in that number 77. It was a good run, but it wasn't a long enough straight, it appears.
No, not quite, but, well, they'll have another go this lap by. But Movano, of course, have been in control of this race since the start. Alpha Esports by G Performance showcasing some good strength in that 77 machine. Let's see what they can do in this battle for first. It's not quite been the dream start for Movano. They've obviously kept the lead, which is a good, obviously good beginning, but they are still under threat. They're still under fire. They've not quite been able to build up that 3-second gap that they had over the course of the first part of, you know, that pre-safety car part of the race. I think Movano are going to earn their money when they first run their way through traffic in a few laps' time.
Keeping an eye on this, and then also SRB Motorsport is under threat for the LMP3 lead as well. There you see the half a second between Movano and Alpha Esports as they once again come on to the long backstretch. The BMW had enough grunt to keep in the lead last time. What about this time, though? Will the Acura be able, or excuse me, the Porsche rather, be able to reel them back in? And it's not looking like it at this phase.
Not quite. Building a nice gap is Movano going into turn 14. And, well, there it is. I mean, they're just building enough of a gap, right? And slowly but surely they'll put more of a wedge between themselves and their rivals. This is something that's happened. The 777 machine sandwiched between 2 cars in the initial phase and have just played ping pong with each other, taking the Porsche with them as well for good measure. As Movano set the fast lap of the race. Asher Gore setting a 1:23.0, but still under fire from Alpha Esports. I don't think that Porsche's quite got the legs on the straight, which is their big problem.
That was SR Technic Endurance that had the contact with them, unfortunately, kind of taken out on their own. Oh, and is that the same car? Was that the 777?
Yeah, maybe waiting for a tow, potentially?
Oh, they do have a black and orange flag. And, oh, they did tow. I don't know if they got permission from the stewards. I didn't see or hear anything, but they are in pit lane now. Also, Race Onion was black flagged. Now this, I need to check and see if we've got information on that. Car 15, so for a collision with car 27. I'm trying to figure out who car 27 is now. That would be Icarus International. That's one of the GT3 cars. We didn't see that contact a little bit earlier. So the battle for the lead is back on once again. This time it's much closer. Alpha Esports by G Performance is not able to take it away. Spetchins and Gorla just back at it, hammer and tongs, and they're pulling away from Arturas Koundalis, at least enough for the time being, but they've got to be careful. That purple machine could make it a 3-way fight.
Oh, it definitely could, and they might want to get involved, but also the fourth place car, not a million miles away either, so we could well see a four-way fight for the lead in the, well, so far the opening 17 laps of this race. It's been mega, very enjoyable to watch so far, and it's only going to get better as time goes on. This battle for the lead is going to develop and continue. We're also then going to start to see strategy enter the mix. I mean, we already have seen strategy enter the mix with those pit stops under the safety car, but side by side as well for third place, Slow and Confused under pressure, as they might well be able to lose that podium place and allow these top two to build a nice gap and fight amongst themselves.
Alpha Esports Red with Camila Dahan in the car is the one that's challenging Koundalis, but he's going to be able to rebuff them for now. It's a bit on and off. We've seen that 77 get close at times, but not every lap, Zach, which is kind of curious. It seems to kind of switch back and forth. I wonder if that Porsche is kind of pulling back to recharge and then making an attack one lap, and then if that doesn't work, they try and regroup for another go later.
Yeah, I mean, I can obviously see the appeal in that. You know, it's quality over quantity as such. You know, you're better off going for a good attack than a half-hearted meh one lap after lap. But I can also see the appeal of just keeping that pressure on, not letting Movano have a chance to breathe. I mean, right now what they're doing is allowing Movano to get themselves into a sense of security where they think, okay, this lap they're not going to go for it, so we're just going to chill, take the race in line and be quicker. Whereas if Alpha Esports continue to put that pressure on, then Movano don't know where to feel comfortable. They are always then under attack, they're always then under threat, and then will always be looking over their shoulder, checking, and that is exactly what the 77 machine wants. But also now we've got that first run through traffic after the safety car restart to throw a spanner into the works. What has happened to Altus Esports after their drive-through? Aaron Vasquez may be involved in an incident.
I'm going to dive it down to the inside on the BMW. Make a nice pass. Did it go south from there? Nope, doesn't look like it. So we come back live in the meantime. And yes, indeed, you mentioned it. Sasha has found himself in the thick of the traffic now of the GT3 cars. At first, he's going to get by a whole bunch down into the braking of the final turn before he encounters even more. But caught most of them, honestly, at one of the best times there, all the way down the back straight.
Yeah, one of the biggest dividers between the prototypes and the GTs is the straight line speed. So with it being such a long back straight, happy days for the prototypes, and to be fair for the GTs as well. It's a win-win for both. No one loses any time. The GTs can just put their foot down and yeah, find their way past. Same too now with the first stragglers of LMP3. Got a little bit of a fight further back amongst this is Fordzilla, who's really dropped back in the opening phase of this race. Of course, our pole sitters for the OBSP category, and right now they find themselves in 9th.
Yep. Good battles here in these prototypes, working towards that 8th position up with Flat Out Racing up there. Michael Cook in that machine, and Abel Torres still in that Fordzilla car in 9th position, slipped back early on. Not seeming to have the race pace itself. It's starting to get to be a bit of a traffic jam as they also deal with the the GT3 cars. In fact, there's a good opportunity getting checked up there. That was Michael Cook having to watch out for the GT3 cars. We got a replay though in the meantime, as Slow and Confused also similarly going to lose a spot with traffic holding them up out of the Sacorchos chicane.
Yeah, traffic can give, traffic can take as well. So you have to be on your toes and making sure that you are on the giving side of traffic and not the ones that get taken away from you. Team Fordzilla and Pure Sims move themselves up a place, but under pressure just in the background you can see a couple of cars fighting side by side as they run their way into the braking zone of turn 1. Fordzilla and Pure Sims get away scot-free, but continuing to go side by side. In the background you can see it's the blue and white that find their way past, and well, nicely done. Up now into what would be the top 10 of the OBSP, but that's not going to be a fight that's over any time soon, because traffic continues as Pure Sims send the move to the inside of Team Fordzilla to demote them to 9th, and Fordzilla now under pressure by BC Volt.
Well, they had it briefly, and then it went away just like that. More of the LMP3 cars mixed in with the GT3 cars here. And David Baker is going to just stretch that over Abel Torres as they fly down through Sacacorchos and out onto the backstretch. One as good of a run as he can get. We switch over in the meantime back to Slow and Confused, still sitting in fourth, having lost out to Alpha Esports Red. They've got a nice tow here. Can they catch that Porsche as the Cadillac shows how quick it is in a straight line, but they run out of it, sweeping up into the left-hander.
Well, yeah, this battle continuing really nicely. Alpha Esports Red just able to hang on, but Candelas is really putting on a very good display of attacking pressure. I think this is exactly what the 77 machine at the front of the field needs to be doing, is just constantly applying, being absolutely relentless, not allowing the car in front to breathe by any stretch of the imagination, and also hoping that you get the good end in terms of traffic. You saw there, Camilo Dahan was able to get a nice line lapping the LMP3. Unfortunately, the 325 not quite the same luck and was forced onto a slightly less than ideal line going through. Lost a little bit of time thanks to it, but that could well mean that they won't be able to have an attack through that back straight. It's small things that add up, but if they want that podium place back, they're going to need to earn it.
I'm sure he's working hard on it. Arturis continuing to keep himself within sight of that number 37. They fly out onto the backstretch. Long sweeping left-hander here, easily flat out in these cars. So not much of a problem there, but already up to 190 miles an hour, these two machines, as they continue to stretch their legs. Meanwhile, watching the 47 now in a little bit of a battle with the 89 car. This is for the, actually with the 966. This is Fordzilla versus BC Vault. BC Vault on the attack, but he doesn't have enough straightaway by the end of that backstretch. They've got the Valkyrie Competition 177, our current leader in the GT3s, staying off to the side as I just saw a car go in. That looks like SimSpot Racing, the number 88. So that's one of our cars in, it looks like the LMP3 class pitting in this time.
Yeah, we are getting closer and closer to the pit window for the prototypes. Of course, it should be 40-45 minutes under sort of normal circumstance for them, and we are pretty much bang on time with that. We started the race around about 40 minutes ago. Obviously, we had the safety car that allowed them to save their fuel as such because they're going slower, they're demanding less of the engine, but maybe just wanting to keep it on sequence and come in anyway. Well, it does mean if they are just keeping it on in terms of a time-based stint, is that they're going to, well, have more fuel already in the tank thanks to the safety car, which means they're going to have less to put back in, which means it is going to be a nice and short first stop for them, hopefully, and they can continue on. But yeah, we'll be eagerly anticipating the first round of scheduled normal stops, probably in the near future. But there you can see the BC Vault on the back of Fordzilla, who, as we've said, have not really kickstarted this race in the best of fashions and are now once again under pressure as the battle for ninth continues in the slipstream, looking very menacing. That 47 machine, is it enough by the time they reach the braking zone? Of course, that car behind would like to find a way through, but I don't quite think it's a heavy enough braking zone into the final corner. It's quite a fast corner, despite the fact that it does happen at the end of a very long straight, but you're not on the brakes for very long, especially in those prototypes, so it doesn't really open itself up to be as good of an overtaking opportunity as it could.
Also, we've had a passes. Here's SimSpot coming into the pits. No, it's them coming into the tire barrier, unfortunately, and hitting it quite hard. Also, we had a change for position. Slow and Confused is retaken third over Alpha Esports Red. 37 team tried to fight them back for it, but couldn't manage to make it happen. Battle for ninth in the meantime between Fordzilla and BC Vault, still keeping them under pressure. Pedro Barbosa and the Grote Racing Team blue car is just behind in that red machine as well.
Yeah, everyone keeping themselves on their toes and a very hotly contested fight as it stands. So, of course, exactly what we want to see. Another replay happening. This is NR Endurance Esports, that 58 machine, and already doesn't look to be in the best of condition, pulling over to the left and stopping on the circuit. No, it looks all fine. So whatever happened there, maybe a hardware failure or something of sorts that forced them to pull over to the left. But peculiar incident indeed, and well, definitely not ideal for them.
So Fordzilla still in 9th. They were briefly in 8th before Pure Sims Esports overtook them and have basically run away. You can see the gap there on your screen now, how much they've stretched over them. We got another replay. Things have all been happening. Beaver Grease Racing has certainly been in the thick of it themselves. So what's happened down into the final turn? There you can see our car of Arcturus Kundalis going by, slow and confused, leaving this pair to it. But a nice pass into the final turn between our two LMP3 cars for that 5th place. As we come back to Fordzilla once more, BC Vault has not been able to affect the pass yet. They're going to go by the LMP3 car of ANR Endurance, number 59, and use them as a buffer down through Sacacorchos.
Have a look as to what's happened to SRB Motorsport, of course, our leader in the LMP3. We're going to take a look, I think, at the battle for the lead because they continue to be very, very close. It's Lauronis on the inside as they run their way through the long kink and, well, is able to get the better run on the straight. It's a drag race, of course, between themselves and Yellow Submarine Squad, and looking very, very feisty. And, of course, they're going to have a long time spent flat out. Then, of course, you get the OBS car that saws their way around the outside, but a drag race is well, sometimes not exactly what you want to see as a driver because you spend a lot of time suspended as to who's going to come out on top in that particular exchange. But for now, it's the 5-3-2.
All right, checking in on that battle as they fight for the lead of this race. Beaver Grease Racing in just behind them. This is for top spots, top 4. Only split by just a second or two here in the LMP3s as they let by Pure Sims Esports. So now our battle for 9th that we were watching before is coming in there. Oh, and I just saw a wreck behind them. It looks like Grow Racing Team Blue involved in that one. We'll see if we can get a replay of that pulled up in a bit as we continue to follow the battle for first in LMP3s.
Yeah, let's take a look as to what's happened.
Oh,
I think just a clumsy move in the form of that GTP. I sent them both round. Thankfully, it could have been worse, I suppose. There could have been more contact and more damage, but yeah, just a little bit scuffy. I think just a little bit awkward. Definitely could have been a lot smoother, but thankfully not the end of the world.
Yeah, I mean, we still have so long left to go in this race. They probably want to cool it down a little bit at this stage. 176 laps to go if we make the full race length instead of timed. And a few cars in the pits, which makes sense because I think we are at the 1 hour mark here pretty soon. So this is the 333 team that is pitting in. The Sapphire SimSport Voltage car. No, this is not a scheduled stop, actually. Oh, okay. This is the Mission R team, actually, pitting in. Now, this is going to be unique. You don't be fooled by the fact that it is a 7-minute pit stop right now. What is happening is they have to recharge the car. It's going to take about 15 minutes. Then they'll be able to get back out on the track and going.
Yeah. Of course, these EVs do demand a lot of power, yeah, charging the car does take a little bit of time, unfortunately, because you can't just pump in more and more of it like you can, I suppose, with fuel. It does take a certain amount of time to be able to get the charge done. It's why we've seen sort of in Formula E and things, particularly sort of in the early days of Formula E, where you had to essentially swap cars because the batteries wouldn't make it long enough. But, of course, as electronic technology improves, the charge times and the efficiencies of the car are going to get better and better. So maybe in future the Mission R, the next stage of its process could be a little bit more efficient. Maybe the charge times brought down a little bit, but at least for now, yeah, they're going to be waiting a fairly long time in the pit lane in order to find themselves back out on circuit. But EVs, I mean, they're a little bit controversial, and I know there are some people that love them, some people that hate them. I recently drove one, just your standard road car, not a race car or anything like that. But it did change my mindset on them a little bit because of the torque delivery. Obviously, with electric cars, you've got instant power. You put your foot down, the thing goes, right? And I never really liked them because obviously there's no noise and you lose a lot of passion, you know, that you don't get to slam through the gears like you would in a manual. But then I took one for a road test at work. and I put my foot down, and I was like, all right, yeah, cool, yeah, this is fun, bring it on. And then I did some more, and I honestly had a lot of fun. Put it into sort of sport mode, and you got a ton of power under your right foot, so the acceleration does suck you into the back of your seat. And also I had the privilege to commentate for Formula E Accelerate in July, and again I got to watch the cars themselves, and they are quick. So don't knock electric vehicles too much. I mean, yeah, there are a few quirks and things, and yeah, of course noise is one of the big ones, but they're interesting cars. They're fun to drive. They can deliver some good racing, and once we get these few little quirks out the way, I think, you know, we could see a bright future for electric vehicles. But that's a topic for potentially the future as we, you know, move our way, you know, into that phase of the automotive industry. Right now, we have got a very good fight between Yellow Submarine Squad and SRB Motorsport in the LMP3 lead.
Yeah, and this is a good tow for SRB Motorsport. They're pulling up back as a defensive move from Yellow Submarine, going to try and dissuade them down into the final turn. And it does look like that is going to block them off for now. They're coming up to the back of Mike Gaff. And the Yellow Submarine car, the GT3 car, he'll pull off to the side and let them through. So still tight racing. Oh, Beerskin by Simsa just had a big moment. They're actually off the track, it looks like, and getting the car going. That's the number 11 team, losing a ton of positions. So they seem to have lost some bodywork. Not sure what's going on, as there they are in the background, being overtaken by BC Vault by Simsa. Let's see if we can find out, more contact with GT3 cars, unfortunately. Oh, boy.
Yeah. Oh, don't rejoin like that. Blimey. I am very thankful that BMW was able to find its way past without getting smacked into. I mean, you have to rejoin the circuit safely. There are upwards of, how many cars? We've got 40, 45 cars out on circuit, maybe even a little bit more. There's a lot going on circuit. You have to make sure you're being aware. Things happen. The emotions are high. You get frustrated, but make sure you bring the car back onto the circuit nice and safely. F3 on the keyboard brings up the little black box dash page on iRacing, and that gives you the relative time to the rest of the pack. Find a clean spot. Make sure you do it safely, and hope that you don't make any contact. Fortunately, they didn't on their rejoin, but it was close. Yeah, we've already seen the consequences of inefficient lapping through traffic. Right now, we're going to see how you lap while also under pressure. Team Fordzilla showcasing a pretty good example of that in their pursuit to stay in front of BC Vault by Simsa, because you're having to be, you know, you're turning your sensors up to 11 because you've got to lap the GTs, you've got to keep a car behind, you've got to make sure you're choosing the right lines, going for the right gaps, and then also not finding yourself into the side of a GT3 car.
Yeah, it's a good point. And so far, I have to give credit to the Fordzilla car, because he's done a good job on keeping BC Vault behind. It's been a hard fight, but he hasn't given it up. I'm trying to see if I can spot any sort of damage or anything on that Fordzilla car that might be slowing them down, and I'm not seeing anything, so I think they are good on that front. But coming down the backstretch once again, we're going to see this all day long, that BC Vault has the slipstream and is going to pull them back in. Now, I thought they would be catching them quicker, but it looks like that BMW just maybe using a bit of that hybrid technology, I wonder here, Zach. I wonder if that's what's keeping them from being caught.
Yeah, of course, I believe the entire fleet of GTPs have got the hybrid power unit added on. I don't think there's any naturally aspirated cars out on the roster. So they all have the extra power to rely on, but the BMW showcasing a very good display of it. Of course, it's the side by side here actually for the lead in LMP3. Of course, you've got Yellow Submarine Squad trying to keep SRB at bay, but with the BMW, it's been around for what now, a year in iRacing, maybe even a little bit more. So it's got that familiarity. People know how to drive it. People know how to drive it quickly, as opposed to the others. A little bit of unfamiliar territory. They've not quite had the experience of it. So yeah, maybe that is also something that's allowing Fordzilla to stay in front. We're going to see something potentially go wrong, because it's an LMP3 versus a GT car. Two to go green on the inside on that Mercedes. No, so far it was all right.
It was a little close down to the corner, but they made it work. as we come back to that battle for the lead once again, almost swapping places. Yellow Submarine ahead of SRB Motorsport. Behind them, there is one of our another one of our LMP3 cars, but that is a lapped car. That's 4X Racing Blue. So if you see them, don't worry, that's not for position, although they may want their lap back if they see those two fighting enough at this stage. On to the back stretch one more time. Up and around the long, gentle left-hander. And it looks like Lorenionis has got a good run here on Basile. He's going to pull him in. He's down to about a car length behind already. We get a defensive move from the 532. They're going to be side by side into the corner, but the outside line for the SRB Motorsports car just has not been working. They have not pushed the issue. So maybe they're doing what you were talking about, Zach, and just trying to keep them honest up at this stage. Not trying to make a serious attempt, but just make them think.
Yeah, that psychological warfare is such as a close fight just in behind as well. But, you know, you don't necessarily have to be, you know, intending to go for a move, but you still want to be in contention. Right now, maybe SRB want to stay behind, stay in the slipstream, save some fuel. They can do that, but they also don't want to allow Yellow Submarine to get away. So they sort of have to have a phantom battle, a sim spot. Too much speed going into the left-hander, blocking the rear, spinning the car around, and are able to continue on. Of course, the spin, not great with the iRacing tyre model, with how hard it is to re-regulate the tyre temperatures, but at least he's kept it out of the barrier, and no major damage sustained to that machine. Maybe a little bit of hurt ego, but he's able to still continue on fine and bring himself back into the race. SRB Motorsport still in, of course, the touching distance for the race lead. We've also got a little bit of of a gap back down to Beaver Grease Racing, about a second or so. So fairly secure in their second position. And as we say, just trying to, I think, keep Yellow Submarine in that touching distance. As I say, they might not want the lead at the moment. They might just be happy to sit in second. But Yellow Submarine squad, if they see an opportunity to build a gap from SRB, they are going to take it. And obviously, Lorenionis isn't going to want that to happen. He's going to be wanting to at least stay in touching distance. And right now we've been treated to a very good fight with these two. I mean, great respect shown in the early phase, and hopefully it's only going to get better and better.
As they go by more of our GT3 cars, and can he create a buffer? He wants to, but not going to let him have it as SRB Motorsport charges his way past the Porsche and make sure that he keeps behind the rear bumper of that LMP3 leader. Also, a little bit of housekeeping, by the way. The 87 team, that's 4SR Racing, was given a drive-through. And also, the 747 car was given a warning for a collision with the 10. And that is over-the-limit racing blue. So that's in the GT3 class that has been given. We got another replay here. We've certainly seen a lot of action, and this time it is indeed contact. The 113 of Locals Autosport getting sent around in the final turn.
That is unfortunate, but the risk that you carry when you take to the racing track, not the way obviously you want to see anything happen, but yeah, fundamentally was their fault, going in a bit too deep into the corner, tapping the rear end. But we'll follow this fight very closely because SRB in touching distance for the lead, practically pushing the Yellow Submarine squad through, but they want to stay tucked up for as long as they can. Defensive goes to 532. The 245 of SRB pulls to the right-hand side, and now we wait to see who's going to be the one that leads going into the final corner. They've also got Beaver Grease Racing sat idle in the background waiting for their chance to strike. Yellow Submarine braver on the brakes, forces SRB wide, and now there's three cars. The LMP3 lead. Oh, bring it on.
Fantastic. Beaver Grease was definitely not this close before. In fact, this has unfortunately put SRB on the back foot. They're trying to defend as Beaver Grease takes a look down to the inside, and they can't make it work. So they will back off. They're going to get interrupted by Spetchen, second place in the OBSP class here. For the moment, this could help or hurt them. Let's see as he takes it around the outside into 3 and 4, pinches down on DeVitas, and that will actually cost him a chance for the lead as he's now backed up into Beaver Grease once more.
Yeah, and that is, of course, good news for Yellow Submarine squad, because if he can feed SRB to the wolf that is the Beaver Grease Racing Plus car, then he's going to have more of an opportunity to build a bigger gap. And right now that's working for him. But of course, with that traffic and things, it can first balance work. But fundamentally, yeah, if Beaver Grease attacks SRB, then Yellow Submarine are free to go and build the gap. So that's obviously an ideal situation for the 5-3-2. But if the 815, the Beaver Grease Racing Plus car, is clever with this, they can both make a joint attack for the lead. But we'll have to wait and see what happens. You can see the 815 very close, but they're both collectively close to Yellow Submarine squad. So they do have to be mindful. Beaver Grease needs to be clever in this. Yes, by all means, go for the move for second, but try not to lose too much time in doing it, because you can see the lead, it's right there, and that is something that neither of these two cars want to risk.
Slow and Confused actually just went into pit lane. I think that's going to be for a scheduled stop here. Forex Orange Racing goes off and has to get the car turned back around, unfortunately, but no contact for them. The other thing we have to remember is this battle for second carries on. This is the only single make category that we've got. Every other class, both other classes, are various different kinds of cars racing out there. Everybody's in the same equipment in the LMP3s.
Well, MTS Garage. That is unfortunate. I think the second bit of trouble that they've been in at some point in this race. And yeah, I suppose, bar the Mission R category, obviously, if you want to be pedantic, is technically a single make class. But yeah, the LMP3
is one car, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Fun fact, the 333 is both leading and last in this category. But yeah, the LMP3 is of the normal classes, yeah, single make, which means the only defining factor is how good of a driver you are and how good of a setup you've got on. And apart from that, fundamentally you've got the same car with the same top speed, the same handling, and all this, that, and the other. So essentially, drive better and you'll be quicker. I know, it's easy as that, right? Tell that to every sim racer. just get better, guys. It's simple, but no, you know, sort of. You can't rely on your car being quicker going into the corners. You can't rely on your car being better on the brakes. You can't rely on your car having 3 extra mile an hour down the straight. You do have to get the work done quite hard, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing about sort of multi-make classes is the fact you have got those differences in their characteristics, but also maybe sometimes you can have a dominating car. Whereas in single make, everyone's got an equal opportunity. All they have to do is set up the car right and also have the consistency over the course of the race. So that'll be something to watch. Alpha Esports by G Performance, though, into the pit lane, as have two Movano come in also, all of, for their first scheduled stops in this race.
That hands the lead over to OBS World by Simsa in the 66. Pure Sims Esports OBSP also up into second. But they took their pit stop in that last caution period, so they will be up there for a little bit longer. They do not have to pit immediately. This is going to change the complexion for a little while. It will be jumbled up. Also, I just want to say, we're in esports. Isn't the term get good?
Yes. just get good. Simple.
Yeah.
Just go better. I mean, it's as simple as that, right? You just turn the steering wheel, push the pedals, and you're fine. You'll win. Obviously, do not take any advice.
Sorry. The 6 car just spun off as they came out of pit lane, all on their own. They got on the throttle and turned it around. Ooh. So even after we cycle through, they will no longer hold the lead as Alpha Esports is ahead of them.
Let's have a look. What's happened? Cold tires, and they've just lit up the rears. Yeah.
Wow.
Too much coming out. Of course, you are turning a corner on the exit. They've lit up the rears and around they went. That is, well, one way to get the tyres warm, I suppose, but not an ideal way as they've lost time doing it. But OBS World by Simsa. Obviously off sequence, which same to do with Pure Sims as well. Really jaggers them in this race. And obviously now we've got 2 separate races as such, 2 different strategies to track. We're only really going to get the merge point later on in the race when we see them both so obviously on that run to the line. What's happened to Dario Frantini? As unfortunately the Mission Art car has, well, found out how much torque an EV has as he's lit up the rears on the exit.
Yeah, so that sent him spinning around. Thankfully was not hit by anyone. Really the main drama in that car is making sure that they can at least make it to the checkered flag. Currently they're running in 51st out of, it's like 52 cars still running? No, we've lost Beerskin, Simsa, and Sapphire SimSport Alpha. So somewhere around 49 cars or so. I think 50 cars that are still running. But we come back to the battle now for Locals Autosports Black and SRB Motorsports R&R. This is 11th down in the LMP3, so a little bit farther down the order. Both drivers have yet to stop. In fact, none of the LMP3s have taken a scheduled stop, I think, from what I can tell.
I don't think so, no. At least not some of our main contenders at the front. Definitely haven't. Speaking of Beaver Grease, obviously up now into second place. Could they maybe mount a challenge going forward on to Yellow Submarine Squad, who at the moment are very much in control. Definitely the ones with the pace as we track a fight. Obviously you can see one of the LMP3s, the 217, a little bit further down in class, but again, long race, plenty can happen. As we say, we're still yet to see any major strategy go on in the P3, so again, that element is still firmly going to be there for the rest of the race. Let's have a look what's happened to SimSpot, who have already had their fair share of bad luck. As same corner, I'm pretty sure that's where they spun last time as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. So they've just been having all kinds of trouble through there as OBS World by Simsa flashing the headlights on the lap traffic, getting through cleanly. Have we mentioned that this Porsche car is actually 9 seconds ahead of the 116? So not only have they already taken their stop, but through plenty of the traffic as well, after that caution has gone away, they are gapping themselves quite handily. So they're leading comfortably.
Yeah. And as I say, we're tracking two different strategies, so maybe going off sequence will help them in the long run of things, especially if they continue to drive at this level where they are quicker than those around them. Then by all means, yeah, they could still win even with the slightly unconventional strategy, or betting on the fact that later on in the race there's a caution that brings them back onto sequence with everyone else. Let's have a look as to what's happened though with a change a little bit further down. This is SRB Motorsport on the back of Beaver Grease. They pull up to the right hand side, do the 245, and they are going to try and have a go around the outside of 14, but Beaver Grease have held themselves firm on the inside, and there's not really much move that the SRB car can make. So that's obviously how the LMP3 fight for second changed. But that OBS World by Simsa, yeah, it's going to be a spot of intrigue because, as I say, they're on the unconventional side of things, but doesn't necessarily mean it's the wrong way to go.
Did we cover when Beaver Grease got by SRB? Because they were in second before, and somehow they've lost that position. So the 815 now up into P2, but they're about 2.5 seconds off of Yellow Submarine, so they've lost a little bit of time. Not sure what has caused that gap, but we definitely have had a bit of a change. There is your leader in the 532 car, and that Yellow Submarine has certainly been chugging along. Has not been the hunt for Red October yet for them, as Tommaso Vasil has been just kind of fending off all comers and also put himself into a nice comfortable position. He's going to lap one of his own class cars. 2 to go green's 315 car stays off to the side and lets them through.
Yeah, nicely done, and doesn't get too much of awkwardness for either party, as you know, is the name of the game in endurance racing. As well, disappearing a little bit was Valkyrie competition, but leading the way in the GT3s, and not by a small margin, nearly 10 seconds clear of AKM Racing. So that Ferrari, to be fair, Valkyrie have been leading since the start, and they continue to do so, just showcasing some really good pace and the benefits of getting your head down and going.
By the way, I'm checking up on our stewards' decisions, and it looks like the 22 car, which is the Sapphire Sim Sports Alpha machine, was given a 10-second stop to go. Kind of a moot point because they've been in lane for a long time. They might actually be out of this race. There's no driver in the car currently. And there's another stop and go for 10 seconds for the 405 car. Collision with car 82 all the way back on lap 5. And double checking to see which team that is. That is 4X Racing Orange, actually. So one of our LMP3s who are many, many laps down at this stage. So those are cars who are having extra woes added to their already poor race. As we watch the 66, who's not been having a bad one at all, at least at this stage, like we said, slightly out of position currently trying to see what they can do going off strategy. As we take a look at the battle here for 12th position in the GT3, Zach. This is SR Technic versus Trispalve Motorsports. That's an interesting name.
Yeah, it's almost as if they don't like us and they want us to trip up. I've had why does iRacing have such arbitrary character? You've then also got sort of the likes of Mercedes AMG, Williams, Esports, Razor, whatever combination of sponsors they've all got as well. Which they're just going to get called Williams essentially. So yeah, team names are always a funny one in the commentary booth, but we do like the interesting ones. I like how Sapphire SimSport have got Voltage at the end of the name because they're driving an EV as such. You get those nice touches, and I've also had Summit SimSport Everest and Summit SimSport, you know, like different Peak and different ways that tie into sort of the name of their team, which is always nice to see. But yeah. Pronunciations, it's always fun, especially first time round. But anyway, a fight for 12th is on the cards. Of course, the Porsche at the moment staying ahead as a very busy pit lane as well, as we now get the first round, I think, of some of the GT3 pit stops as well.
Including our leader. We just saw them on screen. The 532 hands it over to Locals Auto Sports. The 113 inherits it, but it looks like nobody's gotten out ahead of the 532 at this stage. SRB Motorsport also pit, and they are back ahead of Beaver Grease Racing after that pit stop. It looks like pretty close on pit time, so that either was on the in and outs, or they managed to pass them out on track. So haven't seen this car in since they're still on their stint, although they should be getting close to the end of it. They're 32 laps in right now, that number 66. Team Fordzilla up to 8th position. They've gained 1 since we last checked on them. And I think that might be somewhat due to Slow and Confused having a long pit stop last time, a minute 12, compared to some of the others running 50-second pit stops. Not sure if that involved some damage repair or what with the purple machine, but you can see they're actually trying to get that back right now. They're right behind Fordzilla.
Yeah, of course. Usually with any discrepancies in pit stop time, you'd put it down to changing tyres, but these guys are running off the IMSA rules, which means you can fuel and change tyres all at the same time, so you don't lose anything as such by changing tyres. It was probably just some damage repairers immediately on the attack is Slow and Confused. Nicely done. Obviously, it opens the door for Movano SimRacing team, who themselves are trying to fight back after a spin, leaving the pit lane after once leading the race. They're on the inside of Fordzilla, get narrowly close to the Slow and Confused car, but pick their way through. And, well, of course, for Slow and Confused, mistakes happen, things happen, slow pit stops happen. It's how you bounce back from them that define your race.
That is what they're trying to do. It's not over till that checkered flag falls, and the only lap that you have to lead is the last one. Well, there's a 1X for Slow and Confused, taking to the runoff to try and get around there. Hopefully didn't get a slowdown penalty in that. Meanwhile, a spin for SRB Motorsport G&E, not to be confused with the team that's up on the podium. They're down in 7th. Looks like no contact with them. They'll just get going once again.
Yeah, all good. No damage, and away you go, essentially. Best way to go about things when it comes to an incident, because really are no further consequences bar the initial time loss. What's happened to Yellow Submarine squad? This is their GT3 contingent. Mike Gaff just sent wide, I think. A little bit scared off the road, potentially, and probably the better choice is to bail out than get yourself involved in an incident. Agreed.
And you got to think preservation. Oh, which has not happened here. 2 to go green. Unfortunately, involved in some contact. Looks like the bodywork. If it reattaches itself, don't panic. That is iRacing basically reassessing what has happened on the server side. So we might see a little bit of it fly off initially, but it might not stay off completely just because that what we saw was not accurate. Another little look at things with A&R Endurance Esports. And just a simple spin off, it looks like, so no damage to them. Separate incident there as OBS World by Simsa carries on. Locals Autosport Black is in pit lane and now heading out, so they've handed the lead back over to 532. And the biggest difference that I can see after those pit stops is actually SRB Motorsports has lost 7 seconds to the Yellow Submarine squad. So that pit stop has separated P1 and P2 by a much wider margin.
Yeah, not entirely sure as to the reason for the discrepancy. Maybe SRB Motorsport had more fuel to take on. Maybe Yellow Submarine were a little bit more effective at saving and therefore had less to put back into the car as such. But for whatever reason, maybe they were just more effective getting into the pit lane. You know, you forget the going in, the driving down pit lane, the stopping in your box, the taking off your pit limit, all those things. You know, as trivial as they might seem, like no one really practices their pit entries or going into their box or leaving the pit lane. But they're things that can add up. You know, half a second here or there can make a difference. Maybe not 7.5 seconds of difference. There's probably something else at play, but something to be mindful of, because, you know, something as simple as just overstepping the mark going into the pit box, you stop, you think you're stopped in your box, then you realize that you're not actually servicing the car, then you have to reverse, stop again, hope that the car's then actually in the right place, and by that point, you know, you could have lost 2, 3, 4 seconds. So it's those small trivial things that you wouldn't really give much of a second thought to that can, well, make a big impact. But whatever's happened has happened, and Yellow Submarine lead the way in LMP3 by 7.5 seconds. SRB in their fight with Beaver Grease continues, and that again might be another reason why. Those two have been battling fairly hard, and, well, Yellow Submarine squad have just said, cheers boys, and off they went.
Yeah, also, you say they're not practicing those pit entries and exits, but I guarantee you the best teams out there are making sure they practice every aspect of this race down to a T. But we continue to watch this battle here a little bit farther down as the GT3 cars. We haven't covered them a whole lot, but they have their own intense battles. Right now, PPF Racing Team is your leader, and a big moment in front of him is the 4SR LMP3 car, goes around right in front of them.
Oh, good reactions to not cause any further dramas. And good avoidance there. Let's take another look as to what's happened. The 4SR Racer machine running their way through turn number 1, and it was in fact actually tagged around by the Ferrari. I think the LMP3 just got pinched on the apex ever so slightly, and obviously with the GTs being so close to the LMP3s in terms of pace, that going mid-corner, their minimum speed probably aren't too different. So the Ferrari is probably just trying to take a normal line as Grey Racing Team, Joao Santos facing the wrong way as well. But that Ferrari is probably just trying to take his normal line, and then obviously with the LMP3 ever so slightly slower, there was a little bit of contact. The MTS Garage as well having a little bit of an issue. The 111, more problems for MTS Garage, and well, it's going from bad to worse in their day so far.
I wonder if that's going to be a penalty for that Team 406 car. Report of incident with car 21 has wrong lap info. Please send correct info. I think that's who we saw spun. Yeah, that's the... Or no. That is the team that made the contact. That's the 4X Racing Purple team. I assume that is for the contact they just made. So they were the one to file the report. If you're the car behind, though, making the contact, I would not really be as confident in that situation, Zach. Usually it's the car behind that's considered the aggressor.
Yeah, you are, as the car behind, you are responsible for anything that happens. Obviously, the P3 that was tagged round as Yellow Submarine squad. The P3 leader, little bit of a snap into the gravel trap. Thankfully, had a 7.5 second buffer back to the next car. They rejoin. Now it's a 2.5 second gap, but they're going to be grateful that those around them were slowed down so much so they could keep the lead despite the mistake.
Oh, and the Grow Racing Team went around for a second. I thought that was our former leader. And we're getting word. We're sorry, we had two people talking to us at once. It sounded something like that. Maybe that was the former leader that just had an accident.
Potentially. Yeah, not entirely sure actually.
Yeah. 1 second, getting information. And we do have Nicholas Maynard from the 171 team as well, ready to talk to us. That is for HundredForce. And unfortunately, they're in the GT3 class down in 16th right now. We're bringing in Nicholas. Nicholas, it looks like it hasn't been the greatest of starts to the season for your team, running towards the back of the pack with a ways to go up to the leaders. How do you guys take it from here, knowing that you've got a lot to go?
Yeah, pretty much just one lap at a time. Came into this season, not too high on the expectations, more so just, to be here and see what we can do this year. Jazowski, who's currently driving, is brand new to everything, so he's just getting up to speed. So we're learning a lot right now. We missed one strategy call on that early caution, but outside of that, we're just trying to keep it clean and make it to the end.
We've been seeing a lot of replays of drivers spinning off and a few tangles with the interclass traffic out there. Are you guys mostly focused on just keeping it on the track to bring it home to the finish? It does look like attrition might play a factor.
Yeah, that's our plan. That's what we kind of saw in the preseason test race. As long as we can keep it on track and off the wall and finish, we should pick up, I would imagine, another 3 or 4 positions. I think our goal right now is to try to work inside that top 10.
Well, so far, looks like you guys are at least plugging away here. Ultimately, what do you think is possible for the team? Do you think there's a potential position that you're going for, or are you being open-minded?
Yeah, top 10 would be pretty awesome. That's a good realistic goal. Anything less than that, it might be a disappointment, but if everything turns out clean and we don't have any, incidents or any dumb mistakes, I would still consider it a success.
Well, 153 laps to go. You got some time. We get a replay of some contact between our LMP3s. Best of luck out there, and hoping you stay out of trouble.
Awesome. We appreciate it.
Nicholas Maynard for the 171 team. Boy, a lot of contact between our LMP3s there as we come back live now to 14th position, 4SR, Transport Engineering by VILN. We get another replay. That replay button is going to get worn out by the time we're done with this. Vilnius Tech, unfortunately, finding themselves spinning off into the grass. Don't forget, they do have an incident limit for this one. To go green, also having themselves a little bit of an off. And yet more cars running into trouble. My goodness, it has been a little bit chaotic here at this stage. In fact, those cars are off right now. That's 4SR Racing and Alpha Esports by G Performance. That's one of our front runners, actually, in the 77. And they've lost second place to OBS World by Simsa because of that contact. So major developments here at the front of the prototype class here, Zach. The drivers I was just talking to Nicholas about trying to keep out of trouble, and I think there's a few other teams that need that lesson.
Yeah, of course, the name of the game is to stay out of trouble as best you can. I mean, it's common sense, really. The more crashes you have, the less likely you are to finish in a good position. So keep your nose clean. Stay on the track, stay out the barrier, stay out the pit lane as well as much as you can. And, chances are, even if you're not the quickest car on track, you will have a decent-ish time of things. Race Onion as well, I believe, have maybe come into the pit lane from second as Alpha Esports then re-inherit their second place, but a couple of changes in the prototypes over recent times. But yeah, I mean, it is common sense that even if you're not the quickest driver on track, you can still finish well just by keeping your nose clean. To finish first you must finish.
Absolutely. Also, warning for car 21 for contact with the 406 machine. That's Flat Out Racing that get away with a little wag of the finger, at least for now, but I don't know how many more they're going to get before they get sent down pit lane for that one. As we check in on the battle for 6 here in the GT3s, over the limit racing, trying to keep ahead of the Porsche of over the limit racing. It's the red versus the blue team.
Well, of course, the two teammates don't crash into each other. That's a good start. But yeah, well, of course, great picture opportunity for these guys. Obviously, for the over the limit racing, let's hope they keep the battling under the limit. That would be pristine from a teammate's perspective. But yeah, both of them running really nicely, 5th and 6th. Definitely not a bad position to be in what is currently started as a 20-car field. So can't complain with being firmly inside the top 10. As it stands, the blue Porsche has got the ever so slightly margin ahead of the red counterpart, but can't complain with these guys. I mean, as a team, they must be doing really well. You'd understand, sharing the same strategy, working together quite nicely, and well, whatever they're doing, it's working.
Well, it's also working for SRB Motorsport. The 245 team has caught up to the Yellow Submarine squad. I'll keep an eye on that in case they have a change of position there, because that is within 0.3 of a second. There it is now between the pair of them. Beaver Grease Racing has fallen backwards, so it's back to these two that we saw battling before. Look at that, on his tail, just shadowing him around every corner.
It's what he needs to do. It's what we were talking about earlier with Movano and Alpha in the GTPs. Don't let them get away. Don't let them breathe. Stay on their case. Keep them under pressure, and that is going to allow you to close the gap, stay in contention, and give you the high ground with how things are going on. This is an unfortunate display maybe from Pure Sims. You can see there's the Michelin Porsche. They go either side of them themselves and Alpha Esports, and no change there. So all good for those two, but still very close in their pursuit for second in the top class. But yeah, these two, SRB, I mean, if they can force Yellow Submarine Squad into yet another mistake, let's not forget that Basil is going to be feeling that mistake even in his driving now. It takes a long time to get back into the swing of things. So if the 245 wants that lead, not only can you attack, but also you can pile the pressure on until it gets to a point where it's too much for the Yellow Submarine Squad to handle, and they could find themselves making yet another mistake. So, of course, it's a long race. No need to rush. Play the long game and play the long tactics as well.
Not even a little look there on the backstretch, though, from P2. Thought they were close enough. Maybe they'd try something, but nothing there. Also, big development in the GT3s. Valkyrie Competition has a drive-through penalty for pit entry line cut. So they did not follow the race director's instructions on pit entry, and they're now going to suffer the consequences for that. 406 also has a drive-through penalty for collision with car 87. And I believe that is 4X Racing Purple, yeah, that drive-through penalty. Stewards have been busy today, unfortunately, and our leaders in the GT3s have some of the worst of it. Oh, Alpha Esports by G Performance also goes off in the final quarter themselves and are now in pit lane. Our former second-place runner.
Let's have a look. What's happened to them? You can see in the 77. Just too much speed. I mean, to be fair, they held it well. So it's not like they went too crazy going in, but still decided to come into the pit lane. So for whatever reason, find themselves back in pit lane. But of course, this is a very fast corner. Very easy to load up the tyres too much, and there's contact. And the 237 is tagged round by the fellow LMP3. It's a very busy part of the circuit to find yourself rejoining on. What's happened to the car that caused it, the 4X Racing machine?
Oh, got loose. There was a Porsche there, and actually the GT3 car carries on, but it was just such a traffic jam behind them. Looks like they couldn't get away with it. Now, Spetchins is in pit lane. This is what surprises me, Zach. We saw that Alpha Esports car have a slide, but for them to come into pit lane, I thought that they would have hit something, but it was just a clean off track for them. I don't know why they came into pit then.
Yeah, yeah, that's the thing that I was confused about as well, because all they did was spin, and obviously I know that they cooked your tyres, but it wouldn't warrant a pit stop. So maybe I don't know. I was about to say maybe the spin put them over the 60X for a drive-through, but it's too early on in the race, surely even for that. They've not. I was going to say they're probably nowhere near it. They've not even been involved in any trouble. There's no reason for it to have been a drive-through. So. Yeah, I'm as confused as you are, and yeah, whatever they decided to do, obviously I'm sure it's probably the best course of action for them. But what it has meant is that they're 12th place in class and not second.
So far, we've only had 2 cars officially out. Sapphire SimSport Alpha is retired, and Turbo Turtles are out of this race. Nobody else has officially pulled the garage door down and are still running. So we watch the battle for third between Alpha Esports Red and Movano SimRacing Team. Former leader in that number 6 car, trying to find their way forward and see if they can once again lead this race. But it's certainly been a dramatic one as we hop on the wing, at least briefly, for BC Vault by Simsa, and what looks like a big battle here for 6. Fordzilla's now up a couple more spots.
Very much playing the long game of Fordzilla. Of course, the pole sitters and fell back really dramatically in the early stages, but could well now be on their resurgence back to the top. I mean, BC Vault by Simsa has been with them for a good portion of this race to date, and they've kept each other honest. And you know, they've been as a pair collectively moving themselves forward. I mean, there was a time these guys were fighting for the back end of the top 10. Now they're firmly inside it, and bit by bit they're moving themselves forward.
Looks like, I think that was our former leader. I think that the Valkyrie car serving their penalty there, and they're back to only second place. So wow, so they didn't suffer as much as I thought they would, but they've got to make up about 5.5 seconds as we continue to watch this fight for 6th here on your screen. Going to get held up by both of the other classes briefly, eventually sliding underneath. Abel Torres using that perfectly and putting the Ferrari between himself and the BC Vault by Simsa car.
Yeah, nicely done. And well, we follow on now. Movano SimRacing Team, Alpha Esports Red in their fight for third. Movano, of course, are the lead of the conventional strategy. Those that didn't pit on under the safety car, they've got about 6 seconds to the next car, and then 7.5 seconds to the leader. So all in all, about 14 seconds-ish worth of a gap. So that's a long time to close, but obviously with pit stops and things, they will, I can imagine, re-inherit the race lead despite their spin. So they've fought back really nicely. You know, since then, of course, they spun exactly there, just on the outside there after their pit stop, cold tyres and things, and has cost them. But all in all, they've been able to put themselves back into a position that was the position they were in before the incident. So yeah, great job by Sasha Gould, who is still blisteringly quick out on track, still holds the fastest lap as well for good measure. And as it stands, I'd still say our favourites for this win.
Now, OBS World by Simsa and Pure Sims Esports OBSP have both pitted 9 laps ago, though, so they should be going longer. So I don't think that 6 car is actually our current leader. They're going to be pitting before those next ones. Yeah, I think it still is held by the 66 and the 116. And I was trying to figure out, I see a time in pit lane for the Movano, but not any time in their pit stall, and was trying to check to see if they had any drive-through penalty that I had missed, but I only saw a no further action call involving the 6 car. I haven't seen anything handed out to them by race control up to this stage. Alpha Esports Red hanging with them briefly, but now starting to drop off as we watch them climb the hill to start lap 61 of this race. As we come back now to the battle for 12th instead, Tri-Splave Motorsports being hassled a little bit, not by their own class, but by one of the LMP3s trying to go through.
Yeah, again, we're seeing that. Of course, you know, they're not fighting each other for overall position or anything like that, but they are close in terms of raw pace. The P3s and the GT3s, we'll see it probably right now, as the SRB car tries to, or the Yellow Submarine Squad, one of the two, no, it is the Yellow Submarine Squad, I should say, correct myself, find themselves past, probably because, you know, it's yellow, would make sense that it's the Yellow Submarine car, but anyway, you know, there's not a huge discrepancy between the two. The main thing is, as you can see, the straight line speed, but mid-corner and things, they're fairly matched. So, yeah, sort of as you're going through corners and things, the GT3s and the LMP3s, you know, their minimum speed isn't too different. It's only when you open the car up on the straight, at least initially, their acceleration is a lot quicker. You can see they're not actually putting that much on the BMW behind once they do get to their top speed. So does make life a little bit more tricky for the LMP3s because they know they're quicker. It's off the road, the 532.
Yeah, just spun up through, I think, the final corner, and they're going to fall all the way down to third. SRB Motorsports is now your leader. Yellow Submarine has looked so good this race, leading for the vast majority of it, and it's a simple error that takes them off. Now, Zach, I've been looking at the track information. It is much warmer than what we saw earlier on. It's 106 Fahrenheit on the track right now. So I wonder if it's just gotten really hot and slick out there, and that's why we're seeing so many more spins.
Yeah, it's a carbon copy of the same mistake we see it down at that final corner. Because, you know, you're coming off the straight that leads you from turn 10. You're flat out for that whole thing. Must be, what, 2 kilometers, maybe just a little bit less, potentially, in terms of actually being flat out. It's a fast corner, especially sort of in the prototypes and things. To be fair, in all 3 classes, you're carrying a lot of speed going through. And it's easy for the tyres to slip, especially when they're getting too hot. As well, that is a little bit of traffic negotiation from Ivano. They go either side of the P3s that are going 3 wide amongst themselves. But you're demanding a lot of the car, and if they're hot, they're more likely to slide and more likely to slip. And only takes a small snap, and around you go, facing the wrong way. Thankfully, for the most part, we've not seen anyone hit the barriers, but even more shenanigans down here as one of the cars is being sent off the road, and another car has had a spin. That turn 14 is really the action zone.
That's Beerskin by Simsa that was off. He'll get back on as Slow and Confused puts them another lap down. We're looking at 4X Racing in the 406, sitting 16th position right now in that class, which is well down. And Grow Racing with João Santos in 13th is trying to be, well, not trying to be chased by him. It's trying to get away from him. If anything, 2 to go green just behind is back on his horse. Yellow Submarines. Basile is chasing. And 2 to go green, I believe, is the only all-women's team that we have out there, from what I'm being told, in that 315.
So, yeah, of course, flying them quite nicely in all fairness, and looking fairly strong as well. Of course, Women in Motorsport has been on the up, of course, with Bianca Bustamante, I believe her name is, the Formula 1 Academy driver, now joining the McLaren Driver Academy program. So, you know, it's great to see, obviously, the progress of Women in Motorsports and things. We've had all female Le Mans teams, and well, now we've got Super Go Green in the OBS Endurance Cup as well, flying really nicely, of course, running pretty well in fairness, and still a long way to go for more opportunities to improve their place as well. So it will be interesting to see their progress over the course of the session, and of course over the next 142 laps of racing. But yeah, women in sim racing is a thing that has definitely become more and more, and there are a fair few that are very successful.
Absolutely, and again, sim racing kind of democratizes things because it's a lot less expensive than going real racing. So you get women who can show themselves. That Bianca's announcement definitely made me smile, because weirdly enough, just about a week before that announcement, I guess 2 weeks here, I was at Indianapolis for the 8 hours of Indy, and she popped into the booth, and my cohort DJ Clark, who you'll get to see here later this season on this series, got to interview her, talk to her about her progress working up through various racing series, and seeing her be able to make such a great announcement for a major team like that is a huge coup, and glad to see that more women in racing are being given opportunities to show the speed that they've got, as we see the lead in the GT3s has now been handed over to AKM Racing UK. Remember, it was Valkyrie earlier that was leading, but they might be able to change that back. Look at that. The Ferrari has already caught them, Zach.
Insane. They are so quick. It is scary how quick that Valkyrie competition machine is. Of course, the Ferrari is one of the prettier looking cars on the field. I do like the look of it. Looks very, very nice. And of course, it drives well as well, which is the more important thing. The addition, obviously, of the Ferrari 296 is a good one. And, well, very much enjoying the speed that they've got out on circuit. I'm sure Valkyrie competition are as well. Altus Esports not too slow. Of course, they got the drive-through in the initial safety car phase. They've already fought their way up into third and within touch and distance of the race lead as well. So Ferrari in the GT3s, the manufacturer to beat.
And for the LMP3s, it is no longer going to be the 245 the one to beat. They have gotten a drive-through penalty for crossing the pit entry, and Team Fordzilla with more woes today, getting turned by one of our GT3 cars. So our leader, now another penalty for a leader in class we're seeing. The OBSP class is looking over their shoulder, probably a little bit nervously now, at least the leader over there, the 66, probably hoping and crossing their fingers that they don't find themselves the next to fall victim.
Yeah, let's see. The lead curse potentially slow and confused on the back of Alpha Esports Red, and well, they're going to try and make them swap roles as they do into turn 14. Nice move there from Candelis as he picks his way up into now 4th place. But yeah, SRB Motorsport, it's an easy mistake to make, small mistake. But if the rules say you can't put a wheel over the line, the rules say you can't put a wheel over the line, and that's that. Done is dusted. You violated them. You now get the consequence. It's not the end of the world though. You can still fight back from here. As you can see, Slow and Confused still under pressure from the Porsche in behind. They're darting their way through some GT traffic. The Alpha Esports Red machine very close behind in there. Back and forth battle, really. These two have not really been able to leave each other alone.
Certainly not, and it's given us a lot of excitement because of that. But as they go by the Valkyrie competition, Ferrari doesn't look like he's going to get a good enough run, Will DeHaan. Kundelis tries to get away. There is your leader once again in the GT3s, having made the pass on AMKM Racing UK, just behind them by only about half a second at this stage. Coming towards the end of the backstretch, not close enough to be able to reel them back in, at least this time through. And we are getting down to, if I'm seeing this correctly, 3 hours and 17 minutes left to go. That seems a little bit early. I don't think that's correct. Shouldn't be, anyways.
What pace are the? We had 202 laps. What pace are the GTPs doing at the moment? Must be what?
Should have only been 2 hours ago, I thought. Yeah, I don't know. That seemed. I think my timing and scoring might be off. So I'll try and figure out where exactly. Yeah, we're 2 hours in from what I'm seeing into this race. So we still have lots more time to go than those 3 hours. So I think my timing and scoring has gone wonky. So apologies for that as we check in on the battle for second now in GT3. Wow, AKM Racing UK has not been able to let up. Altus Esports about to try and put them down one more.
Yeah, and Altus Esports, Seth Brown, of course, the pole sitters initially for the GT3s, as we say, got that drive-through after the initial safety car phase, but have fought back valiantly to, as you can see, they can see the leader of Valkyrie competition who have recently got themselves back in front. We'll be interested to see Altus Esports and Valkyrie go toe-to-toe to see which one actually has got the pace, because Valkyrie inherited the lead after Altus's drive-through and dominated, but now Altus has fought back. Maybe the two of them are actually really close in pace, and we can have a brilliant GT3 battle to the end of this race. Maybe we could see AKM Racing stay involved as well. Michael Goff fighting at the sharp end of the field. The BMW meet in the Ferrari bread sandwich. So a BMW sandwich with some good old Ferrari bread either side of them. But as it stands, these three fairly close on pace, and Altus Esports would like to find themselves in direct sight of the race lead.
Yeah, and they're pretty close to that, honestly, so I wouldn't put it past them to be able to do that. We also had a drive-through for the 87 car. That is not one of our leaders this time, thankfully. That would be, actually, let me double check to see who that is. That is 4SR Racing. So I think that's down in our LMP3s. Once again, they made contact with the 77 team, unfortunately. But still sticking to the back of the 983. Seth Brown for Altus Esports doing what he can to try and put the pressure on, while Valkyrie Competition tries to run away from the pair of them. Got a replay for SRB Motorsport blinking out. Have we lost them maybe? Let me double check.
Well, have we?
Trying to see if I can
Frantically
find them.
finding.
No, they're still out there. Okay, they're still out there. So it looks like the blink was just for a little while, and they've been able to return. But the longer you blink away, the more likely you could find yourself disconnected due to a poor connection. The iRacing simulator servers will do that automatically if your internet connection is found to be lacking out there. So they will want to make sure and kick that modem and get it back into working order.
Yeah, they will do. Yeah, quite quickly as well, because of course if you disconnect you are allowed to rejoin the session, but you'll be in the pit lane and your chances are be a lot of laps down, because you go back to pit lane, you lose the lap that you were, say, 3/4 of the way through, you go back to the beginning of that lap, and then also the progress the race has been through. As that is a prime example. Is that Movano involved?
I think it might be. I know that was Slow and Confused that just snuck through. I'm going to try and see if I can get another look on my screen on who that involved there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Movano.
On the outside, Slow and Confused nipped their way through, and he had the pinch point of all three classes. Movano just a passenger really on the outside, and just one of those awkward things again that are definitely avoidable, but you can see Sasha Gall on the outside didn't really play too much of a part in that one, and well, was just an instant bystander. He's now got a little bit more work to do if he wants to claw his way back into contention.
Yeah, it was aggressive, but to be fair, from what I could see on my screen going back and look at it, Slow and Confused had presented themselves well. They were down by the apex with plenty of time. I think it was that LMP3 car turning in. They got bounced off of them, and it sent them to the car outside. I almost put it on them, but that's for the stewards to decide. It's not my role to try and figure out who gets what out there. We did have a couple more penalties, drive-through for the 87. I don't know if I mentioned that, but no further action for the 37 and the 6 and their involvement for various incidents. But the 6 obviously involved in another one now. We'll see if he gets, well, I doubt he'll get a penalty for that with him being on the outside of that whole interaction. In the meantime, back to the battle for the lead in the GT3s, down to a second between Valkyrie and AKM, but also AKM being chased by Altus by half a second. Worth mentioning, they have gapped P4 by a big margin. It's 10 seconds behind them, so they've got room to race.
They have, yeah. Usually the trouble with racing and endurance races is that you fall victim to cars behind, but there's a big enough gap that they have got a little bit of wiggle room to play with here. Obviously, Altus Esports and AKM don't want to fight too much just to risk allowing Valkyrie to run away with things, because they've already proven they're the last team you want to let get a gap. But it's not like they're under threat from losing positions, so it's all to gain for Seth Brown. And let's see what he's got. I mean, he's been behind this train for a couple of laps now, so maybe that progress is starting to slow down as he's met his match of the top 2. But anything can happen. Again, pit stops will be coming in the future, let's not forget, so maybe it could be an opportunity for Altus Esports to spark up a couple more places. But fundamentally, yeah, these three virtually matched in terms of pace. I'd say Valkyrie, as it stands, have got the advantage, but, well, that's always subject to change.
Movano's trying to fight back. They're in a side-by-side battle with BC Vault for 5th in the OBSP class. We're not seeing it on screen, but it looks like BC Vault is able to overtake them. Almost wonder if Movano has some damage that's slowing them down currently, and that's what's hurting them. Meantime, still watching the fight down in GT3s into turn 1. A little bit of a look by Blue by TC on Over the Limit Blue. This is for 4th position, as they were just overtaken by one of our LMP3s, now scampering off up the road. Could see an opportunity down into the Sakacorcho chicane here. They're all right on top of each other.
Exactly what we like to see, though, is everyone fighting and with great respect as well. 3 cars in the fight for 4th. You can see the 2 Porsches and the Mercedes of Over the Limit Racing Blue by Tees, and then 10 out of 10s, which is definitely not a confusing team name in terms of how many T's are in that one, but we'll roll with it. It's a nice car and fighting for a nice position as well. There you can see the number 10 machine, which again is even more fitting. The number 10, the 10 out of 10s, and well, in 6th place, right behind the 14 car, just ahead of them. That Porsche would see them into 5th place if he's able to find his way past. Of course, the pure grunt strengths of the Mercedes might well be able to see him past the Porsche. Well, it is nice and nippy through the corners, isn't quite as quick on the straights as you'd like, so let's see what the Mercedes can do. Not quite strong enough on the brakes going into turn 14, so they stay at line of stern, all 3 of them. Very, very beautiful racing, great respect that they have had, and well, let's hope it continues.
Yeah, looks like Vinicius is going to keep the pressure on. I think that's supposed to be 10/10ths is what that's supposed to be for them. But he's definitely trying to see if he could shake something out of the number 14 in front of him. So far, no dice. The Porsche holding station over the Mercedes as Over the Limit Racing Blue leads the pair of them. And Slow and Confused just pit in, so I think that's going to be a scheduled stop because that was 34 laps into the stint, so that should be the end of how far they can go. We're going to get overtaken now, I think, by one of our OBSP cars. Looks like that's Alpha Esports Red sneaking by. Not going to give a chance to any of the 3 to change positions down in the GT3s, and everybody is able to shake hands and carry on successfully.
Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, still obviously holding their formation quite nicely. Of course, Over the Limit Racing Blue building a nice-ish little gap. I mean, 8 tenths clear of the 14 machine in 5th, as that is getting close between the 2 cars. Don't come into contact, guys, especially not on a straight. That would be suboptimal, as Lewis McGlade would very rightly say. Back to this fight, though, as Movano SimRacing team, after being involved in an incident, are trying to fight back. They go side by side with the BC Volt car and do get themselves ahead, but is it going to be short-lived? I mean, have they got the car length ahead? They have, and thankfully Bormeyer is willing to sit behind Sasha Gul, because I think the consensus is there that Movano SimRacing team are the quicker of the 2. You can see their comparative lap time, 7 tenths in favour of Movano, but it was all for nothing anyway as they come into the pit lane.
Well, I fear the Yellow Submarine squad that was leading this race is going to have to dock soon, because the 532 has been given a drive-through penalty for a collision with car 117. Movano, as you said, responding and pitting in themselves after we saw Slow and Confused take their scheduled stop. Coming in, taking service. You can see them popping up, getting tires. Don't forget, limited sets of tires here for these cars, so the OBSP class can't exactly take them every single time. Alpha Esports Red up to 3rd now, trying to keep BC Vault by Simsa at bay as they are trying to overtake that battle in the GT3 cars that we were just following before.
Yeah, they are indeed, as Race Onion are now in contention for it. But yeah, with the limited tyre things, oh, well, hang on, that is busy with the GTs. That's that 3-way fight that we were following for 4th place. And now we've also got one for 4th as well in the OBSP class, with BC Volt, Race Onion, Fordzilla now also in the mix, you know, pouring their way back into contention for a top 5. Side by side go Peter Zuber and Lars Baumeier to the inside of turn 14, but no changes between the 2 of them. Team Fordzilla, they're in the mix, raring to go. They have got to be mindful of their tyres, because as we say, there's only a limited set of them. Inside line for Race Onion. They send the move late on the brakes into turn number 1. It's the outside line for BC Volt, as who's going to be the one to get the position? Race Onion now turn to the outside. BC Volt holding firm. That inside run gives them the inside. They continue to run too wide as Team Fordzilla sat idle in the background waiting for a chance to strike. At the end of it, though, when it all settles down, it's Race Onion that take 4th. Third, sorry.
Great stuff there by the 15. Yeah, Alpha Esports Red pit in and abandoned that battle themselves, but still we got a newcomer, as you mentioned, in Fordzilla joining the fray as they come up to the chicane, plunging downhill. This is a steep drop here quite an elevation change that the cars go through, and then it settles out into the long left-hander. Multiple corners technically by the track map, but here we go. Gonna get boxed in, just finds enough space. Didn't quite see it on screen, but Zuba and Race Onion had to split the pair of SBR Motorsports R&R and the GT3 of Altus Esports. Thankfully, they had just enough room. I thought they were gonna get caught big time there.
Yeah, they could have done. It's always a risk when things get a little bit close for comfort, but no harm, no foul in this particular running of things. Team Fordzilla now firmly inside the top 5 into 4th, but immediately into the pit lane for their next stop. As well, let's see what happens. A little bit of variation, as we know, with the conventional and those that pit, just under the safety car. Also a fight here with 1010s moving their way into 4th place in the GT3 as well. Just ahead now, as you can see, of Over the Limit Racing Blue, who fall backwards to 5th, but immediately on the counter-attack potentially that Mercedes looking menacingly quick in this fight for 4th.
Also got some more penalties drive-through for the 313 car and for the 37, both for collisions with other vehicles. The 37 was a collision with car 6. So I wonder if that was the incident we saw that took Movano out a little bit earlier. Ooh, very wide and almost losing control. 10 tenths was at 11 tenths for a brief moment through turn 4, but they'll only lose the position. So it looks like Over the Limit Racing Blue will manage to sneak up there. Blue by TC in behind, taking a big look down into Sacacorchos, but no dice. With Fordzilla pitting, I also want to note that is the last of our drivers on that strategy that removed themselves from that battle we were watching in the prototypes. It is all drivers on the alternate strategy that pit under the yellow that are now up at the lead of this race once again.
Yeah, so the interesting variant that firmly is there will be one that we watch develop, because OBS World by Simsa, we are confident, are potentially another favourites, with Movano having a couple of issues. Very close for the counter-attack. 10 temps wants that 4th place back. Defensive goes the Porsche. It's the long way round. He's a little bit deep on the brakes, though, is the number 10 machine. Could it be the up and under that he needs? Not quite, but he gets his foot down to the floor, up over the crest, and look at that. Blue by TC now bringing himself into the fight. We've got one of the BMWs also fighting their way past as well, but they settle themselves into single file down into turn 1. This is a beautiful battle and great mutual respect between all three.
Yeah, great racing. Very aggressive racing from 10 tenths. Sending it in deep. Oh, it makes a little bit of contact and spinning in front of him. He's going to catch him once more. That was Alpha Esports purple, and it sends him hard into the barrier. Extreme damage on that number 10. Both cars are rolling. It looks like they're going to try and drive him back to the pit lane. So I don't think we're going to get a full course caution out of this, but that was a massive shunt.
Yeah, it was. I don't even. Well, let's count, shall we? How many times the Mercedes goes around. Grow Racing Team were fine, but then you have the Mercedes that has seen better days. That is not the way it rolled off the factory assembly line, and is not the way that is going to be favourable to drive at all. I think. I mean, it depends. I mean, if we can ride on board with them, we'll really get a picture of how the steering geometry has affected that car, because obviously if he's driving straight with his steering wheel at 90 degrees, then he's got a big problem. But if it's only that front bumper that's damaged, it not only will it be slightly more drivable to get back to the pit lane, but it will also take slightly less time to repair. He's got to be lucky that there's no suspension damage, but you have to think he's going to need a miracle for that to be the case.
I'm pretty sure they're going to be many laps down on this one. I don't think it's just the front clip that they're going to be able to replace and get back out there because of the way they went into the wall. Also got a warning for car 71 for a dive bomb. That's interesting. They have various penalties and things that they can apply for all the rules here and in this series, and they don't like drivers trying to make those sort of moves. They want them to present the car as well as possible. Looks like our former leader there, the Yellow Submarine Squad, just going back through some of the lapped cars. And then this looks to be the 227 team of PPF Racing that we've got on screen. They are currently in 9th position with Klepikas in that machine.
Now, fight for second. Look at this. Altus Esports ahead of AKM Racing in the GT3 battle, but Michael Goff would want that second place back. I mean, they've lost a lot of time to Valkyrie competition in the meantime. Up 11 seconds now is the 177. Look at the BMW speed. I mean, Seth Brown defends, but is it going to be enough to stop Goff from going to the right-hand side into turn 14? We've seen the long way around not quite be as effective as people would like, but if he's got the advantage and forces Seth Brown to tuck back into situ, nicely done. AKM Racing takes second place back in GT3s.
There's that Alpha Esports purple car that we saw involved in that incident with the GT3 Merc, and he's going to easily get by them, at least this time, without any problems. But nice move there by the BMW of AMK Racing. Now up into second, but they've got 10.5 seconds up to Valkyrie. Whoa, and what's happening in the background? Holy cow, way off on the final turn.
Well, we're going to have to take another look at that. That is for certain. What has happened is in comes the 10/10 Mercedes into the pit lane finally. But something has happened. There's the two LMP3s. The yellow by TC goes in. Too hot, locks the rears, tags the BMW, who initially did a really good job of avoiding it. That is unfortunate for Zentalis.
Yeah, I mean, real innocent victim in that situation. Was Partanen, the trail braking racer 738, who got taken out there. Zentalis trying to send it in maybe a little bit too late, and it kind of cost them both in that situation. OBS World by Simsa in the meantime. They still lead this one by about 5 seconds. They're on the same strategy as Pure Sims Esports by OBSP. They've got that handy little gap of about 5 seconds. So with them being on the same strategy, it's going to take the 116 having to push a little bit. They've used the traffic to their advantage where they can to catch them up and put a challenge on. Or, one thing that we haven't mentioned in a while, and knock on your favorite piece of wood, we haven't seen a caution since that first one.
That is true. It has been relatively clean since, so always good news. Even with some fairly hefty spins and such, they have not quite warranted a safety car, so good to see. There is our race leader of OBS World by Simsa, running really nicely out in front. But Pure Sims, that gap has closed. It's only now, it's sub 4 seconds, so it is coming down. A fight for 16th place at the moment between SRB Motorsport and Vigidas Pack Racing. As Lucas Azalis stays behind for now as they cut their way through some GT3 traffic. But yeah, it's been a hectic start to this race, but thankfully, as we say, no new cautions to report on. And we've had a good, hour and a half since then. So yeah, these guys doing a nice job.
Yeah, I think it's been about an hour and a half since we last saw that one. 125 laps to go if they do make the full race distance here. And slicing through, you can see how difficult it is dealing with the various classes, and also how tough it's going to be keeping the incidents down for just going off track. Just deciding to bail out of that one was the number 14 and going off to the side to keep himself safe as we check in for the battle for third now, with Blue by TC trying to catch up for Over the Limit Racing Blue, who we saw on screen briefly. And then coming up to the braking for the final corner here, they're going to get interrupted by Jack Badger and Alpha Esports Red, who finds himself some space on the inside, thankfully, but he came from a long ways back there.
Yeah, he did. It was a pretty audacious attempt, and ones that you do have to be a little bit more mindful of in endurance racing, because you carry a lot more risk, and there's a lot longer race to go for you to be carrying that risk. A little bit of an excursion, though, from where the LMP3s as they go off the road, kicking up a little bit of dust, but there's no change for the fight for third in GT3 as it stands. Still Over the Limit Racing Blue and Blue by TC battling away, but I think that Just As has got the measure over the 14 machine for now. Just looking slightly quicker, and AKM Racing just flying out in front as well, about 6.5 seconds clear of these two. So, well, that BMW did not wait around once he well, no, these guys haven't even ever been near each other. It was the other Mercedes, the 10/10 Mercedes, that were with each other, and obviously the Mercedes that unfortunately had a bit of a moment. Let's put it that way. And found himself in pit lane. Left this to be a 2-horse race, but yeah, they have got about 6.5 seconds up to AKM Racing if they want to improve on their position. But for now, a fairly decent fight for the provisional podium.
Back to slow and confused once again. And they still have, well, no, excuse me, they have Andreas Liumba in that car now. Has been taken over from Kundelis. And coming, around either side of that BMW. They somehow managed to make it through. This is a battle for 5th position. And it looks like it's going to be a little bit tense because they're going to go side by side down into Sacacorchos once again. Looks like the 325 going to get that one back. What a day it's been for that purple machine, Zach, because they've been up and down the order, but it seems like they've regularly had pace.
Yeah, they have. I mean, they've been consistently up there and running really nicely. So, yeah, can't complain with their performance. I'm sure they're going to be enjoying the fact that they're not doing too bad of a job, and still plenty of room for them to grow over the course of the next 123 laps. We are closing in on half distance, of course, and at that point we'll be walking out of the woods as opposed to walking into it. But yeah, that'll really start to be when the teams and drivers start backtracking and really start to think about their final stints in this race. But it has flown by in a flash as the Pure Sims car at the moment sat second. 1.3 is now the gap to the lead.
The plot thickens. So Pure Sims Esports has cut it down like we said they were going to have to. Meanwhile, we got the battle here on screen between themselves and the 66 in the midst of all this traffic. Looks like they're going to easily go by the Ferrari on the outside down into turn 5. And as soon as I say that, the Ferrari gets into the side of them. They're going to spin off to the grass, and it looks like Gabriel Roos will be able to get away with it. Car carries on. How much damage is on that right-hand side, though?
Yeah, well, let's see their pace for the next few corners. Cosmetically, it looks okay, but you don't even know what might be affecting the balance of the car or whatever. What it has meant is that they've lost a couple of seconds to OBS World by Sim, so now the gap 3.5 as opposed to all of that hard work that brought it down to 1.5. Now obviously in the bin, and they've got all that hard work to do all over again if they can. That's of course subject to the fact that they still have some good pace in that car, and it won't need repairing when they next come into the pit lane. But all seems good for now, no major disruptions, and the pace seems to be okay. And to be fair to him, maintaining the gap to OBS World by Sims fairly decently. Let's take another look as to what's happening a little bit further back. SRB, that is, I'd say clumsy on the Mercedes' part on that one.
It is a tricky corner, though, down into the braking, but you're right. It probably should have been on the binders a little bit quicker there. Also, got a big development. Drive-through penalty for the 966, our pole sitter, Team Fordzilla. They cut the pit exit line as Pure Sims Esports is now into pit lane, and the 116 taking their service. They're going to be joined by BC Vault, and on the front stretch just by this, I think just out of the shot, we had a car spinning. That was Vilnius Tech, the 117 Mercedes, I believe. And they actually had help. They got bumped into the pit wall.
Oh, that is unfortunate. But we've got a fight for second in the GT3's blue by Tisa and over the limit racing blue. Fighting side by side. That's what's happened. Bumped onto the exit. And, well, what a way for the 747 to bring an end to that fight.
As we work our way through that one. Looks like a little bit of a hip check, sending them into the barriers.
Yeah. That's tough. That is tough. I'm not sure where to place the blame on that. I don't really think you can. as such as, well, over the limit now, reunite their two cars of the blue and red like we saw a little bit earlier on, but 747, did he wash out a little bit to the blue by TC car? Did the TC car give enough space? You'd argue definitely yes. But I think just the way that you sweep outwards to bring it back for the next right-hander, just naturally, as you say, invited a hip check between the two. Into the pit lane though comes the OBS World by Sim, so we've got the 77 into pit lane as well, as Race Onion now lead the way and take the lead of the race, of course, out in front after driving so far what has so far been a very mighty race. Peter Zuber showcasing his vast array of sim racing talent, but the alternate strategy still can ebb and flow as we've got 120 laps left in the 1,000 kilometers of Aragon.
And that is going to be myself taking off, at least for the time being. Aussie and Puhaka going to be joining Zach Sweeney here for a little bit. Ossian, welcome to the race. I think you're in for a fun time.
Thank you, Joe, and I think so too. It's been a good race so far. We've been watching it intermittently. Of course, I hope you and the viewers have been watching it all the time, and we still got, what, 3.5 hours, almost 4 hours left, so buckle in and enjoy.
Yeah, let's bring it on. It's been a mega race up until now, and the fights continue throughout the field. A fight for 10th as it stands between A&R Endurance Esports and SRB Motorsport R&R. There's been fights up and down. There's been intrigue in the strategy. There's been carnage. There's been chaos, and almost everything in between. But yeah, still a long way to go. Of course, we'll be joined by Derek in the not too distant future in the next sort of 20 minutes or so. I'll be stepping aside as Derek will then jump in and join Ocean for the remainder of the race. But it has been mega, and there is still plenty more to come. I mean, we I mean, it's flown by. I still see us in the opening stage of this race, but no, we are firmly closing into half distance.
Indeed so, and it tends to happen with the endurance races. You think before the race, and we see some great multi-class action there, by the way, on your screens right now, just working their way through this Aragon track. But yeah, it tends to happen with the endurance races, where you sort of think before the race, oh dear, it's gonna be 6 hours, you know, whether you're a driver, a team owner, or even as a commentator, working as a producer, or the numerous people working behind the scenes as well. You think it's gonna be a long haul, but in the end, the race tend to fly by, and what's the old saying? Time flies by when you have fun.
Very true indeed, yeah. Very quickly you can sort of break the race down into different sections. I mean, you've got the initial phase, that sort of gets you through the first hour. Then before you know it, you know, the next is done, and then you're halfway, and then it's like, hang on, we just have to do that again, and we're at the end of the race. So yeah, very quickly you can see these, what initially seem to be quite overwhelming amounts of time, come down in a flash. And especially when we've had amazing racing out on track like we have done, it's just sped everything up even more. Blue by TC into the pit lane after being second in the GT3s for quite some time, battling away with Over the Limit Blue. Find themselves into the pit lane for their next stop. There's Race Onion, of course, the 15 machine leading the way ahead of Pure Sims Esports and Slow and Confused, but this does not tell the whole story of the prototype class because, of course, of the alternating strategies. Some decided to come in under the initial safety car we had right at the start of the race. Others decided to stay on sequence, and what it's done is cause a little bit of a rift in terms of the prototype strategy, and one that has sort of forced the lead to change hands a number of times.
Yep, and it'll be it won't be until much later when we figure out what's going to be the winning formula, so to speak. Of course, speeding under the safety car is always a great strategy because you save so much time doing so. But if the safety car is at an inconvenient time, let's put it that way for you, then that can be less so of it can fool you into a strategy you initially don't want to take. But when you see the opportunity to save a lot of time, I think 100 times out of 100, a team will at least consider the chance, because you got a chance to save so much time, why not take it? And here we see the OBS, the Mivano and the OBS World by Simsa. Mivano, of course, a fabled team in sim racing history. They got, what, a decade of history down, and even when I started iRacing back in 2014, well, 2009 for the first time, but 2014, in active competition, Mivano was already one of the names right up the ladder, right up there with like the Coandas and the Team Reglines, and even when Coanda was known as My 3ID, it was already one of the top teams was Mivano.
Yeah, they've got an extensive amount of history. We see them all the time taking part in the iRacing special event side of things and such, and they are a strong team. They've been around at the top flight of esports, as you say, for a number of years. Like Marchand now at the wheel, as we see, of course, a number of teams and drivers swap over. It's nearly impossible for a driver to do 6 hours all by themselves. And yeah, you do call upon your teammates. So let's see what Marchand can do. Obviously, swapping into the car is always a difficulty because, you know, you've been out of driving for a couple of hours, you might be feeling a little bit rusty, and you initially have to bed yourself into the race, get yourself up to speed, get yourself into rhythm, but you can't really afford to ease yourself into things. You're thrown immediately into the deep end because Movano and OBS World by Simsa are two teams that have got the pace to win this race. Have they got the strategies? Have they got the luck to do so is another thing entirely, but on pure pace, these two are in direct competition for the race lead. As it stands right now, it's only 4th, but it's very busy. We've got an overlap of all 3 classes right now. It's getting close.
It is getting very, very close indeed, and just look at these guys competing for, I mean, this is a multi-class race, mind you. For those in the audience who don't quite grasp what that means essentially we got 4 classes in this race and 4 different categories of cars, all different speeds. So that's why you see the likes of Porsches, the LMP3 cars, which are the slower prototype looking cars, the more exotic looking machines, and of course the most exotic looking machines are these right here, the hypercars on your screen, and then you got GT3 cars as well. And GT3 cars are no slouches either, but they are falling by the wayside in terms of speed when compared to these prototype machines. And of course then we got the innovation class as well, which is the all-electric Porsche that you can see the number 333 in case you were wondering what does the INO mean. It's the innovation class. But yeah, going back to your point earlier, Jack, I've been in the situation a couple of times, well, many times, where I've been essentially thrown into the mix in the middle of an endurance race. Say you gotta, and they're side by side a lot, so let's return that back to that later.
Yeah, and it's Movano that's staying front for now, but Alexander Walton putting up a good fight. Of course, oh no! Too much speed in. Look, Marchand goes round, and that gives 4th place to OBS World by Simpson. Movano involved in even more issues in this race. They've had a couple of spins, and largely have been, well, that's the second one that's been exclusively by themselves up the inside of the BMW and just loop the car around. That is so unfortunate. It slows them down even more. Consistency, it's plaguing that team.
Indeed, and it is, well, I say it's a bit of a Mivano curse in a way, because back in the olden days, I say the olden days, back when I was young and I had hair, we had, Mivano was known as one of the fastest teams, of course, but also one of the more inconsistent teams. They had a certain reputation on track as an aggressive team, someone who were willing to take chances, but as a result of that also often found themselves on the DNF list of the non-finish list in the finishing order. But well, some things don't change, I suppose, but that's just an unfortunate error. And to most of us, when you break in too late into the corner, as here you can see, not breaking too late are some of the Porsches in the GT3 class, looking very, very fighty indeed. But yeah, with the prototypes, you don't have much in terms of mechanical grip. You have a lot of aerodynamic grip. So that means the car has a lot of grip. It will turn very well in the fast corners. But when you get into a slow braking zone, when you get into a slow corner, there's not much to save you, and you're really on a razor's edge, so to speak, when slowing down into a slow corner like that. And it can be very, very easy to just let the rear end snap out and spin out like that.
Yeah, indeed so, as the OBS World by Simsa is slowly but surely closing in on Too Slow and Confused, to have been nothing of either so far this race. Up in 3rd as it stands, just a consistent force in that Cadillac. Into the pit lane, though, comes Race Onion, allowing Pure Sims Esports to take the lead out in front for the first time since the race start. I believe they qualified 7th, and, well, obviously on that alternate strategy similar to the OBS World by Simsa machine, are finding themselves bit by bit more in contention. Pure Sims, another one of those teams that are at the top end of esports. I remember seeing them fight in the VSO Pro Sim, VSO Infinity, VSO Pro Sim Infinity, and a number of championships, but
we accelerate down turn
Team
one.
Godzilla
Will we get
led the way
through
in
clean
setup
here
one.
to start off the season as everybody slams on the brakes to try and make it through the sharp left?
Toes to tell. We've got Ferrari, BMW, Porsche.
In the GT3 class Valkyrie competition, AKM Racing UK and PPF Racing team were battling for the GT3 honors back right from the get-go, and here you can see the LMP3's race start as well. Very clean from all the guys, very nice, taking care, knowing that especially no race is won in the first corner, apart from maybe the Monaco Grand Prix. But yeah, no race is won in the first corner, but a lot of races are lost there, and that's exactly what they kept in mind. So yeah, Mivano had the early lead, but plagued by inconsistency.
Unfortunately so. Flat Out Racing had some issues as well throughout this race. This is what saw the first bout of a number of spins for a number of people throughout the race, and we have been plagued by a number of them as well. The SRB cars got caught out by one of the slower moving GTPs, had to duck and kick up some dust on the left-hand side as well. More carnage ensued as well in the LMP3s, as that was a huge one that I believe did in fact bring out the caution right at the beginning of this race. Once we got back going again though, it was Movano that held on ahead of Alpha Esports by G Performance, who kept them honest for quite some time. They had a good old battle and then pinched in the middle. This was Turbo Turtles taking into the side of the Porsche before eventually requesting a tow back to the pit lane. Team Fordzilla, Pure Sims in their pursuit back to the front after the safety car restart. Fordzilla, a really slow initial start, but in fairness to them, have since been able to battle their way back into the top 10.
Yep, not driving a Ford tow. The original name comes from piloting, of course, the Ford GTs back in the olden days, but now moving on to other classes as well. It is a great team name, though. It is it's just one of those names that you sort of see in the second tier of endurance racing, moving on to the top tier of endurance racing eventually. And here you can see a replay of what happened to Sim Spot Racing, spinning out and finding the barriers. SRB Motorsport, Davidas Laudinoni's tear, great move up to the inside and effectively reducing Laudinoni's down into the second place in that battle. But we've seen great battles all throughout the race. We've seen some great multi-class endurance racing, great strategy, and really proving that Aragon, as a track that is not known to many people, it is a new track to many people. They haven't perhaps raced there. It is one of those circuits that really fits this formula quite well.
It is, yeah. Of course, especially with us being on the outer loop, it really entices itself to a lot of overtaking. This is one of the main spots of appeal. Yellow Submarine Squad versus SRB Motorsport. This happened a little bit earlier on. This fight for the lead in LMP3 before it fizzled out was mega. SRB tried to go to the outside of Yellow Submarine, and they were constantly locked in this battle. As more carnage behind as well. We had another issue for the Beerskin car, the 11 machine, and rejoining very sketchily back onto the circuit, but just being able to find a gap as more carnage ensued as well. Fordzilla carving their way through traffic. That's the Blue by TC14 machine, who are now sat fairly pretty in the GT3 class, but yeah, just fights up and down, carnage up and down as well, but thankfully only one safety car to date.
Yeah, well, only one safety car so far today, I'd say. Otherwise, that's a pretty hefty case of commentator's curse there, Jack.
Yeah, well, see, I don't believe in the commentator's curse. I see it more as the commentator's coincidence more than anything. SimSpot, as you can see, has had a number of issues today. They've had a couple of spins, some self-invoked, some involved in other circumstances, and yeah, just a couple of kerfuffles on their part. There's more happen here. Locals Autosport into the back of a fellow LMP3, but immediately got their taste of karma as they spun round. SRB on the back of Yellow Submarine as well. This was just a back and forth fight that never seemed to end, as this was the start of Movano's troubles.
Yeah, just spinning out at the pit road exit. It can happen easily, as you can see the Sapphire Sim Sport Voltage team as well spinning out. Can happen very easily in cold tires. As I mentioned earlier on, these prototype cars really don't have much in terms of mechanical grip, so they're very suspect to any changes in the grip in the slow speed corners, and doubly so when your tires are cold. They don't feel grippy as is. They feel a little bit inconsistent, so to speak. It kind of feels they wobble underneath you when you drive. That's the best way I can describe it. They wobble underneath you. You can't quite trust them, and you're maybe a little bit too anxious on the steering wheel or the throttle, just smashing it a little bit too much, like eager to get going, and then you essentially make a fool out of yourself, which is the only way I can. I mean, we usually say things nicely. We usually say that's very unfortunate and such, but drivers know that when you spin on the pit exit, there's no excuses about it, even if it is surprisingly easy to do. Like, it is very easy to do. Usually people do it in practice, but you can see it happen in races sometimes.
Yeah, the pressure is there, as it has been for Grow Racing Team for a number of occasions in this race. Beerskin by Simsa as well. More issues tapping the Porsche and spearing into the barrier, but just a slight little love tap saw them into pit lane. Spin as well for the Mercedes. Just a number of spins here and there, like this one. Just way too aggressive on the inside. MTS Garage has been one that's been plagued by a number of issues as well. There was one of them, the 111 machine going round. But yeah, in terms of spin on the exit of pit lane, happens all the time. But at the top fight, if you want to be successful, you've got to minimize those mistakes and be mindful of the fact you are on cold tires. Just leaving the pit lane with a full tank of fuel, you are not going to be having the most amount of grip in the world. But unfortunately for Movano, they found that out the hard way. Again, we've had a number of intrigues throughout this race. Again, Yellow Submarine Squad versus SRB, consistently close throughout the near on 100 laps that we've had so far. And they've always had to be careful, darting their way through GT traffic and making sure they're making the most of each and every single one of their opportunities. As there was even more carnage, SRB Motorsport RNR found an awkward affair as the other LMP3 sent the move to the inside of the Porsche. 4X Racing found themselves round, and well, that's what happens when it's busy behind.
Indeed so. I'm actually curious, is it 4X Racing or Fox Racing?
Good point. I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking because I've seen previously that something I pronounced as 4X, I think it was a racing league, was turned out to be just a pun and it was supposed to be a Fox, and I didn't know. But anyway, Inertia SimRacing is the only righteous Fox team in SimRacing. Of course, no longer existing, they're Havu now, but yeah. Shout out to the Finnish scene. We'll be returning to the live pictures very soon indeed, and seeing what's happening on track right now. So 109 laps to go here. Pure Sims Esports still leading the overall. We are watching the fight for 9th place between Alpha Esports by G Performance and Alpha Esports Purple. So two sister teams, Sem Spetkens and Luc Martin there fighting for 9th, and very close indeed, just 4 tenths between them.
Yeah, closing in on halfway as well with 109 to go. When we get to 101, we'll be halfway through this race. It's been an amazing battle so far, and battles continue to, well, just continue, I suppose is the way to put that one. Alpha Esports by G Performance fighting for the lead at some point. Now they're fighting for the back end of the top 10 with their sister car of Alpha Esports Purple, and very close between the two of them. Pure Sims lead the way in the OBSP with OBS World by Simsa and Movano SimRacing team the podium. Then it's SRB Motorsport, Locals Autosport and Yellow Submarine Squad in the LMP3, followed by Altus Esports after a drive-through after the first safety car find themselves back in the lead ahead of Valkyrie Competition, and AKM Racing UK and the GT3s. Those three teams keep an eye on over the next half of this race because they are incredibly close, and any variance in terms of strategies could well see any one of them taking to the top step of this race as well. So a lot to look forward to. Of course, we'll be just about slipping into the darkness as well, as all that's going to get a little bit spicy going into the chicane 3 wide as 2P3s fight side by side, and then of course you've got the GTP of Alpha Esports by G Performance getting themselves into the mix. Oh, fair play to these guys. They've got it through point in the right way.
That is unbelievable how they managed to do it, because mind you, you have to account in sim racing, you have to also account for a slight bits of netcode. Essentially, you have to give a little bit more room than you would have in traditional racing forms. So you can't quite take the last inch or so out of the car. But the fact that they were going 3 wide, almost 4 wide in there at the moment, how the Porsche kept themselves out of the way, realizing that there's a lot of prototypes coming through, how the guys essentially found their way into that sort of mixed formation there, and without a single piece of contact. It's just a great piece of awareness and a great piece of skill by all of these drivers, because they also have to take into consideration that it is a slow speed corner once again, so they're fighting also the grip of the car. They're fighting sort of trying to find the optimal line through the corner, trying to be as fast as possible. And when you got all cars around you, the amount of variables becomes a bit uncomfortable from the point of view of the driver, and you're no longer in sole control of what's happening around you. So all you have to do is essentially stick to your line, hope for the best, and trying to find your way through the mess. And they did just that brilliantly. And just a couple of years ago, I think we wouldn't have been surprised, even in a top-tier endurance race, that would have led in an accident. But just speaks to the quality of this series and speaks to the quality of these drivers as well.
Yeah, 100%. Well, as we approach the half-distance mark, it was myself, Zach Sweeney, and Joe Peak that spoke you through the majority of the first half. Of course, we've had Ocean Puaka come and join me for the last 20 minutes or so, but we now will be having Derek Watson join us in the commentary booth. I'm going to step aside for this race. It's been an amazing introduction. Thank you for having me on OBS Endurance as well, because this is my first time here. It's been amazing. I've thoroughly enjoyed my experience and thoroughly enjoyed this race today. I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Ocean Puaka and Derek Watson as well. Ocean, take it away.
Thank you, Zach, and it was wonderful having you here as well. And we are now joined by Derek Watson. Derek, good evening, or good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, good morning here on the West Coast. It's a bright and early 7:58 a.m. Pacific time, but I suspect in the European countries it's a little bit later. So, good morning, afternoon, or evening, no matter where you are across the world, and welcome into this exciting race here at Aragon. I've been watching off on the side for a while, Ocean, and it is exciting. There is never a moment of not traffic here at this track.
No, not at all. It's not an overly long circuit, mind you. It is quite compact as far as it goes in terms of circuit length. It is less than 5 kilometers, so around a 3-mile circuit for those metrically challenged, so to speak. And
that would be me.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars around in any given piece of tarmac, especially in a multi-class race. So you don't have much in terms of lone moments, in terms of finding an empty piece of tarmac. Just as I say that, you're going to see a wonderfully empty piece of tarmac behind the 313 that I'm sure will be filled up soon. So it's Reneverse by Temido team fighting up against SR Technic for what is 12th in the GT3 category of cars.
Yeah, Watson's about to hear the GT3s, and what makes this track so challenging, in my opinion, is really honestly what probably turns 3 through 10. They're so quick and they come up on you so fast. There's no chance to get a run, and so that's what keeps everyone bunched together there through probably turns 3 through 10, and of course 11 and 12. And then after 12, you get that big long straightaway. That's that one moment of peace you can find here. But look at this beautiful run here in this blue and green GT3. And we are now 105 laps to go. So we're about 2.5 hours into this race. And I see a pass here. This is part of that multi-class you were talking about earlier, as we saw a faster class car going by.
Yep. So you can see just the difference in class in terms of relative speeds going from class to class. There is a big difference, and there are also sort of subcategories within the classes as well. So it's not just GT3s and prototypes and such. But we'll get back to that soon, because it's basically you got pro teams in the GDP category, which is the top prototype category in the hypercar class, so to speak. And then you got sort of GT3 is kind of pro-am, which means you got pro drivers mixed in with amateur drivers. And I don't say they are rookies, they are newbies. I say that they are underneath a certain iRating set iRating. So you have a certain driving time that you have to give to these drivers that are not necessarily quite as capable as these pro drivers. And then you got the LMP3 class, which is purely an amateur class. As you can see, I move here on your screen, and lapping there will be the number 82 car, yellow by TC, and Tadas Ivauskas there behind the wheel. Looking at these names, a lot of these names and a lot of these drivers, Derek, it is great to see that sim racing is rising in the Baltic region of the world as well. We're talking about a lot of Latvian teams, a lot of Lithuanian teams, a lot of drivers from that region of the world, Estonia as well, part of the Baltic nations. So it is a region that for a long time, at least from a Finnish perspective, looking from just a bit of north in that region, was sort of hidden, and they didn't have that much presence necessarily in the top tier of iRacing leagues. But that's been changing, and anytime you see a new region sort of starting to take into the world of sim racing, you follow it with interest, because for a long time it was quite limited in terms of which countries had a sim racing presence and which didn't.
Yeah, it's very true. As we see a pass here by this LMP3, and you're right, whenever new, it seems, regions catch on, whether it just be availability or whether it be popularity or exposure, team owners get excited because that's new talent out there that it's possible to get in there. And now, what's the difference here in this multi-class you talked about earlier? By the way, to finish your thought, the minimum I rating, I believe, to race in this event is a 2,500 I rating. That is a pretty high number. So I can hear your struggle earlier in saying pro am, because when you think about AMs, you think about the word amateurs. 2,500 I rating is not an amateur by any means. It's how we're describing them for the purpose of what we're talking about. But there's some high talent in this race across all the classes.
Oh, that is absolutely true. When you got teams like Mivano, like Pure Sims entered in the event, you can't Altus Esports, Valkyrie Competition, names that, and of course OBS World by Simsa. Simsa is a name that has been in sim racing for a long time, in the top echelon of sim racing as well. So you just can't talk about amateurs anymore, and you can't certainly talk about, even if this is a pro team, you can't talk about, you know, because there's different types of pro teams. When you go into that region of over 5,000 I rating, there is still a massive difference of having 5,100 I rating and having a 9,000 I rating, or even over 9,000 I rating, as some drivers in the world have these days. So there are different tiers of pros. And let me assure you, these teams that you can see right on top of your list are definitely in that top tier of pro teams across the world of sim racing, across the world of racing esports, effectively.
And I know that you and Zach were kind of having the joking conversation earlier about the commentator's curse, and I hope I'm not stepping on toes here, but I think the proof that we've had a great roster of drivers here with talent is the fact that we're about 2 hours and 45 minutes into this event, and we've only had one safety car at this very tight track. So that's got to be proof that we have drivers who know what they're doing. But Alexander here, Walton, in this OBS Roll by Simsa car is just pulling away and having some fun in this open air. This is not something you're going to find commonly. Now, this is part of our GTP class, or what some people would call them the LMDHs. They're our fastest class in the race, so they're going to close up on a GT3 really fast. Watch this closing rate here to the car in front of him. He'll just get around him and probably get the turn. Yep, right there's the pass into the corner. That's a fast closing rate.
It is a fast closing rate, and even more impressive is the relative speed of those GTP cars throughout fast corners. Those are pure downforce machines. They will go towards well above and beyond 200 miles an hour or 320 k's an hour on a straight line, but in the corner they are almost approaching Formula 1 territory in terms of pure cornering speed. So it is just amazing, and you can see just how easily around the outside Walton is able to take a GT3 car. And a GT3 car is no slouch. Those things we often forget, they produce well above and beyond 500 brake horsepower. They are light, purpose-built racing machines. They are incredibly fast. And in a lot of racing categories, as you see Lac Marchand there, just having, well, misfortune, I suppose, there with the Mivano sim racing team machine once again spinning out, and I think those tires have seen their best days. That earlier spin certainly did a number of them, and it's not helped by yet another spin, again overheating the carcass of the tire and especially the surface of the tire, which means that you're gonna have to spend some time once again to cool them down, not being able to put those lap times down. And most importantly, I think from driving perspective, Derek, you lose your rhythm when you spin.
You lose the rhythm, you also get frustrated as a driver, especially at a moment like that, because you get mad at yourself. There's no one around you, no one bumped you, no one touched you, no one was even pressuring you. And somehow in your mind, all you can say is, gosh, I made a stupid mistake. Like, what am I doing? And you kind of start to like you start to beat yourself up a little bit for it, because that seemed like such a simple thing here. Now the track's going to start to cool off pretty quickly here. Right before Zach headed out, he mentioned that we're going to head into the nighttime hours and maybe the sun will start to set. The track has cooled off a lot in the past hour or so. I think the last time we talked about weather, Joe Peak had told you the track was 121 or 120-ish degrees Fahrenheit. That's back down to 101. So it is dropping pretty quickly and will continue to drop as this night goes on. So that'll add more grip to the track, but it will change your braking points. And so that's a pretty difficult task to have your braking points change mid-race, right?
120 degrees Fahrenheit to Celsius. 49 Celsius. There you go. And it's it's right back to around 40 Celsius right now, which effectively takes it from a bad sauna to just a hot summer's day.
A bad sauna, that's a new one for me, but yeah, that's probably true. But so it will change your braking points when you have more grip in the track. Now you can probably so you can probably brake a little later because you'll have more grip, and so that'll be an adjustment we'll need to make here to this beautiful purple machine heading down through the corners here. I love that bright livery. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I mean, the team name may be slow and confused, but certainly someone who wasn't confused at all was whoever painted that car. Andreas Sliumba is driving one of the most beautiful machines on the grid. I agree with you. I love a good purple livery. It is a color vastly underappreciated in racing cars, and I won't say the sponsor, but you know immediately, because it's a cigarette brand, and we're not advertising those, but those Jaguars, the Group C Jaguars of the turn of the 90s, effectively made by Tom Walkinshaw Racing, a beautiful shade of purple, and one of my favorite racing cars of all time. I actually own a pair of socks that is made as a tribute to that livery. As we see some contact here right on your screen, I believe that was Valkyrie competition involved in that one, the 177 car being chased down by the AKM Racing UK machine. So 983 chasing down and trying to catch them effectively, and eventually dealing with some lap traffic first time.
And that's the difficulty of multi-class racing right there. It's just different cars, different speeds, different braking points, all coming together in that one corner, and just got a little hairy. Now, our race officials have had some comments before about those kind of moves, and maybe steeper moves than that have been made. So I don't think we'll see anything because of that, but there's something to keep an eye on, that the race officials are not, I guess I'll say, tolerant of dive bombs. You've seen that already in the race. That was not a dive bomb itself, but you got to be careful with those kind of moves.
Yeah, and there is a difference between dive bomb and a late brake, which I think is very, very important to understand, because a lot of people call a late braking move a dive bomb. And effectively, essentially the best way to explain the difference is that a late brake turns into a dive bomb when you can't make the apex of the corner, or when you can't hold your line. If you can't hold your line, it's a dive bomb. If you can hold your line, it's a late brake. And oftentimes a late brake is a perfectly valid move as long as contact is not made. Whereas a dive bomb, obviously, usually contact is made in that case, and therefore the responsibility lies on the overtaking driver, the one making the dive bomb move, for the results, the consequences of that move. So it's effectively, and I think the stewards are saying right now that, look, okay, we can appreciate late braking moves. We know multi-class racing, you sometimes have to make a late braking move in order to avoid, say, spending series of fast corners behind a slower class car, which can cost you upwards of a couple of seconds when you are in a GDP machine. But at the same time, you have to also respect your fellow competitors. In terms of penalties, I think a lot of the penalty lines can be summed up as screw around and find out.
Yeah, for sure. So we're looking on board here. We're looking at the cameras here. Sorry, this is the number 3 machine right here, the 171 and the 3. This is HundredForce back here in P12 in class, I do believe. And so they're having a good time here, just kind of running around. These are our GT3 cars. the slower of the three classes and just sort of racing each other. So remember, I think you and Zach talked a little bit about basically there's either 3 or 4 races, how you look at it, going on at the same time. You have an LMDH race, you have an LMP3 race, you have a GT3 race, and then you sort of have the overall race going on. So there's a bunch of different sub-races happening within one here. Now on pit road, that's going to be the Movano team. I would think we're coming back around to scheduled stops. We just saw them spin a couple laps ago.
Yeah, and this has got to be a relief for Marchand Ter as well. Hasn't had the best of times behind the wheel in this one, whether just caught out a little bit by the weather conditions, or whether caught out by the setup, or something that happened early in the stint, the spin out of the pit lane, just kind of essentially leading into a suboptimal frame of mind that led to a subpar performance. Whatever the case, it's now a welcomed reset for that Movano team, and what they should do right now is to forget about all the mishaps they've had, forget about all the lost time, and try to run as well as they can for the remainder of these 96 laps that we have here at Aragon in OBS Endurance Cup. But it is easier said than done. Very few drivers, very few sports people as a whole can just outright reset themselves within the space of a 1 minute pit stop. It is still gonna affect you in some way, shape or form. At the same time, not being in that stressed set of mind, not having to worry about the next corner for even a minute can help your mental state a lot, as you can see there. Well, that wasn't a late break, that was a dive bomb.
That was interesting, would be a word. That was Alpha Esports Red. That was Jack Badger in the car who just got clobbered through that corner. And there's got to be lots of repairs to that car, I would think, here. Let me see, I'm still on track here. That was brutal, just how that came out of nowhere. There's no way he would have had time to prepare for that. That, of course, was a replay of what happened earlier. And wow, that was a brutal hit here. And there they go down pit road. I would think there's going to be some required repairs in that car. They might be here for a while.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch who that was. Maybe we'll see another replay of... No, that's Altos Esports, actually, in a replay here. And a slow-speed corner and an unusual GT3 spin into a slow-speed corner. You can see them having... Seth Brown having a bit of trouble being outside of the track in the braking zone, losing the grip, and when they turned into the corner, the tires had already overheated. As you can see, Race Onion there trying to make a move on Slow and Confused, trying to fall back in line and then moving to the inside line eventually, and pulling off that move is Nemeti there, Benz Nemeti, and a wonderful move down the inside. They really had to fight for that. It looked like Andreas Liumba had that inside line cover trying to block it off, and then sort of Benz, what they did there is they moved up to the inside or the middle line, sort of fell back on the move, trying to lead them into believing, okay, they're not going up to the inside, maybe they're trying around the outside, maybe they're falling back in line. And then at the very last moment, as this Slow and Confused car was moving back towards the racing line, Benz went to the inside, made that move stick, made it clean, and pulled off the overtake. So that was very well done indeed. And all that at speeds nearing 300 k's an hour, nearly 200 miles an hour, and within the spaces of tenths of a second. So yeah, these drivers, they are something else.
Wow, that was impressive to watch that happen. I was concerned they were both going to wreck the car there in that moment, but they're doing great here. Now back to this lead here. This is AKM Racing UK and Valkyrie 1 and 2 here in class, and they are racing hard here. See just how close it is. That's the beauty of endurance racing, by the way. This is why I love this. Here we are 3-ish hours into this race, and there's still that close of a battle that can happen. At this point, it's sometimes in endurance racing we think it's all about laps and all about big gaps of time, but here we are, we're 94 laps to go, but look how close it is right now. Just any small slip up could change this lead.
Absolutely, and here you can see them heading down that long back straight, and I love the sort of old school vibe. Even if Aragon is a very modern circuit indeed, built in the 2000s, it is a modern circuit. But when you head off the Marc Marquez corner, named after Spain's famous MotoGP rider, and through that long left-hand sweeper into the back straight, and then the final corner, it has a very old school vibe about it. It is a long straight heading into a fast sweeper, as you can see there. A slight mishap exiting the first corner. And meanwhile, Valkyrie competition, so far no major mishaps, just great driving. But that livery that they have on that car, it's sort of reminding me, I'm from this angle, I'm looking at a end of the 90s, turn of the 2000s Oreca Viper more than I'm looking at a modern day racing car. It just reminds me of that, and I think it's the navy blue contrasted duo. Well, in the Vipers it was white, here it's sort of off-white, turning slightly into grey, but that livery is somehow reminding me of just those Oreca Vipers from back in the day. Sorry, getting all nostalgic here.
No, that's okay. You know, we see the passenger side of the car. If we see it again here through one of the corners, coming up here, if we wait. What I first thought of the car, when this view right here, because it's red and has the thing, I was like, oh, like, you know, National Hockey League Detroit Red Wings is what came to mind for a split second. But yeah, now I see what you're going for. But that's what I was like, man, maybe they're hockey fans. But now I see the other side, and I was like, maybe there's something more to it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, it is essentially the Detroit Red Wing, the flying wing in it. Like, I can just picture Nicholas Lidstrom and Pavel Datsyuk and all the others, like Henrik Zetterberg, in that car, maybe sharing a ride just under some fake names. Wouldn't that be great? But yeah, going back from hockey to this race that is going on, these battles all around this circuit, and it is great to see, Derek, how you can just move from battle to battle, and it is usually the GT classes in any endurance race, in any multi-class race. Usually the best racing towards the end happens in GT classes, and somehow, despite driving for 3 or 6 or 8 or 12 or even 24 hours, there is usually a GT3 battle that is within a second, and it is unbelievable how close they can be over the course of such a great distance.
Yeah, I don't know what that is about. Even in real life, that seems to be the result, is the GT classes race really close to the end. And sometimes with the prototypes in real life, although we don't have this in iRacing, the prototypes will have their own technology problems or their own hardware problems. That's why they're prototypes. But the GTs seem to be on point. We don't have those hardware problems in iRacing, but you're right, the GTs always seem to be there ready to battle. This is a beautiful car here, this blue and green. Also a great here. This is going to be now with 92 laps to go. We're beyond the halfway point. We missed our Bon Jovi reference, Sam.
What? 2 minutes to midnight? Oh no, that's not Bon Jovi.
That's Iron Maiden.
Yeah. But yeah,
Bon Jovi would be the we're halfway there. Whoa.
Yeah. I'm not gonna sing that, but I know what you mean because
Okay.
I can't sing to save my life. Okay, so HundredForce SR Technic, can we please give some screen time to TBR as well? And the TBR team, I believe they're somewhere in the top 10 within their class. They were just given a come on TBR in the chat, and it's great to see that we have some fans here, and I believe they are the only Finnish team as well in this competition. So maybe they deserve a mention as well at some point, some way, shape or form, regardless. And here you can see Alpha Esports Purple instead, an ATRS community team fighting it out for 12th and 13th in the GDP class under a purple car versus what is a very unique livery in that it's white and sort of orange, and that is a color combination that definitely works. Trying for a late move around the inside, a bit sketchy there to the first corner, but they make it out somehow, and Alpha Esports Purple 10 moving on.
Yeah, moving on indeed right there. That was turns 1 and 2 they were coming through. Now up through 3 and 4. This is sort of the tricky part of the track. Now they'll head up through turn number 5 as this battle continues. And then in my opinion, the toughest 2 corners are going to happen right here. This is turn 6 and now into this very difficult turn number 7. In my opinion, the hardest corner in this whole track right here.
Well, at least one of the hardest corners, as you can see, Squeal there, then making that move down the inside and making it stick as well into a slow corner. When you have the inside line into a corner like that, the move becomes much easier. You don't have to go around the outside, and you can just essentially, it is one of the most simplest yet most effective moves you can make in any sort of racing. You send it down the inside into a slow corner, you outbrake the other guy, you move past them. So pass down the inside is how most of the passes will happen. They may not be the most the flashiest of moves, they may not be the most interesting moves, but they are certainly the bread and butter, the sort of meat and potatoes in terms of how you do overtakes.
Now we're back to a GT3 battle. This is Valkyrie competition and AKM Racing UK. See just how close they are right there in the camera shot. Is now there, just came out of turn 7. Now up through 8 and 9. And then get to this big kind of long sweeping corner. It'll take you all the way around through turns 10 and 11. And then they head to that big straightaway. And look, there's a pass here. Ooh. That's going to be 3 wide. Oh my goodness. And the LMP3s got onto the inside there.
Yeah, and well read by everyone in that situation. You know that when you catch up to someone in a faster, when you catch up to someone who is in a slower class car and you're piloting a prototype, you're piloting a faster car, especially around those corners, you know that there is going to be a room towards the end of that corner where the GT3s will often slide out. Of course, any racing car will slide out towards the end of the corner if they're following a racing line. And you know that if you take it slow in the early part of the corner, then you can essentially cut it tight towards the inside of the corner late on. And as a result of that, you can get the move done sort of without anyone having to make any avoiding moves. As you can see, Tuta go green team, whoa there! And that's side over side, and that is end over end, and that is race done. And I thought I saw a car in the middle of the last corner in that earlier live shot we had, and I was like, surely not, that's a piece of debris. Why would there be a car upside down like that in the middle of the last corner?
Brings out our safety car.
Yep.
So for only the second time in this race, safety car will come out and control the field. We'll slow the field down, and we'll walk through a safety car process. Wow, a car upside down. It's very rare you see a prototype turtled upside down like that. Man, what a brutal hit that was. I'm sure we'll see it again as now we have some time under safety car with 89 laps to go here in this OBS Endurance Cup race.
Yeah, and this also effectively resets the gaps in terms of lead laps at least. You can see, well, what it means for the overall race, and in the GDP, it means Mivano gets a second chance, so to speak. That's the one I'm most curious about, because they had excellent pace early on in this race. And now that 1 minute gap effectively resets, and also the strategy is sort of reset, as most of the teams will be taking into the pit lane once again here, and making their unscheduled, I should say, fuel and tire stop. And that means they'll be all following a single queue, a single line, heading towards the restart with 88 laps to go. We still have some 2.5 hours left in this race, and wow, that will bring some new life into this race, as if it was boring so far.
Yeah, it's going to bring a lot of traffic, a lot of moments here to us when we go green again. What it's going to bring to the teams, though, is a lot of questions, because now what's going to happen is now you start to question, do I stay out and get track position? Do I come in and maybe mess with our pit strategy? Do we swap drivers? There'll be about 104 questions in the mind of the team. So let's take a look at this again, though. This is going to be the Tuta Go Green machine. It just was that other car already off track, I think, and was trying to rejoin. It just did so unsafely. Wow, that is... Oof.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that is a sad sight, and that is a sight you sort of never want to be in, a situation you never want to be in as a racing driver. I think it reminds me of, I think it was Nico Hülkenberg, the Formula 1 driver, who said a few years ago that I'm hanging like a cow. Might have been Kevin Magnussen, might have been Hülkenberg. One of the Haas drivers, either way.
Yeah, one of the Haas drivers indeed. Well, we're under safety car here from Motorland Aragon, and now you see the cars are starting to get lined up together, and right now race control is walking everyone through the process, getting some wave arounds done, and getting these cars lined up correctly. It'll take a few laps here, and we will then line it up, and then race control walks them through. This is a great process, as we can hear race control in our ears, walking these drivers through the process, who is where, who needs to be where. And now we see OBS World by Simsa. This is our overall leader. They're going to be the car behind that safety car. So they're the first ones to pace here. We'll get it all lined up, and then race control will walk them through and tell them when they're green. Race control is very vocal in this event, and that's a positive thing, by the way, to have a race control who's so active and ready to go. Well, as you see here, we're pacing due to that awful wreck we just saw here. 88 laps to go at this beautiful facility. As O'Shane commented on earlier, opened in 2009. It's a 14 corner, 3 mile or 5 kilometer track. This is one of those Tilk tracks. Of course, Tilk has developed many memorable race tracks, whether you love or hate them. You know, there's Coda, and many, many more. And even once he's not credited for it, he still has a comment or two. He's comment as being a, I can't think of the word I want. He's, we'll come back to it. Here's that wreck again. There's that wreck again. Let's see it here. Yeah, that car was, oh man, just trying to rejoin.
Yeah, that's not the kind of rejoin you want to do, and you have to be very careful when rejoining back to the track. You, for those not familiar with iRacing, this is SimSpot racing.
That's why.
Yeah, they just went, spun out of the track, got loose already wiggly, spun it around, tried to rejoin in a slow speed, and that's never.
Oh no.
Yeah,
no. They just got frustrated by what was going on and just kind of lost context of where they were, which is not an excuse, but something happens. Consultant was the word I was looking for. Consultant. Tilk is a consultant on the Las Vegas track that we'll see in a couple, a month or so now in F1. So, do you have a favorite Tilk track, Hussein?
No, I'm just just joking. There was that one South American track that he designed. Can't remember the name of it, but it goes around a lake. It's in Argentina or somewhere like that. And sorry for any South American viewers. I just not familiar with that region. Can't recall the name of the track, but it looked excellent because it didn't have to conform to Formula 1 regulations. Other than that, I'm quite a fan of the new, what is known as the Red Bull ring these days, that followed the old Österreich ring, effectively the Austrian Formula 1 track. So it has had many sponsor names throughout the years. A1 ring, now known as Red Bull ring. That is a Tilke design track. And while it certainly doesn't quite follow the flow of the original, that became a fan favorite back in the 70s, 80s. You had a lot of sweeping fast corners, very, very fast circuit overall. Definitely a turbo circuit back in the 80s. But the redesign sort of brings some of the vibe around the track to a modern day. And while the layout can be described as simplistic, I think it works very well in that you got those. It uses the natural elevation around the region. The elevation changes very well. You have those 90-degree corners that open the lap, one that opens up a little bit the first corner, and then the second corner at the top of the hill that is very tight. And then it gets a little bit faster. It has a great flow around those medium speed corners, heading into what is a fast right-hander, the penultimate corner, and then a slower right-hander to end off the lap, which kind of reminds me of Acqua Minerale, only that it turns downhill instead of uphill. Imola's Acqua Minerale. So I think that's my favorite Tilke track, as far as these circuits are concerned.
And he's a track designer who's loved. And of course, we'll talk about him because he did design this track here in Motorland Aragon that we're at currently. But I think the one track he designed that really gets a lot of mixed reviews is Coda in Austin, Texas. You know, a famous F1 track and used for NASCAR and I think many other series. But Coda is that one track that fans are very split on that he's designed because some people don't think it has the flow that he's used to building.
Yeah, and one is at Coda this weekend, so it's you can check it out for yourself. And it has a couple of problems. It is a very, very it looks impressive between the massive paintings, of course, red, white, and blue, the colors of the Texas as a state, colors of Texas as a state, colors of the United States as well. Very patriotic vibe. It looks very impressive when you look at it from above angles. It has some great features, like that uphill first corner, sharp uphill heading to the first corner. That is sort of the inverse or the reverse version of the first corner at Red Bull Ring. And then you head into a fast set of sweepers. But I don't know, it feels to me that Tilke just ran out of ideas after the first set of sweepers. And racing fans love a good set of SS. Like SS make any track. Suzuka has a famous set of SS. Road Atlanta has a famous set of SS. You name a circuit and it will have a good circuit, and it will usually have a series of S-bends that will just ebb and flow and essentially create this flow to the circuit. But it's also how you continue on from said SS that matters. And in Coda, I think because they are sort of anti-camber in that the track is falling out from the driver, and I think that ruins some of the flow, and they continue on from too long. They're a little bit too blind, a little bit too awkward, and then they sort of open up into a short straight and you head into a hairpin. So it's it kind of breaks the flow of the circuit. And another problem I have with Coda personally is that they decided to build it onto a swampland. So now the track is horrifically bumpy, even though it's not that old. It is like a decade-old circuit. And it is already horrifically bumpy because they built it in the wrong sort of environment, which is never going to stand out the weight over time. I don't like Coda. I know a lot of people do like Coda for the challenge. I think it's a bit too wide for my tastes. I never liked wide racing circuits, and it's just a bit awkward to navigate. And in SimRacing world, it is an absolute nightmare if you only have a single screen.
I would agree with that for sure. Welcome in once again here to Motorland Aragon at the Beerskin 1000 kilometers of Aragon. We are here live under safety car. Race Control still walking us through. We're not far for now because Race Control is getting these cars lined up by class so that we can get lined up and ready to go. You see a camera shot here of our overall leader. This is OBS World by Simsa. Now, let's talk for a second about this race and talk about what a safety car does to you as a team and as a driver. It drives you crazy on a few levels, in my opinion, and I want your thoughts on this. One, because it messes with your strategy. It messes with your fuel runs, with your tire saving, your pit strategies as a whole. But two, maybe a few moments ago, you were comfortable. You thought maybe you had a 5, 10, 15, 20-second lead, depending upon who you are. And that's been erased because of someone else's mistake. But it's an interesting moment here to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, it is frustrating to see your lead evaporate like that. But going back to the point you wanted to talk about, strategy-wise, you have to adapt. That's what you have to do here at this point. And usually what we did back in when I was actively racing in endurance events, if there was a pace car or a safety car, and it wasn't used that much in, for example, official iRacing endurance events don't have safety cars. They don't have like safety car intervals, so it would have to be a hosted event somewhere in another league. And in that case, you realize that, okay, we have to come to the pit lane now, and you take rest of the race and you sort of split it up. You don't necessarily get a new Excel sheet out or a spreadsheet out, but you definitely take the time left that you will have of racing laps. So they pitted around 88 laps to go. They came into the pit lane. So you look at 88 laps and you divide that by the amount of stints. You already have your maximum amount of fuel laps. And these are fuel limited cars, all of them. So you know a certain amount of laps that you can make on a single tank of fuel. And in GT3 cars, it's usually around the 1 hour mark, provided that the cars are not the fuel tank is not limited to a certain amount. But usually it's around the 1 hour mark. And then you essentially take that and you work out, okay, when do we need to stop? Do we want to split it evenly? Because the pace car seldom happens at a full hour mark, right on the dot. So you can't make it like a normal strategy. So you work out if you want to split it evenly or if you want to run full stints and then run a shorter stint towards the end and not change tires for that last stint. And this also provides a chance, if the short stint is still above 45 minutes, in certain classes like GT3s, you have to put your amateur driver behind the wheel for at least 45 minutes. So yeah, it's you can maybe do that for the shorter stint, effectively minimizing the amount of time that your in advance slower driver is going to be spending behind the wheel. That's a variation that comes into it. What I would do personally, if I was driving right now, I would just go full tank of fuel, take the new tires, because you get a free pit stop, and then run full stints and then run a shorter stint towards the end, because that is easier to manage. You can just calculate the fuel precisely at the last pit stop. You can make it as short as you can, and also you minimize the possibility of running an overweight car. So you never want to carry any extra weight in the car. You always want to make sure that you use all of the fuel in the car before you come into the pit lane. So you don't want a short stint, so to speak, if you can avoid that in any way, shape, or form.
All right, well, we got all the classes lined up, and Race Control has told the safety car they can start to increase in speed here. We're down through turns 2 and 3, so possibly maybe the end of this lap would be our next chance that we could go green here. Now, those 1 hour times you talked about, those are for the GT3s. The LMP3s and the LMDHs, the GTPs, they will pit sooner than the 1 hour mark. That's the advantage of being, I guess, the slower class, is that you get more fuel. So you somehow levels it off a little bit. But safety car is coming in this time. I was saying we're about to go green, and I think Calamity is on order.
Well, let's hope not, but I think at least interesting times are in order. These drivers are now anxious to get back to racing. They've spent last 4 laps behind the safety car, sort of trudging around at slow speed. The tires are going to be cold still. Effectively all of the drivers are going to be on cold tires at this point. So getting back up to racing speed in a rolling start is going to be very interesting. Also, now OBS World by Simsa, they know that they don't have that massive lead anymore, that buffer that they used to rely on. And they have BC World by Simsa behind them as well, sort of a quasi sister team. And then you got Mivano. And what I'm going to be very curious to see is what Mivano and what Pure Sims will do. If I was Pure Sims in that 4th place in the overall, I would look at what Mivano would do and try to follow through on those moves. But I think Mivano is going to be the wild card in terms of the GDP battles. Now, GDP is not the only class we have. We also have the LMP3s, SRB Motorsport leading there ahead of Beaver Grease Racing, and Locals Motorsport. Shout out to them, since they got fans in the chat as well. Locals Motorsport fielding a couple of teams here, and in the top 3 in the LMP3 class. And in GT3 we have Valkyrie Competition, Blue by TECE, and AKM Racing UK, as well as the innovative class with Sapphire Sim Sport in there as well. And here we go.
Here we go, indeed. And Race Control has reminded the teams there is no passing before we get to the timing line, but the LMDH is already off, and green flag is back out at Aragon here, and there's about to be a pass right at the line, and we are now green and ready to go here. And I think these first couple laps, even deep across all the classes, is going to be tight and exciting. OBS World had control and got a great launch here, and they are easily, for the moment, in control of the lead of their class.
They certainly are, pulling off well over 1 second lead. Mivano losing a lot of time there, 10 towards the leaders. No, that's a timing bug, I think, because they're right there behind the BC World by Simsa, and you can see them just trying for a move, trying to chase down that move, but so far so good. OBS World by Simsa 10 taking the exact kind of start they wanted. They were able to hold on to their lead, and they're able to extend a bit of a gap behind them, and getting back into that good frame of mind, good set of mind, where they can get their tires heated up all nice in their own comfort, don't have to worry about possible overtake in every single corner behind them, and also a lot of clean track ahead of them now. They don't have to worry about lapping slower class cars for a while. It'll be some time before they get back up to the GT3s once again. So overall, they are cooking with gas right now.
That's right. Now, if we can then look back here, this is now Beaver Grease Racing and Locals Autosport 2 and 3 here. This is the LMP3 field, and of course SRB Motorsport is the leader of that class. So take a look in there and see how that's going. This is now going to be back to Pure Sims Esports and Movano, who we saw have that spin earlier. You know, they might be one of the biggest benefactors, pardon me, of this caution, as we see a new fast lap put down there. But I mean, remember where Movano was a little bit ago, frustrated after a spin. They might have benefited more than anyone from that safety car coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about it earlier, now Pure Sims has passed Movano, but Movano is certainly very aggressive. And meanwhile, you can see BC World by Sims at the 47 team in that purple car, sort of acting as a bit of a roadblock. And you can see Pure Sims there, David Baker flashing his headlights. That is something you do. It serves multiple purposes. You can signify to a slower class car that you're about to pass them, or you just signify your frustration. Essentially use it like you would use your horn in normal everyday traffic. And here you go, Pure Sims making that move to the inside. David Baker, let's see if they can pull it off. Already heading on towards the back straight. You can see that long straight, and they are passed. Now what will Movano do? They will get a great draft heading into the last corner. They will surely move to the inside. Here you go, Marchanten making the move, and they are passed as well. So David Baker and Marchand as well making that move work. All nice and even.
You know, the flashing of headlights, that's one of those topics across racing and sim racing. That's a hot button topic because some people don't believe in it and some people do. Some people think it's rude. Some people think it's part of racing. I come back in my head, there's a tweet by famous IMSA racer Jordan Taylor about 2 or 3 years ago where he did his best to try to show how ridiculous he thinks flashing of headlights is.
Yeah, and just correcting, that was of course an LMP3 car, and I'm an idiot. So not quite making that move for the second place, getting all excited for nothing, but yeah, Pure Sims Esports and Movano fighting out for that third place certainly. And still showcasing their great driving, so there is that. Now, Race Onion, Ben's Nemeti, who was able to pull in the fastest lap of the race earlier on at this restart. Now in 5th place, just ahead of Team Fortzilla and Juan Manuel Gomez in 6th. Very close to each other. You can see Fortzilla there being the focus of our pictures, trying to chase down Race Onion, who are in turn trying to stay behind Movano. Already some traffic here in your pictures.
Well, I do believe with 81 laps to go, I was saying much like Race Onion, this race has some layers left to it and some stories to unfold. I don't think we're done. There's my Shrek reference of the day. You're welcome.
Oh no, always room for some good Shrek references or any movie references for that matter. Pure Sims Esports has now moved up to 2nd place then, having passed BC World by Simsa, and there's a spinner behind them as well. One of the cars spinning around, not quite catching who that was. Race Onion have made it, however, through, not cutting the car up, and therefore not causing any tears.
Yep, so it looks like all is good despite that spin. Hopefully we'll get a replay of it in a moment and identify that spinning car, but look how tight this battle is. Here's the replay, by the way. This is going to be Alpha Esports Purple, who's not purple. It's Flat Out Racing, pardon me. And they just got a little help there through that corner.
Yeah, just a tiny bit of contact, unfortunately, heading into the corner. And even if it's a tiny bit of contact, these cars are so on the edge heading into the slower parts of the track that in any bit of contact in the right place or the wrong place in this case is going to send the car around. And Race Onion 10 moving alongside Movano team and trying to make the pass around the outside. Let's see if they can make it work into the last corner. Very brave stuff there. Still alongside. Can they stay alongside? Yes, they will. And they have the draft of the Pure Sims or the BC Vault by Simsa there as well throughout the back straight. And as a result of that, being able to stick alongside are those guys, and just look at that racing. So it's Movano in that pack. Race Onion losing a bit of time as Fortzilla was trying to challenge Race Onion there for the 4th place, and meanwhile dropping back is the Simsa team, the BC Simsa team, the 47 squad, now falling by the wayside as these guys come barging through in the fight for podium positions overall.
By the way, you talked earlier in the broadcast about how small this track is. I want to point out we went green maybe, 2-3 laps ago, and your GTP leaders are already dealing with GT3 traffic. So it does not take long to catch the slower classes here and to have to deal with that traffic. And traffic is the hardest part, in my opinion, of multi-class racing, because you don't, it's hard to make those passes and to make everyone be predictable who are not just trying to be nice and let you by. When you try to let someone by in a multi-class race, more times than not, you cause a wreck. Don't let me by. Be predictable and I'll get around you. When you start changing lanes to let me by, that's when accidents happen.
Oh, absolutely. And it's been talked about in many broadcasts, and it is something I will mention as well to any upcoming endurance driver. Don't try to be too nice. I know you're trying to be nice. Don't be nice. Just be yourself, be predictable, and good things will happen. Now, there are ways that you can communicate with a faster class. And sometimes it is beneficial, believe it or not, as a slower class driver to let somebody past you at a certain point, even if you have to lift off the throttle, even if you have to do it a little bit earlier than you want, instead of making that pass happen in a tricky spot. Or you want to set up an overtake for yourself against another car in your class. And you can see there the Sapphire SimSport Voltage, our innovation class car, getting sent around, not getting some electricity there, then high voltage in that corner.
And you know, that was a great replay, was a great point of how hard multi-class racing is, because there was a car, there was an LMP3, had to go way to the outside in the dirt to avoid that spinning car, otherwise he would have hit him. That, how do you know that's coming? You don't. You just have to be up on your wheel and, you know, almost elbows out at all times, ready for something obnoxious to happen that you were not prepared for. But yeah, great job by that other class car to avoid that spinner. As we're back live here, 77 laps to go. We're taking a look here at their GT3 currently, and getting passed by an LMP3. And another one's going to go. Are these LMDHs? I'm sorry.
Yep, LMDHs. No, and working their way through some GT3 traffic as well. And just battle, of course, amidst all the lap traffic over the Limit Racing Blue with Justas Pirinauskas and ACAM Racing UK and Michael Cuff, then fighting it out for the last podium position in the class, the 2/10 between them. We are on board with ACAM Racing UK machine, trying to chase down Pirinauskas. Let's see if that works out. You can just see their lines, being able to follow the optimal racing line for at least a couple of corners. It will feel nice as a driver, enables you to get back into the rhythm, but you can see Cuff just a little bit closer to the apex there, just able to use that BMW a little bit better. And once again, they are heading into some traffic right now, and those are some GDP cars now that are behind them. So you can see Flat Out Racing then making the move down the inside, and then followed by another GDP car. And those cars will get by nice and easy, and then once again, it's back to racing. So it's sort of, you're not only racing against the car in your class, you're also having to be constantly aware of, your head has to be circling around like an owl's to really make use of the situation. You have to be constantly aware of the traffic, what's going to happen around you, who's going to come up behind you, who's going to be ahead of you. And oftentimes you have a spotter on the pit wall, a human spotter, mind you, not just the artificial spotter that everybody has, but a human spotter on your pit wall warning you about potential situations. And one of the most dangerous ones is when you are lapping or being lapped by cars that are also fighting each other.
Yeah, that's important information for a spotter to give. And I think spotting is one of those jobs in iRacing that really goes unsung and unrecognized by most people. When you have a team, not everyone is a great spotter. That's the truth of it, right? There are many jobs that we're all great at. Not everyone's a great spotter. It takes, you got to be very brief in your words. You have to be very detailed in your words, and you have to remain calm.
And be certain.
Yeah, and be certain. Exactly, that's correct. I've had many great teammates who were great drivers, and being a great driver, I was saying, does not make you a great spotter.
No, not at all. There are some who can do both. leaning into their driving experience and being a great spotter as a result of that, but it's sort of a different skill set. As you can see, Mathieu van Ratingen, then Yellow Submarine Squad, getting it a little bit sideways there.
That
Almost
was
heading
just
off
more
the
of a
track.
rallycross drift.
Yeah. And Mivano SimRacing team and Race Onion then very close to each other. You can see 3 wide behind them briefly as some LMP3 cars are being passed. But yeah, Mivano and Race Onion are finding themselves close to each other on track once again. Mivano there on your pictures trying to chase down in turn Pure Sims Esports, just 3/10 between them. A great fight for second in our overall and in our top category as well, GDP and the overall race, working themselves through some lap traffic then. But look at the gap to the leader, OBS World by Simsa, 7.7 seconds ahead. 7
Isn't that
seconds away.
amazing?
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing? Because I mean, think we just went green less than 10 laps ago, and already OBS World, just because, probably because of how well they navigated traffic the first time.
Yeah.
We're able to make that lead. Now, here's what happens with traffic, in my opinion. A lot of times, the traffic will be nice to the leader. You're gonna let the leader by because they're the leader and they have that respect. But somehow when it comes to letting 3rd, 4th, 5th place by, somehow traffic loses that, like, that aura of respect, right? You just say, he's only 3rd place. We're not going to let him by. That's what happens sometimes in these races, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, because whenever I had a spotter, they would usually mention to me that is a leader coming by, whether it's a iRacing or some other software spotter or you have a human spotter. They would specifically mention that it's the class leader coming by, or you have the class leader ahead of you, and you sort of take an extra care with them as opposed to with other drivers. If it's something like drivers in 5th, 6th, 7th, let's say fighting each other, I don't care, I'm gonna pass them on the first opportunity, or work the situation so that it benefits me the most. At the same time, cooperation very, very important in these classes, and as I was talking about earlier, it can be sometimes beneficial to lose a bit of time in order to gain some time later. So for example, lift off so they will be past you before the corner, and slow and confused, they're having a massive accident, hopping the curb, heading into the Armco. And yeah, that right front tire, that's not at an optimal
normal.
camber angle.
No. And speaking of optimal, we are under safety car again. Again, you and I are bad luck. What's Joe Peak and Zach Sweeney had 1 safety car. We're already at 2. Watch this again here. Oh! Wow. And unable to tow. Race control has basically made it where to the drivers you need to get the car back around, or if you have to tow, it will likely bring a safety car out, and that's what happened there. I think he just got a little too close to that GT3 and sort of almost got himself. Did he make contact somewhere else that I didn't see?
It was the curb. He hopped the curb on the inside.
Okay.
There's a curb on the inside of that corner, and you can see the car sort of jump around because he had to sort of avoid the GT3, try to take the inside line, trying to hop that curb. Well, the curb was too high. The car went airborne, lost control, and passed the wall. And we have a safety car on track, as you mentioned, once again. And once again, that is going to reset our picture in terms of the leaders and in terms of indeed all the battles. OBS World by Simsa, well, they went to the pit lane. And Mivano going to the pit lane, I think, as well. Team Fordzilla now. Did they stay out? Alpha Esports Red certainly staying out. Pretty interesting to see what happens in terms of the GDPs, who went to the pit lane, who didn't. OBS World using the opportunity to get themselves at least topped up with fuel, but they might have to do some overtaking as a result of that on the start of their next stint. So this is gonna once again throw another wrench in terms of strategy in this race.
Now what this could do, and I'm trying to find it through the field real quick and figure it out, if you are a GTP who was a lap down, such as Alpha Esports by G Performance, maybe you stay out and you pass that leader so you can get a lap back here. This is prime opportunity. Everyone has to pit again. We're not done pitting. So why not, take this opportunity to get your lap back and see what you can do here.
Yeah, why not? I mean, we don't have Lucky Dog rules here, do we? Unless you're ahead of
Unless you're ahead of your class leader.
Yeah, exactly. And for those unfamiliar with the Lucky Dog rules, Derek, you're the American here. Go ahead.
Lucky Dog rules is a NASCAR thing we invented in the 2000s to not race back to cautions. It basically means that when the caution comes out, if you are the first car, one or more laps down to the leader, you get a lap back automatically. It was a NASCAR way to prevent racers from racing back to the line. So that does not exist in most road racing circuits. Road racing events typically say if you're ahead of your class leader, basically if you're between the pace car and your class leader, then you will get waved around, is what we would call it in NASCAR. So, but we'll wait and see who gets those moments here. Race Control is currently walking them through the process.
They are indeed. And now, let's walk you through the results meanwhile, or our current standings as they are, with 73 laps to go. We are on our third caution of the day. The safety car is out and the race is effectively halted for next couple of laps or so. And let's actually excuse you with the results for a while, because we have some cars in the pit lane. And I believe that is the Team Fortzilla car, then deciding to pit one lap after some others and realizing that, okay, maybe they don't want the lead after all, maybe they just actually do want to take the second pit stop, and that often happens, or the short fuel stop, so to speak. And that often happens when you have an extra lap to sort of work out your strategy, work out where you are in terms of the race, and deciding that it is beneficial after all. You also see the car blinking in and out of existence there for a while, and that means there has been a driver change done for Team Fortzilla. That is usually what it implies. And we also had a request from the chat, and we will try to cover all of the fights on track as much as we can. Unfortunately, there are usually quite a lot of fights happening all around the track, so we'll try and keep an eye on that. But I'll make a mental note, yellow by TC versus locals fight, and that is certainly has been a good one, and hopefully will be a good one on our next stint as well. And if you have any questions from the chat, if you are new to SimRacing, or if you are new to this series, or if you are indeed just a curious fan who would like to know something more, then we'll try and respond those questions to the best of our ability. Especially throughout the caution, we will usually have some time and space to cover those questions more in detail than we would have during the racing, when anything can and usually will happen within a very short space of time, potentially interrupting the answer or changing the subject that we are talking about in a very rapid fashion. Now, Alpha Esports Red is currently in the lead of our overall in our GDP class as well, ahead of the 66 OBS board by Simsa, which throughout the last stint proved to be the fastest car on track. They are both driving the Porsche LMP3 cars, the hypercars, the GDPs, whichever you want to call them. And Mivano SimRacing team 10 rounding out your top 3 in terms of overall. Now, in LMP3 class, it is SRB Motorsport currently leading, and the 245 car in the lead of the race, ahead of the battle that we were mentioned to in the chat, that we have seen a little bit in the screens as well, while all the classes pass the pace car and work themselves in appropriate positions. And that battle, of course, is between the 82 of Yellow by TC and the number 113 of Locals Autosport for the second place in class, and that can soon change to a battle for lead of the class as well, because as said, the safety car will reset all gaps within class that are less than 1 lap. Now, in terms of GT3s, we got AKM Racing UK now leading the GT3 class in the 983 car, ahead of the 2 over-the-limit racing teams in their Porsches. The blue in second place in that 747, not a Boeing, but a Porsche. And in third, it's going to be the over-the-limit racing red in number 56. And we also have to give a shout out to our innovative racing class, the Sapphire SimSport Voltage piloting that all-electric Porsche in the 333 machine. Welcome back, Derek. Welcome back, Derek, joining us in the commentary booth. You were able to find out some more information from the pit lane, I'm sure, watching all of these drivers pitting. Meanwhile, the safety car is still on track, and now I'm curious about this, because Alpha Esports Red gained some positions, of course took the overall lead throughout the pit cycle by not pitting. I wonder if they're banking on another safety car.
Well, it's going to be interesting because it feels like for the first time in a while, it's going to be someone other than OBS Roll by Simsa leading this race. So that'll be interesting. I did find out that Alpha Esports by G Performance did, in fact, get their lap back. So they did take advantage of the safety car as we said they should. So they've put themselves back on the lead lap. And this is one of those unique moments you talked about earlier compared to like an iRacing special event, whether it be the Daytona 24 or the Spa 24. Safety cars do allow for these kind of moments where just because you get a lap down doesn't mean you're stuck like it might in an official event. These safety cars can allow for the gaps to close, they can allow for laps back, allow for different strategies and whatnot. And as you said, now we're seeing some cars pass around and kind of get comfortable and get back in their spots here. I would imagine we're probably 1 to 2 laps here from going green as the field's now walking through turn 12 or slowly pacing through turn 12 under that long straightaway. No indication the pace car is going to pull away this time, so I suspect it will happen next time by. Now 71 to go. I would think we're still a couple pit stops left for everybody, but I am curious to see how this will affect pit strategies moving forward. Pit entry is closed this time by, so I do now have further belief we're going green next time by.
Yep, that seems to be the case. So going back to green flag racing very, very soon indeed. And we also have a question from the chat, unless you just addressed it. How long does a driver's stint last on average in this race, or does it differ quite a lot? And now that depends on the class. That depends entirely on the class. So in terms of GT3s, usually you would, well, a stint is around the 1 hour region in terms of fuel. As a driver, you can go 2 hours in a row. Usually you will. Very seldom will you see 1 hour stints only, like only driving a single stint. Usually it takes at least 1 stint to get sort of in the rhythm properly, and then the second stint will be better. You can drive a third stint if you want to, and that in turn is something you can do if you're feeling very, very good, or if the amount of drivers you have in the car allows it. However, in this series, there are also certain rules in terms of driving time, which will have to be taken into account. So we will get more on that soon, as in terms of GDPs, it's a bit of a shorter stint time. You usually double or even triple stint, but in generally speaking, usually, Derek, you see in endurance races 2 hour stints, or in terms of drivers, something around 2 hours, sometimes even 3 hours. Very rarely do you see drivers only driving a single stint.
Yeah, it is pretty rare. So as you were kind of going through a GTP, what I call a stint or a fuel run, maybe is a better word, is about 38 to 40 minutes. And the LMP3s, we're probably looking about 45 to 46 minutes on how long. So you just multiply that out by number of stints. As far as the single stints, with the iRacing rule changes following IMSA now, where you can take gas and tires at the same time, there's no reason not to take tires every time anymore, almost. So single stints are becoming a little bit more popular because everyone's going to get new tires every time anyways. But I would agree with you, 90% of the time, drivers in the GT3s and all other classes are doing at least 2 at a time. So you do need to keep an eye on it. But as you said here, with this OBS Endurance Cup race, there are some limits on the max time you can be in a car. And I think it's basically 3 hours and 15 minutes, I believe I saw earlier. So you do have to kind of keep that in mind when making these decisions about who to put in a car and when.
Yeah, so in GT3 class, which is a Pro-Am, you have silver, gold, and platinum drivers there. And, well, what does silver, gold, and platinum mean? Well, effectively, silver drivers are anywhere from 2,500 to 3,500 R rating, gold are 3,500 to 5,000, and platinum are over 5,000 I rating. And in terms of driving time, you got a maximum driving time for the gold and platinum drivers of 2 hours, and a minimum driving time of 30 minutes for any driver and it also varies between if you got 2 or 3 drivers in the car. But yeah, it's one of those things where, or alternatively, it also varies on your setup. You also have a minimum driving time of 1 hour 45 in total throughout the course of the race for silver drivers, but that's then varied by your gold and gold drivers or gold and platinum drivers. So it depends a lot on how many silver drivers, how many gold drivers, how many platinum drivers you have. But rule of thumb is usually maximum of 2 hours, usually minimum of 1 stint.
And if you want to have a hot button topic amongst endurance drivers, the one thing you brought up sort of passively there, number of drivers in a car. Man, if you want to get at a hot button topic with some endurance drivers about how to build a team, ask them how many drivers they want in their car during a race. Oh, that is not a simple answer. Some people want to drive all the time. They want to do 24-hour races with 3 drivers. Some of them want 4 or 5 drivers so they can sleep. That is a very hot button topic across the community about how many drivers you think belong on a team.
Yeah, well, for me personally, usually in 24-hour races, we would have 4 drivers. And less drivers than covering a shorter race. So I think 2 or 3 is just fine for a 12-hour race. Usually it would be 3 for 12 hours. Anything shorter than that, then you can make by with 2 drivers. But that depends also on your team. How many drivers in total do you have on your team? And the organizations I've been part of, very seldom have we had a case where we've had less than less than 2 teams competing in a single event. So we would have one team driving Class Y, for example, Class GT3, and we would have an prototype team as well entered in the same race. And then it would become a question of how many drivers do we have that are competent in prototypes, how many drivers do we have that are competent in GT3s, and then divide those among the teams within each other, within the team, divide those into prototype squads and divide those into GT squads. So, and then you find out how many drivers you have, how many drivers you need, and oftentimes you're limited by amount of drivers within your team that are able to drive a certain type of cars rather than having an overflow of drivers, so to speak. But you're right in that there is no set optimal amount of drivers. Ideally, and I mean ideally, you would have, for a 24-hour race, you would have 1 driver from Asia, 1 driver from Australia or Oceania, 1 driver from North or South America, and 1 driver from Europe. And that's because of time zones. So that
Isn't
is
that
a big
the dream
factor.
right there?
Yeah, that is definitely
Isn't that
the
the
dream.
dream? That dream does not always come true. Let me tell you, as someone who helps build teams, there's nothing worse than having like, oh, you're East Coast US, you're Central Time US, you're West Coast US. This is not going to work, guys. And then you start having this talk about like, who's going to stay up all night, and yeah, it's an interesting talk. Now we were wrong. I thought they would have went green last time by. They did not. They're going to go green this time by. So you're not missing anything here. We're just now heading through turns 8 and 9. But yeah, team building and number of drivers. I've had a few long nights of debates just internally. I might have a few spreadsheets somewhere stored away. A few more than I'd like to admit.
Yeah, and for me, well, I've been always sort of part of an all-Finnish team. There is 1 endurance race that I've done that had an international squad of drivers, and even then we only had 1 American, everyone else from Europe. So we were all in the same time zone, and then we were essentially like, okay, Ossian, you're unemployed, you're gonna be driving the night. You're a freelancer, you don't have to wake up.
I've had those talks before too. They're fun talks. Well, the safety car has pulled away from the field, so right now the Alpha Esports red machine in front is the control car. As a reminder, overtaking is not allowed until they get back to the timing line for the start-finish. So the 37 car now controls it. At any moment now they can pull away, and I suspect any moment now they will. And now they're going to weave a little bit here and try to warm up those tires. I thought they would have pulled away already, but no, they're going to wait till the corner here. This would be turn 13 they're coming up towards. And you can see the field behind them get antsy. You can see some people trying to kind of predict the start and whatnot. But I was saying, they are waiting forever.
Yeah, they are waiting, and effectively Alpha Esports Red is gonna only press the throttle, I think in the middle of the corner, maybe trying to get a good launch out of that one, not wanting to give the toe and just
I think they're waiting for the line at this point.
Yeah, I think they are waiting for the line at this point. Just looking at, they're still not going. And here we go,
There it
pressing the
is.
throttle. Catching out OBS World by Simsa very well indeed on the restart, protecting themselves. And you can see one of the purple cars then falling by the wayside on the main straight, just letting everybody go, making sure that they don't get in the way. But a great restart by Alpha Esports Red 10, the 37 car, already pulling off a nice gap, couple of car lengths between them and OBS World by Simsa, who in turn are trying to get those fresh tires working right now. And Mivano SimRacing team in third position, then just ahead of Race Onion. So that's the current order right now, I do believe. As I'm looking back behind them, I think that does seem to be the case. Yeah. So
Well, there's a big gap here, but there's a tight battle going back in the LMP3 field. If we can hop back there for a second, that LMP3 field is tight together and still racing pretty hard. And there they are at the front, and they were passing and trying to make passes pretty quickly here as they're now up through turns 8 and 9, and I think they've got it sorted out. But man, they went for it. They they were ready for that start.
They absolutely were, and you can see already how the leaders are starting to sort of stretch out. SRB Motorsport, Yellow by TC, great restarts by both of them. And Yellow by TC, we were talking earlier about, well, the chat was talking earlier on about how they had a great battle between themselves and Locals Autosport. Well, Locals have now dropped down to 4th place briefly, now being able to take that position back, and look at that launch to the inside by that GDP car, the 35 then, just passing them through, losing a lot of time in the restart, but passing them through at this point in time. And here you can see Beaver Grease Racing Plus and Locals Autosport fighting for the 3rd place, giving some screen time to these guys as well. And that is a wonderful team name, Beaver Grease Racing Plus. Wow.
That is quite the unique name, and already in tight battle as well, involving our GT3 leader as they are tight through turns 1 as well off trust screen. I'm watching a couple different battles here, but look at this. This is a great battle. This is Mivano right here with OBS World by Simsa. I said for the first time in a while, they're not leading. And, you know, something that doesn't get talked about a lot, I think, is that difference of open air in front of you versus the dirty air that GTP in front of you may be giving off. I'm curious how eager OBS is to get around the leader and take their lead back.
Well, I think they're watching the pace for time being, just trying to settle into a sort of a rhythm at this moment in time. You can see OBS World by Sims, they haven't started off quite so aggressively as I would have perhaps expected, while Mivano with Timo Rorda behind the wheel is looking very strong behind. So we'll have to wait and see, but Alpha Esports Red, they may also have a lighter car at this point. Mind you, they did not come in for refueling, so these guys with heavier fuel load in their car might have to spend some time behind waiting and before they catch up in terms of pace. And another thing is that they realize that Alpha Esports is not necessarily in the same, well, is not in the same strategy with them, and is not necessarily there fighting for the win by the end of this event, so they don't also have to worry about their pace at this moment in time, just trying to maximize their own stint length as well, manage their race to the best of their ability. And I think that is exactly what Alexander Walton is doing behind the wheel of that 66 machine, half a second ahead of Mivano, who might have their own ideas in terms of letting OBS World by Simsa manage their race all by the lonesome.
Yeah, they might have their own ideas, and the other idea they might have right now is they might be comfortable in that slipstream. Now, in a GTP car, there's a lot of conversations to be had about the hybrids and how they work, but fuel saving is still fuel saving. And if I could sit behind Mivano and maybe save a little bit of fuel, it's not going to cut a pit stop out of my race, but assuming there's no more safety cars, knock on wood, maybe you cut down how long that last safety, or how long your last pit stop is, pardon me, and you make a difference there. But right now, OBS is starting to pull away from Mivano, so there's going to be that conversation at least off the table for now. But It's and they're back around to the lead here.
Yeah, they are. So Alpha has come into the pit lane, I do think, because that's Mivano SimRacing team now in the second place, Race Onion in third place. So missing that part of me, apologies. I was looking at the lap time charts meanwhile. So OBS World by Simsa is once again returning to the lead of this event, ahead of Mivano, ahead of Race Onion, and ahead of Pure Sims Esports. This is now the overall race lead, and we have 7 teams currently in this sort of lead pack, going all the way down to BC Vault by Simsa. 47 teams. Rest of your teams then a little bit further back. Alpha Esports Red among them, having taken that pit stop and falling back as a result. And we are turning back to the LMP3s now. Davidas Laurinonis in the SRB Motorsport car, leading the yellow by TC car that is piloted by Tadas Ivasauskas. Sorry.
Yeah, this is a pretty tight battle. It's really within probably a second of each other. Look how tight that is as we're heading through turns 8 and 9 and trying to get things moving. So now we're going to see if they can close this battle here. And this is the fun of endurance racing. Now, of course, we just came out of a safety car, but these guys are still going at it and making it happen. Now, earlier during caution, you talked about the different driver rankings and the iRatings involved. The LMP3s in this race are the class that have the lowest rated drivers. Now, I struggle to say that because, like I said, when it's 2,500 and above, we're all pretty highly rated drivers. But this is the class with the, I guess, the least experienced drivers in this race.
Yeah, you could say that. You could say that definitely this is sort of the feeder class where we see a lot of the young talent competing, the up-and-coming talent competing here in this race. Meanwhile, the GT3 is sort of a mixed bag where you see a lot of experienced hands as well as the young talent. And it can be a great learning opportunity for some of the AM class drivers in GT3 teams to sort of learn and evolve throughout the season. As you can see, Jonathan Poulet and in the Valkyrie competition car moving on against AKM Racing UK, the 177 moving to the inside and taking that position away. A nice and clean move. Nice and clean move up to the inside, and as a result of that, second place changes hands. Michael Cuff now will have to cough up some additional pace in order to take that position back, and you can see a lot of the rubber flying around. And we also have some penalties to announce. The number 21 car has received a drive-through penalty for entering a closed pit in that last pit stop sequence. So that is certainly gonna affect her race. And another number of 2-lap penalties for cars to pass around as well. The 3, the 533, the 313 and the 148 have received penalties for that. But yeah, 421 drive-through for entering the closed pits.
Now, it's important whenever you join something to know the rules or to listen to race control. If you listen to race control, they will walk you through it as this race goes on. But man, speaking of walking through, this is a busy path right now coming here into this corner. And look at all these GT3s and a few prototypes. And this is not exactly sketchy yet, but it's not an easy path either.
Yeah, and just gonna confirm for you the number 21 card, that would of course refer to the flat out racing team in the GDT class, and that would be the Porsche piloted by Michael Cook and Cameron Miller. So they got a penalty for that. But yeah, moving back on to the GT3 racing, and you can see a replay here as well. SRB Motorsport R&R with Remigius Navikis then spinning out and hitting the inside wall very hard indeed, but they are able to keep going. And did they get stuck on top of that curb? Not quite. A little bit of, not Tony Hawk skateboarding perhaps, but Tony Gardner skateboarding. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if you didn't already do enough damage to the car by hitting the wall, then you went and tore up the floor of the car by riding across that sausage curb. But the good news is they were able to keep it moving, and so we did not have our third safety car. There's a car off on the track just in the bottom of that camera shot. Wait and see if we can probably sideways, I think, and we'll see who that was in a moment. But let's see.
Yeah, Valkyrie competition there. HRS community, sorry, and they were spinning around and synchronized spin with one of the GT3 cars as well. And the GT3 just on the entrance of the pit lane and facing the wrong way and working their way around. Thankfully, even if they went across the track, they were able to do so smoothly. Locals Autosport, meanwhile, bit of contact there and spinning around. That's a good replay, and that is the car I built that was outside of the track earlier on. So Locals Autosport losing a bit of position, hitting that GDP car. And we are back to live pictures for you. Mivano SimRacing team and OBS World by Simsa only separated by 0.3 of a second. Now Timo Rorda is eager and ready to get back into that lead. The lead Mivano had early on in this race. They were the pole-sitting team, and then things sort of fell apart from them. But thanks to those cautions, thanks to those pace cars, they're able to get it back together and are able to redeem themselves in this race. In that lead battle, mind you, it's not going to be easy because Alexander Walden and everyone else in that OBS World by Simsa car, the number 66, what a great job they've done.
I feel like we'd be remiss if we don't mention, by the way, this second place team, Mivano. Remember, they were spun around earlier. They were what we thought maybe was, in dire straits due to a spin and then pitting under green. And due to these two safety cars have put themselves back in a great spot and now competing for the lead. Who would have thought, an hour ago, that would be the conversation?
Indeed. And that just goes to show you the effect, as you said, the effect of those cautions and what they can do to a race. Very wide line there then from the Mivano team. Timo Rorda, then the Swiss driver, looking a little bit try hard at this point. Mind you, when you're running close behind another car in a highly aerodynamic vehicle, such as the hypercars are, LMDHs are, then that dirty air can and will play a part in suddenly taking away your front downforce and effectively meaning that your car is going to push out a lot. Something we haven't talked about a lot in this race, but we'll add on, that's Mivano around. That's Mivano around.
Again, has the word you have to put there. Wow, so snake bit and really just threw away a great opportunity that they had, and that's going to, of course, give OBS World a massive lead here, at least for the moment, and let them kind of calm down and enjoy the ride. But again, Mivano is around. It's so disappointing and so heartbreaking. We were just talking about the success, and now let's watch it again here and see what's going to happen. This is going to be 4X Racing first. They're going to make contact, and oh my goodness, look at how there's more contact in the dirt, I believe, trying to avoid that wreck. That's 4X Racing orange right there and then I think this is Locals Autosport black, a different team. Well, they avoided a car spinning and got themselves way in the dirt. There was that car right there.
Yeah, but I think that was contact between Locals Autosport Black and the GD3 car that sent the GD3 car spinning, I believe. I saw the rear of the GD3 car rise up, and here you can see another incident in our Endurance Esport. And that is,
that's the one with 4X Racing, I believe.
Yeah, that would be it. Spinning down by the wayside in that light blue car, thankfully able to get back going. But yeah, major implications in terms of our overall race. Now, OBS World by Simsa, Alexander Walton, and Toni Reunanen as well, a driver I'm familiar with on the Finnish scene, from the Finnish scene, are driving in that car. And now in our overall race, suddenly that promotes Pure Sims Esports to third place, Alpha Esports by Cheap Performance to fourth place, and a great battle for that third in the overall race, in the GDP race, because Mivano have now dropped to fifth. And I'm sure that it's not gonna be a happy Mivano squad in that fifth place, especially when they were leading this race early on and have made so many mistakes throughout the course of this race, just so inconsistent. They have the pace, but they really need to work on their consistency. You don't want to make mistakes like that in the first race of the season, in any race of the season, but especially not the first.
Yeah, let's come back to that, but real quick, let's mention Team 966, Team Fordzilla, currently on pit road. That's a drive-through penalty due to an unsafe pass of the 333 machine. That would be the the invitation class, the Sapphire Sim Sport Voltage. So Ford Zilla currently serving a drive-through penalty. They've just come off a pit road. And let's see the replay here. This is going to be Pure Sim. Oh, this is locals again. Sorry. Oh, no. That's under the track. Oh.
That's a heavy contact into the outside barrier. Just thankfully not involving any other drivers. But is that car going to be stuck in the middle of the track? Because
we're safety car again.
Yeah, we're safety car again. And Alpha Esports by G Performance then able to make it through as well the scene of the accident, and we have the safety car out for what is 4th time in this race, Derek, and what is the 3rd time since you and me joined together in the commentary booth.
Yeah, within an hour or so. This is our 3rd one within about 60 minutes. So this will start to play on a. We are something, aren't we? This will start to play on a driver's mind a little bit. This will start to frustrate you. Although it sounds simple, it sounds like you should be able to relax. By the way, OBS SimWorld again, or OBS World, pardon me, is going to come in again. But this is going to put to play on a driver's mind a little bit. It's going to frustrate you. All you want to do is race, right? That's what we're designed to do, is to learn how to race and race hard. And then you get all these safety cars, and it slows down your pace, and it really messes with you. And it can frustrate you. That sounds so silly, right? But it just really messes with your groove.
It does. And yeah, it sort of sounds silly, yeah, but you find it hard to get into rhythm when just as you start to sort of calm down into the pace of the race, start to get those consistent lap times down. And this is already the 1st and 2nd sectors of this track are already highly technical and sort of slow. And once you get into the feel of it, once you start to feel your tires starting to warm up, the car getting lighter, you can maybe afford yourself a bit of rhythm in the race, not having to think about every corner so hard, every possibility so hard. It's another pace car, and just cars. Mind you, the first pace car that we saw, that you and me saw within the space of last hour, was with 88 to go. They went green, 84 laps to go. Then 11 laps later, you had another pace car with 73 laps to go. They went green, 68 laps to go, and now 12 laps since going green, we have another pace car. 56 laps to go, and this race will resume with around 51 laps to go. So a lot of drivers wondering, can we just get a full stint going? That is nowhere near a full stint of racing. That is just 15-20 minutes of racing between each safety car. So it's gonna frustrate a lot of drivers, and it's gonna mean that a lot of teams are starting to think about their strategy again and again and again. And I think they're doing the right thing in terms of the 66 team. They're doing the right thing in pitting as often as possible, getting their fuel tank topped up as often as possible. The OBS World by Simsa doing a great job of just controlling this race so far. So shout out to Alexander Walton, shout out to Toni Reunanen, and shout out to whoever's doing the strategy.
I would be remiss also if we didn't mention the possibility, as crazy as it sounds, did Movano just get saved by another safety car?
Yeah, I think they did.
Isn't that crazy? Like, wow. I mean, what, a lap
And
after spinning? Maybe 2 laps? I mean, they're pitting, but think about that gap was going to close. That spin could have cost them numerous amounts of seconds. And instead, they're going to be within moments of the leader whenever we go green again here. I was taking a look at the field to see the first car 1 lap down in the GTPs was ATRS Community. And I'm waiting to see if they're going to get one here, but I don't know. That could put another car back in the lead lap.
Yeah, and we are getting a decision from the race control as well. For the Team Fordzilla car, the 966, they, as you mentioned earlier, they were heading into the pit lane, and that's a drive-through. We already covered that, and we have no further action for the 222 or the 815, so they can breathe free for now. And 222, that would be the Bigidas Pack Racing in the LMP3 class, and the 815 is the Beaver Grease Racing Plus, with the plus capitalized as well. Safety car still out on track, and Mivano curiously pitting as as mentioned, 1 lap later. And that is never optimal when you're under a pace car. If you're under a safety car, you should pit as soon as the pit lane is green, when you can get into the pit lane. If you leave that 1 lap late, then you're gonna go right into the back of the queue, which is not nice at all. And for Mivano, that is exactly what happened to them. So we'll have to wait and see how their next stint starts to develop. But unless we see more pit stops, it's gonna be Race Onion from BC Volt by Simsa from Team Fortzilla in that overall race lead at this moment in time. So once again, we're going to have to see some overtaking even after these drivers have gotten themselves in the right order for our race. So I hope we'll see some more green flag action on the next stint.
I'm hoping so as well, but the Mivano thing makes me think there was some indecision amongst that team about what to do, and so they decided to pit 1 lap later. And yeah, that 1 lap of gas under safety car is probably not enough to affect the end of the race, but we'll wait and see. Now, Race Onion did take the lead here, by the way, under the safety car with multiple cars now. We're going to see where it lines up here. You see it's BC Volt by Simpson second, Fordzilla up to third, by the way, with that drive-through. So these are cars who did not pit. That'd be why they would be up front.
Yep. So as we covered, some drivers choosing to pit, some drivers choosing not to pit. I think this moment just realizing that, we're fine in terms of tires. We're fine in terms of fuel. Sure, and maybe they have calculated it so that they can make it on a set amount of stop to the end regardless, and valuing the track position more. And we've seen the importance of track position already numerous times throughout this race, where as the leader overall, you can dictate when you go after the pace car, you can dictate when you press the throttle, floor the throttle, and you can sort of dictate the pace afterwards as well. When the drivers behind you maybe start to battle a little bit, the pack will be naturally bunched up from second place onwards. And that's because the leader dictates where to go. They will get a slight advantage, whereas everyone else is reacting to the leader. And when they are close to each other, when you have a long main straight heading into the first corner, very often you see battles for second place, battles for third, fourth, onwards, and you can sort of jump out and get yourself a lead. Another thing that is going to play in the Race Onion's hands is that they got a clean track in front of them for quite a while now. They can put in some really nice fast laps. Sure, their tires will have gone through a heat cycle at this moment in time, but they are a little bit lighter than the cars behind them. So they can use that to their advantage as well and get some early benefits, get an early lead going, trying to offset the time that they will lose later towards the race, as they will have to make another pit stop. And given that the race has been so fractured towards, as we are closing in on 54 laps to go, or are right now at 54 laps to go, closing in towards the end portion of this 1,000-kilometer event, it means that they are banking on another pace car that will come on later on, maybe at a time, at an opportunity that will be beneficial for them. So they want another pace car in around 10-15 laps time for their strategy to work out optimally for the pace car to come at a time when it's suitable in their pit cycle regardless.
Yeah, another way to look at that same thing you're talking about, there's a theory in business that says to be successful, you have to be better than, less than, or different than your competitor in order to stand out. Well, right now, if you continue to follow the pit strategies of OBS World by Simsa, and you continue to follow them, you're not any of those things. You're just sort of doing what they're doing, and that's not going to win you this race. Being different than them sometimes and trying something different. Listen, what do you have to lose at this point if you're Race Onion? You were, 5th, 6th, 7th in racing. Why not try something different? Maybe you're banking on another caution, or maybe you've decided, hey, we're going to throw a caution to the wind in the first race of the season, and maybe this works out. Maybe we learned something that we didn't know. So being different than your competitors sometimes is more important than the actual racecraft. Being willing to make a decision and stick to it can matter a lot. Now, the field's currently getting worked together here. Race control is in the middle of getting them lined up by class. So we'll have a couple more laps under the safety car. I want to thank you so much for hanging out here, watching the OBS Endurance Cup. It is, here live at Motorland Aragon, and we're having a great time here. We are 54 laps to go. This race started just after about 8 a.m., 8:30, 8:45 Eastern time this morning, and is now 12:35 Eastern, or much later than that on the GMT time. Shane, you want to give us the GMTs? I'm not good on the GMTs.
Oh, well, it is GMT. It is now 16:36 GMT, so 4:30 p.m. GMT. Of
It's
course,
like you guys live in the future.
yeah, and well, a lot of people even more so because we're not furthest ahead. The Australians live in tomorrow. Imagine that.
We should really, talk to those guys. Hey, who's going to win this race? Put a bet on it, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think that would be fraud in some way, shape, or form. If you're curious about what we are talking about in terms of OBS World, well, what is OBS World? It is sort of a community and for automotive enthusiasts in general, and you can find OBS online at obsworld.io. So you can be accustomed to what we're doing at OBS, what they're doing in OBS. It is effectively a 3D immersive metaverse designed for car enthusiasts and petrol heads. So if you're watching this, it's going to be right up your alley. And as a member of the OBS community, you can explore this virtual world and connect with like-minded people, share your passion. So you can customize your virtual garage, you can engage in car auctions, play thrilling car-themed games, stay up to date with the industry news, and so on and so forth. Or, in this case, take part in SimRacing, take part in these top-tier virtual events, these endurance events. This is the first race of the season, and it is going to be a thrilling season. It's going to be a long season as well that will go on for quite a while, mind you, as I'm double checking just to make sure what we have in terms of the schedule, so I'm not talking BS once again. We will have a championship that will conclude in March next year, so again in the future, as the safety car is ending soon, and we'll get back to racing. So we'll have 1,000 kilometers of Aragon. We will be on 18th of November, we'll be in California at the Long Beach Street Circuit for 204 laps or 4 hours. We'll be at Zandvoort in December for the 6 hours of Zandvoort. We have 1,000 kilometers of Spa coming up on January. All-time group 4 hours of Imola coming up in February. 600 miles of Atlanta later in February at Road Atlanta. That's going to be a good one. Going to be around 6 hours. And the season finale, 8 hours of Sebring at Sebring International Raceway. Mind you, one of my favorite circuits. So we're going to have a season of top-tier, top-shelf endurance racing, and I hope you stay tuned with us as we cover throughout the course of this season, cover all these twists and turns and these exciting events.
Yeah, lots of twists and turns. And man, next up is Long Beach. If you thought this track was tight and full of traffic, Long Beach will probably be a little bit more scary as far as multi-class traffic when we get there in a month or so. So right now, I think this might be the lap where we are going to be green. Race control is getting the gaps closed amongst the field. And I think right now we're just about there, ready to go. It'll be Race Onion, number 15 car, leading us around, I believe, maybe you can correct me, but I believe for the first time today, this will be their time leading.
Yeah, I think so too. And looking very good in the race lead, mind you. And just getting some screen time, which is important as well. Looking at the Race Onion car and looking at their livery, sort of reminding me of McLaren's maybe. With the
a little bit, yeah.
Papaya orange and the black, and that, especially that silver swoosh sort of emblem that they've got on the side pod of that car. So a very nice looking car and a team that is getting their chance to show off in the limelight. So that's always important for a lot of the teams, that just getting that chance to, be in the pictures, being in the spotlight, and getting to know what it is like to lead a race. Race Onion, Peter Zuba of Hungary, and Ben Snemeti of Hungary as well. And especially Ben Snemeti is someone who has put in some fast laps throughout the course of this race, even if they haven't been near or at the lead. Certainly, Ben Snemeti, someone, the two Hungarian Snemeti, someone to look out for as the race progresses.
So race control has determined that Race Onion, has control to start whenever they want. This is our third different restart within an hour, and I believe our third different restart point. This will drive you crazy if you're trying to predict it. There they are. At the beginning of the corner, we are green once again here at Motorsport Aragon, and they have opened up a big gap already over their competitors in the GTP field as we head into turn number 1.
Yep, looking very good in the restart is Race Onion team. Then BC World by Simsa, 1.2 seconds behind them already. Team Fordzilla right in the mix as well behind them. So a couple of new teams, well, not certainly entirely new teams, but newer teams than we were used to in the last couple of laps in those lead battles, as we get a replay already of the restart 10. And wow, that's the 75 getting just around, unfortunately then. For the 75 team, the ATRS community just losing their rear wing and will surely have to make an extra pit stop. Thankfully, not too much debris or not too much damage that they would get stranded and bring out another pace car, because I think I would have lost my mind at that point. No, but Ben Snemeti showing off exactly what I was talking about just now, showing off his pace, already pulling a nice gap behind them to the BC World by Simsa and Aurius Jomantas.
If we get another safety car here, we're going to start really digging deep for content. We're going to start pulling out the bedtime stories, and I don't know what we're going to do if we had to start pulling out like funny YouTube clips. We're about out of safety car content, I think. Right? Cat videos, there you go.
Yeah, cat videos, jokes. How about those? Incredible lame puns will come surely at some point in time as we are watching the GT3 battles, and that's the Sun's rear wing car of ADCS community just blasting past these guys, and they're gonna be wondering, hang on guy, I think you left something at the station, no?
My reaction was more so this: when you don't have a back wing like that, that car's not as predictable as you want it to be, and I was a little nervous about how he was flying around the outside corner like that. When you're missing a wing, it really messes with the aero and the turning ability of a car sometimes, and I was concerned he wasn't going to hold that corner.
Yes, doubly so when it's a rear wing, because that means the rear end is getting very loose. It's going to snap out on you very easily. And doubly so in those prototype cars that are more reliant on the aerodynamics than the GT3s. Mind you, the GT3s are not exactly like mechanical grip cars only. Sure, they got fat tires and they got a bit more weight and they are more leaning on the mechanical grip side of the things. But prototypes, they are especially aero cars, in that those wings are doing a lot, the shape of the car is doing a lot, all those little splitters that you have in the front of the car, little aerofoils that you have throughout the car, all are worked on creating as much downforce as possible for the car. And the Alpha Esports purple then getting sent to the barrier and getting sent hard, and I wonder...
They're barely moving.
Yeah, they are sort of trying to get back moving, but they're also very far outside of the track.
So we're waiting to see. We're getting a little nervous. We talked about it, about what there could be another safety car, and that car is stuck right now. If we can see it live, I'm not sure, but it is stuck on the outside of the track. And here, I think we are getting close. By the way, insult to injury for the car 17.
Sorry,
they actually
yeah, reverse by Temido, number 3 on your picture, seeing a replay of Terraspin as well. But yeah, go on.
I was going to say, insult to injury. Sorry to cut you off there. The 17 also just received a penalty, by the way. That was going to be for contact with the number 3 car. So they have a drive-through penalty to serve, but I think that's taking care of itself.
Yeah, and the Beaver Grease Racing Plus, the 815, just received a drive-through as well for a collision with the 113 of Locals Autosport. So that's going to be a penalty for the Beavers team. Have fallen a little bit back throughout the course of last couple of stints. So not one of those teams that were able to benefit from this fractured pace of the race, this sort of more inconsistent pace of the race. Maybe a little bit too aggressive on these restarts and getting into some trouble, and as a result getting into some trouble with the stewards. Now, in the GT3's Valkyrie competition and Jonathan Poulet, we saw him pull off a nice move earlier on. Well, now they're being chased down by the Over the Limit Racing Blue team of Justas Pirinauskas. Justas Pirinauskas, the Lithuanian driver, is looking to get himself and his teammate Justas Stachiokas closer and closer to the class lead. Meanwhile, behind them you can see the 171 that is not on the same lap with them. That's the HundredForce team from USA, sort of sticking behind them and almost pushing them down that long straight line. But that is not a fight for position, mind you. The 171 is on a different lap from those guys.
Yeah, on a different lap. I'm just going to update off screen. We don't need to see it. Alpha Esports Purple did make a deal with Race Control. They got it way off the track, almost to one of the access roads, and did tow, so no safety car necessary. We will stay green for the moment here. 48 laps to go, and we are green. So yeah, they did get off track, and we're safe for the moment.
And that is Toni Reunanen now behind the wheel of the OBS World by Simsa. So they have done a driver change indeed through the last stop. And Toni Reunanen now, he is a sim racer from Finland who is very familiar with the real world racing scene as well. And he is a graphic designer by trade. So he does a lot of race car graphics with his company GGR Graphics, and just doing a lot of sim racing liveries as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if that livery that the OBS World by Simsa team is of his design. Don't quote me on that, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him design that car, and it's great to see him behind the wheel in one of these race cars as well as a driver for Simsa Esports for the OBS World by Simsa team, and looking to take that team to the lead that they had for such a long time here. As we see the Tuta go green, something happened to them. That's a spin, and that's gonna be harmless for now. Now don't reverse back onto the racing line, please.
Now remember, this is the team that was turtled upside down. This was our first safety car once you and I took over, when they got hit and put up on the top of their car. So they're already back here. But they're sitting there for a while. Please tell me you're not stuck. I'm assuming they're not. I think they're just waiting for the, yeah, there you go. Waiting for the spot where they think they can go and not be in the way. Now, coming back to that conversation about OBS World by Simsa, effectively, in a way, they're kind of the leaders, right? I mean, I guess not, because a safety car could come out, but Race Onion is your leader. But Race Onion and a few other cars all opted not to pit. Oh, hello, there's a pass right on the inside of that GT3. This is Alpha Esports by G Performance and Pure Sim now for 5th and 6th racing. But if this stays green, you would think OBS World is effectively your leader, right?
Effectively, yeah, but it ebbs and flows, as I'm stuttering a lot there. It ebbs and flows, and it fluctuates up and down, and it changes constantly. So we'll see towards the end of the race, but yeah, effectively they're the leader. The thing is, they can't lose too much time here in this traffic here fighting each other, because they're dropping time constantly to race Onion. And at some point in time, we have to look at deltas, we have to look at pit stop times, and we have to look at the effective gain that Pure Sims will have, or actually the OBS World by Simsa team will have from pitting versus the time they will lose in this traffic, and work out whether they are de facto leaders anymore or not. But we'll see that as we come towards the end of the race, and we are doing so steadily, as we are now sitting at 46 laps to go. So if pass signs are anything to go by, we'll have a caution in 1 or 2 laps, because it's been 11 or 12 laps. As you can see, some great 3-wide racing moments there. A bit of Spa 2000 there, a bit of contact as well, but they made it through just about. Pure Sims Esports then. Charles Paris just able to stay ahead of Jordi Spetkens in that 77 Alpha Esports by G Performance car. But here comes Jordi once again, taking a look down the inside, not committing to it a little bit too far back, sadly. Ooh, and that is, I believe, I didn't quite catch who that was outside of the track in the first corner, but almost joining them and having a collision. Wow.
I'm not sure. I don't want to misquote a name, but yeah, that, hold on. That was scary. That's what that was. That was a moment. Man, this lack of safety car for 12 laps is not due to lack of effort. Some drivers are working hard to put that yellow back out, but we are green for the moment here, and we are The laps are ticking down. Now we're watching BC's vault by Simsa and Team Fordzilla. Fordzilla, by the way, right before one of those safety cars had a drive-through, so they really benefited from those coming out. They got that drive-through done, and then the yellow came out and put them right back in line. That's Fordzilla in the front here, I believe.
Go Fordzilla. That's what
Oh,
they're
sorry,
singing
no, that's
right
Fordzilla.
now.
So yeah, right. Yeah, there's a good reference. That's nice. Was that Blue Oyster Cult? I gotta look
Yeah.
for a second.
Blue Oyster Cult.
Oh, look
Absolutely.
at me. My years of playing Rock Band paid off for something.
Your age? Fitting out for something, I think. Not that one. No, I'm just joking. No, it's, yeah, Blue Oyster Cult, absolutely. Having some great songs. That is one of them, definitely on top of that, on near the top of that list. Now, Fordzilla looking for that overtaking opportunity for that second place against the BC Vault by Simsa team that is now able to get more effectively by the LMP3 car, getting a better line to the next corner. As a result of that, you can see Fordzilla dropping a bit of time, heading on to the next bit of fast sweepers. But here you can see just how technical that first section of the racetrack is. You have some overtaking opportunities there, sure, but it's one corner leading into another corner, leading into another corner, and you have to be constantly on your toes, maximizing not only each and every individual corner, but more importantly, the entire sector. Because when you lose your line, when you make a mistake in one corner, it can really easily lead to missing the line on the next corner as well and making a mess of the whole section.
Yep, now we're looking back onto the Fordzilla car. I had him backwards earlier in my head.
I think they lifted off the throttle in the heading to the back straight because they had a really great run, but they just don't want to make that overtake yet. I don't think. I think they're happy sitting behind BC by Simsa for now.
They may be. This is the battle for second and third overall, and they are going at it. Less than 0.2 of a second is the length of the battle we're facing here, and you see them get around. I want to call it a seafoam green, an aqua green. Do you have a name for that color we just all go by?
Turquoise.
Turquoise. Okay, that's a good name for that. But yeah, they are racing hard here. But you're right. Fordzilla does not seem to be in a hurry to get around. Now, here's the thought. I brought this up earlier on. Bringing it up again. Fuel saving. With these guys having not pitted under the last safety car, they need to save some fuel and try to make something happen. So maybe you're willing to sit behind someone and draft and see what extra fuel you can find.
Yeah, and you can see one of the lapped prototypes there as well. I think that might be the slow and confused car, looking a bit slow and confused there as they head back to the in the queue, a couple of laps behind the leaders. And here you can see Fordzilla and Abel Torres behind Yomantas now, second and third. And the reason, let's see if he lifts actually. Yeah, there you go. There you saw the lift off the throttle heading into the corner, just not wanting to make the pass right now. And the reason for that could be multifold. It could be a little bit of fuel saving there. It could be just essentially wanting to send a message to BC Vault by Simsa saying, look, don't take the defensive line. We are not going to pass you right now. I think it's more effective for us to stay put in our positions. We don't have much more pace than you. Why would we fight each other now? It's 42 laps to go. Let's fight near the end. Let's maximize our race distance for now. Be faster together, so to speak. They're happy to sit in the draft. And you get that sort of situation sometimes in sim racing, Derek. And it's an important skill to have. Know when to hold them and know when to fold them.
Well, there's a song reference. That's a nice one. But yeah, you're exactly correct, because what will happen when you go to make a pass, if you fight for it and you don't make the pass cleanly, now both cars are off their line, both cars are not going at optimal speed, and now you bring the cars behind you up into the battle. So when you go to make a pass, you need to make it happen. Oh my goodness, they're weaving through that traffic, and I got nervous for a second, but they weaved it correctly here. But you're right, watch him run here and run down the straightaway, sit right behind him. No indication of trying to make a pass, no indication of trying to outbrake him. Just very happy in that spot. I think fuel saving is the biggest reason here.
Yeah, well, yeah, and you can hear him, and he's not lifting off the throttle entirely, so he's not doing that typical thing of fuel saving where you lift off the throttle entirely like 100 meters before your normal braking point and then brake a little bit later. He's just happy sitting behind them. I don't think he's fuel saving that aggressively at least. But you can see the revs on the wheel from that onboard shot, and you guys saw it just sort of dipping in and out, reaching 7400, and then sort of going back to 7300 and lifting off the throttle a bit. So could be a bit of both. Could be fuel saving as well as just trying to send a message of, look, we're not trying to fight you right now. Meanwhile, Over the Limit Racing Red in 4th place in GT3 class, and PPF Racing Team sitting behind them in 5th. They are looking to maybe have a bit of a fight. There's 1 second gap between these two teams. You can see the 227 PPF Racing Team and Ignas Abetunas heading towards the pit lane actually. So I wonder if something happened to them or if they're making their scheduled stop. We're at 41 laps to go, and I think this just about puts them within range of being able to finish with this tank of fuel. Don't quote me quite on that, but I think that's right on the outside edge of the range as we are moving back to the 2nd place battle in the GDP class.
Yeah, I was thinking that would be, once again, my NASCAR roots and maybe other road racing as well. That's pitting backwards is what we call it. What that means is instead of running the tank empty and pitting at the last second, you figure out when is the first moment the pit window opens, and you pit there, put new tires on, and you run it to the end. My only concern with that strategy would be the potential of a safety car here. If you get caught like that, it can be.
Yeah,
it can be good for them. I don't know. Like, the hope is all the other cars pit under the safety car. I don't know.
Yeah, it depends on where you are sort of in the track. It can be good, it can be bad. If you're 1 lap down, it's definitely bad. Or if you're too far behind them as they come to the pit lane, that's also bad because they will be effectively able to fuel quicker. But if you are sort of in the back end of a line and close enough, they come to the pit lane. You don't have to come to the pit lane anymore. You save a bit of fuel as well running behind the pace car, and you pass them when they're pitting. So that's when it becomes a good strategy. And I think that's sort of what they're trying to do here. Now, my concern is that what if you short pit? If you don't run your tank empty and you instead pit on a certain hour marker, and I don't know if their tank was empty or not, but if it was empty, then you're carrying extra load of fuel. You're not maximizing the empty fuel laps, as we can see there. Pure Sims Esports and Mivano fighting each other for the 4th place.
Yeah, there's a lot of strategy involved. And by the way, one of the benefits of strategy here that makes it a little bit easier for the team managers is that this is not necessarily a timed race. This is a distance race. So we're all going the same distance. So
yeah,
we're going to do 1,000 kilometers. We know how many laps there are. This is not a matter of time where, you know, do we get to the white flag? Do we have the extra lap? Do we not have the extra lap? And I think we've both been in situations where we've had to process that thought in our head. Being a lapped race or a distance race, you should know when your pit window opens.
Exactly. You would have done those calculations in advance, and in case you're wondering how much is 1,000 kilometers, in case you're watching from another continent that happens to use miles, well, another song reference here. If you want 1,000 kilometers in miles, then it's I would walk 500 miles and then I would walk 121.3 more. So it's 621.3 miles. 0.4.
Let's see a replay here. I have a comment. This is going to be SRB Motorsport. They were in P4, and there's a contact there, and both cars go spinning sideways. A pretty nice. Oh, hold on. Never mind.
Yeah,
I was going to say that's a pretty nice cinematic spin, and then there's some calamity that sort of made it worse. But that was a nice synchronized cinematic spin there for a moment.
Yeah.
It's tap.
Yeah, and you can see on the top right corner of your screen as we watch another replay, the predicted laps till the next pit stop as well. Race Onion, it's 4 laps until their next pit stop, and Pure Sims, it's 56 laps until their next pit stop. So we're working on some data there.
And of course, that's based on the fact that Race Onion took the lead under the last safety car by not pitting.
And
so that's not
19.
really a surprise.
And correction 19 for Pure Sims. I was thinking 56. that would be much more than the fuel tank can take. So yeah,
that would be they're going to the inspection booth if they can do 56 on a fuel.
some smoky Unix shenanigans.
Yep. So right now, the problem Race Onion has is even if a safety car comes out now, the fear you have now with this format is, does pit road open in time, or do you get back around to pit road in time if you push this too far? But yep, less than 4 laps to go for Race Onion in the lead. You got to admire the move they made. Hey, maybe math-wise it will work out when we're all said and done, but they're just about ready to pit here. We're going to watch SRB Motorsport and ANR Endurance Esport. This is second and third here.
Yeah, and just saw spinner in the background, didn't quite catch who that was. But yeah, you're right. SRB Motorsport by Lint Vega, and I'm going to attempt this. And apologies to the driver in advance. Why does Andreus Kevicius behind the wheel?
That is that's well done. That is better than I would have done at it.
Yeah, and a lot of new names as well. Of course, for commentators, something as we're watching BC World by Sims and Team Fortzilla once again, right behind each other in their little bit of a formation, working their way through some lapped BMW traffic that is in the GT3 class. What new regions mean for sim racing for us commentators means new names to pronounce as well.
You know, the real broadcast that people don't see that they think would be funny is the pre-race where we go through the roster and we practice pronouncing names.
Oh yeah.
That's a broadcast that doesn't need to be seen, but it would be funny.
It would be funny. Now, what I do personally is I put the name in Google Translate in the language of that the driver is based in, for the country that the driver is based in, and just hit the speaker button, and that will give you the correct pronunciation. Now, whether I can follow that pronunciation or not is a whole different matter. So I do have some pronunciation guides in front of me. But being a Finn, I suppose, and not being able to use my own native language a lot in international broadcasting, it gives me a sort of advantage towards names from drivers in the similar regions. As you can see there, that's a mistake by the BC World by Simsa team, and Fortzilla finally makes that move to second place.
Yep, and effectively first, because we said Race Onion, I would think is only a lap or two away from coming down pit road. Now, we did not get an estimate on Fordzilla in that graphic, so I'm not sure how close they are. They had that drive-through that you can't pit under a drive-through, so I'm not sure where they stand. But we see Torres here and P2. Let's watch a replay. This would be Locals Auto Sport. And caught a curb and just spun it around. Hold on to it. Hold on to it.
Doing
back
great
at the
job.
wall. There you go.
Yeah, doing great job of sort of flicking the car so that it tracks towards the outside of track. Whether they knew in advance or not that there was no one behind them remains to be seen. You usually what you want to do when you spin around, for everyone concerned, is to just slam on the brakes so your trajectory becomes as predictable as possible. If you don't slam on the brakes and you sort of just try to flick the car around doing some sort of J-turn or something like that, you become an immediate hazard to the drivers behind. So when you spin, just slam the brakes. They did a great job there of holding onto the brakes, but at the same time adjusting the trajectory of the car so that it headed outside of the track into the runoff. And as a result of that, when they get the car back moving, they have more time, they have more space, and they're not stranded in the middle of the track.
You know, that sounds very simple, and I mean that sincerely. That sounds very simple, but however, the instinct for most drivers, both in real world and in sim, when something happens like a spin, for some reason, is to slam the throttle. And I don't know where that instinct comes from. I don't know if that's what we do most in a car, or I don't know where that reflex comes from. But a lot of drivers make the spins worse by slamming the throttle and looping it even harder.
Yeah, when your car goes sideways, there is something called two-foot magic save that you can also do. And it's most effective in cars which don't have traction control and don't have ABS. So what you effectively do in a two-foot magic save, as it's named, is that when you know that you lost control of the car and you can't bring it back pointing the right way normally, and you are still sideways, you can stop the trajectory of a spin by locking all the tires. And how you do that is that you slam the throttle and brake, bottom them out at the same time, and the car usually like sort of stops spinning. And time it right, and when you bleed off the brake and get back onto the throttle, you can recover much quicker than you would from a full spin because you're only at a certain degrees of an angle instead of a full angle. And some drivers can do it very fast in a way that they only lose a second or so from a situation that is otherwise a spin.
And there's a few pedal sets out there. The Fanatec V3 pedals, and I think one of the Moser or one of the Huizinga pedals that actually has a force feedback motor in it that will begin to vibrate as you begin to lose the car and it gets loose. And that could be a great addition to any sim setup for that reason.
Yeah, it can be, and I think SimuCube now, which is mostly known for their direct drive wheel, also has some fancy pedals with new technology that is effectively bringing a true force feedback to pedals as well. So feedback system to pedals. So that is certainly the next level in terms of technology. And boy, have we seen sim racing technology develop throughout the course of last 5 or 10 years. I mean, the rise of direct drive wheels, you got all new fancy pedal sets. Having a sim rig is starting to be the norm. So the breed of table drivers, so to speak, that you have a desktop, you have a desk, and you mount your Logitech wheel to it, and then you have pedals underneath the table, and you race from an office chair or normal type of dining chair even. That is starting to die out slowly but surely.
Yeah, it is. As things are becoming more affordable and more common, that is definitely becoming more the norm to have some kind of hardware, involved in your sim racing, and not just the wheel and the pedals, all the peripherals we have now, the button boxes, the lights, the Discord servers, whatever else you have, is just as important to sim racing as the wheel itself. But here's Sapphire Sim Sport Racing. They don't get a lot of views on the broadcast. They're in their class all by themselves, and that all electric car. And then this is Trail Breaking Races, and that's Alexi here in the car, running P20 in that class, having a hard time on that last corner there. And now here back to Valkyrie competition, and that's Poulet in the car here. They are leading their class. This is the GT3s, and they've had a pretty calm and quiet race. We've not seen a lot of them, but they've been pretty consistent in leading this race.
They have indeed. Valkyrie competition doing a great job then, and Team Fortzilla in turn leading the overall race now, because we've had the pit stop for Race Onion. So the Race Onion team has come into the pit lane. As the graphics predicted, they had about 4 laps to go. Well, they have done their pit stop. Team Fortzilla now in the lead, some 4 seconds ahead of Pure Sims Esports, because the BC Volt by Simsa that was with Team Fortzilla, they too have lost ground. I believe they have come to the pit lane as well. So Fortzilla team 10, Abel Torres leading this race for the time being. Pure Sims Esports 4 seconds behind him. Yeah, that was Pure Sims that had 19 laps, now about 14 laps left on their fuel stint. So we'll have to get data on Team Fortzilla and see how long they will be able to extend their stint. I believe they are around the same markers as Pure Sims would be. So around 14, 15 laps left on their stint. And then they will have a shorter last stint that will take them towards the end of this race. But for now, Abel Torres sitting very pretty in the overall lead of this race, enjoying working this traffic through in some relative peace and harmony.
And having a great time here. We're going to go back to Over the Limit Racing Blue and Over the Limit Racing Red. This is cool to see teammates racing. However, I can tell you as a team manager myself, these are tense moments right here, Hossein. When you get a moment when your team is racing like this, you kind of cover your eyes and so please just make the pass. Like, this is not the moment when you want to have an exciting race when your teammates are that close together.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you have some fun within the team. I've been in a situation where we battled our teammates in an endurance race, and it can be a bit of fun. You know that you give that bit of extra respect to each other, of course, because you're teammates. At the same time, you also kind of want to beat them. You definitely want to beat them for the bragging rights within the team, especially if it's like blue and red. In that one of the teams is sort of blue and red is sort of like okay, blue and red, they're just different colors. There's not a 1 or a 2 behind them. But if there is a 1 and 2 behind the teams, and you're in that number 2 team, and you have the chance to pass the number 1 team, and show them a little bit, show your team manager maybe, not quite the middle finger, but maybe a little bit of a, hey, screw you for putting me in the number 2 team. Come on, I'm faster than these guys. Then you do it.
It's not the first time we've seen these guys racing, and every time it enters my head, and I've forgotten to mention it so far, this is like an old, like the old Halo problem, red versus blue. For those who've been around the internet long enough to remember that web comic, or I guess cartoon, animated series, called it Red versus Blue, came to mind here. But now they've got a faster class coming to the inside who locked up the tires and made that close. And I believe that to be, is that either Onion or OBS back there? I can't tell from that camera shot. That's Onion, I believe, right?
Yeah, and the driver locking the wheels would have been the one passing them now, the LMP3 car. That's the 815, unless I'm much mistaken. And I should remember that number, but I don't, so I'm gonna look it up, and it is the Beaver Grease Racing Plus that was locking the brakes behind them. So that's the all-Lithuanian entry, and consists of Kazimieras Dambrauskis, Mantas Armalas, and Aivaras Mikus in that car. And mentioned earlier on, they had a bit of a difficult stint for now. And we see a battle between SRB Motorsports R&R and the 4X Racing Orange as well. For 12th in class, but still a great battle. They're just within 1/10 of each other, and color-coded for your convenience as well. One is blue and one is red.
And that's pretty easy to figure out, right? Although my confusion would be it's 4X Racing Orange, but I don't see any orange. Oh, almost saw a contact though, but then they got it sorted out. Now 4X Racing is going to pull ahead here. So now red is beating blue, and they're going to keep racing here. But I do not see any orange in that car, Osane.
Well,
I want a refund.
Yeah, I think the orange might be referring to the orange color in the LMP3 class. I say that. I was thinking, that's actually quite genius if it refers to the class. But 4X Racing have 2 teams in that class as well. I join you in demanding a refund.
There we go. Well, let's take a look at A&R Endurance Esports. They're going to loop it around out of that corner and get it spun around and hold the brakes. All is good. A little frustration of the spin, but no contact with anyone, and we stay racing live back to 4X Racing. And now back to Pure Sim Esports. They have taken the lead, as I'm guessing I'll have to take a look. Fordzilla has now pitted and put Pure Sim in the lead with 29 laps to go.
Yeah, so Charles Paris 10 in the lead of the race. Pure Sims Esports looking very pretty. 4 seconds ahead of OBS World by Sims, mind you. So that is going to be a very exciting battle come the end of this event. They are some 13 seconds clean of Alpha Esports by Cheap Performance that is sitting on the final spot of the podium. But yeah, great battle coming up between Pure Sims and OBS World. And here you can see on the bottom right of your screen the most positions gained in this race, and the leader in that department is the number 82 team of Yellow by TC in the LMP3 class, and that is Tadas Ivasauskas behind the wheel of that one with 18 positions gained, ahead of Mikael Huhtala in the 738 in the Trailbreaking Racers, the Finnish driver, with 13 positions gained. Then you got Jonathan Poulet, the 177 that's been on screen a couple of times, Valkyrie competitions in GT3 as well, as is the 14 Blue by TC, Povilas Klimanskas, and the 747 in the GT3's Over the Limit Racing Blue, and Justas Tachiokas with 7 positions gained.
That's always an important thing to keep in mind as a team. Sometimes even if you don't win, there's victories where you can find them, and positions gained can always be a great one to celebrate. So Pure Sim Esports here. This is Paris Charles in the car, and now we're seeing here, we think Pure Sim has a stop left to go, and we're thinking Race Onion, assuming we stay green, which you and I have, sort of jinxed that into maybe not being a reality, they would be done. So 27 laps left on those tires for Pure Sim. They cannot be that far left from pitting. We'll wait and see here. They're going to use the lights to let that GT3 know they want by, and they get by pretty easily. But with 28 laps to go, I would think, at least for everybody now, this should be your last pit stops in this cycle.
No, absolutely. if you pit off this, you have a problem. As you can see, Grow Racing team, Jos Santos pulling off some great moves to the inside, then to the outside, looking left, right, and center for that overtaking opportunity from Flat Out Racing, finally taking it around the outside in the last corner. They have some GT3 traffic, and that's gonna box Flat Out Racers. No, it's not. And as a result of that, Flat Out Racer able to hold on to the position, but look at Santos there, looking like a live grenade thrown out there on the track, just very aggressive in looking for that move. And mind you, usually FIA rules dictate that this series is not following, but usually racing rules, they always say about that one move. You can make one move. That only applies to defense. If you're attacking, you can make 7 moves if you want. You can move like Jagger if you want.
Yeah, that's the difference in different series. The IndyCar series has the rule for one move, but of course that doesn't apply everywhere and doesn't apply here. So now we're going to watch Flat Out Racing and Grow Racing team race this battle. Less than a second between them here, as we are about 5 hours into this race. We are really far in and not too far from done. As a driver now, if you are someone in the lead, if you're Pure Sim Esports, if you're Yellow by TECE, or if you're Valkyrie, time is moving incredibly slow because you want this thing over, right?
Yep, absolutely. And right now you just want, okay, no surprises, nothing that would surprise us, just please let it be a predictable race towards the end. It is what you want at this point in time. At the same time, you're looking at those last pit stops, you look at the strategy and you wonder, you're working the numbers, you're trying to look at the lap times for other guys, you try to look at the gaps, which is especially difficult if you're sort of lower down in the classes, or if you're 1 lap down from the class lead or the overall lead, because you don't get the straight gap. You have to sort of look at the gap manually and look at the relative times and so on and so forth, and work out where you are factually in this race and where you will be by the time those last stops have completed. You try to figure out whether the team ahead of you or the team behind you are on a different set of tires than you are, if they're on older tires, if they're on newer tires. A lot of variables that go into it. Whereas for the driver, they want all that information, and they want that information sort of fed to them in terms of what is relevant. You seldom want to say to a driver, okay, you need to go faster, because at most, like usually they're going as fast as they can already. So if you say to them, look, we need to drop 2 or 3 tenths from that lap time, that's gonna come back at you, well, you go and try it. Like that's not relevant information for the driver, because they're already going as fast as they can. What is relevant information for the driver is, okay, it's gonna be very close between you and X as they come out of the pit lane. So maybe put in 1 good lap here. That's gonna be relevant, because they can maybe go from that 97, 98% effort to that 100% effort, and maybe take a risk or two, a calculated risk, mind you, to try and get ahead of a driver that is coming out of the pit lane, for example. Or just notify them that, look, there's battles coming up, or that there is a battle coming up ahead of you between those lapped cars, and you have to be extra careful, for instance.
Yeah, or you're finding other data to give them that's positive, such as, and one we should bring up in the broadcast, the weather. The weather is down another 10 degrees, 11 degrees Fahrenheit since we last looked at it. You're going to see it there, 32 degrees Celsius. That relates to 90 degrees Fahrenheit for us American people. So that is a big drop. Last time we looked, it was 101 degrees Fahrenheit. That will lead to faster lap times and more grip in this track. That is something you can tell your driver, hey, listen, the track is cooling off. You know, so it's going to let you be a little faster. You can push a little harder, have a little more grip. What I don't know, what I need to find out for a second, is are we going to see sundown in the next 24 laps? I suspect we'll see some darkness. I don't think we'll get all the way there before this race is over.
Well, it's been darkness for me since this my commentary stint started. It's now very dark indeed. No sun inside in Finland, and car windows are, however, not frozen, so it's just above freezing for now. In terms of Celsius and Fahrenheit, -40 is when Celsius and Fahrenheit meet, and agree that Finland is indeed quite cold.
Ugh. I'm not ready for that yet. We're approaching those months here in the West Coast, and I'm not ready for that yet. OBS World by Simsa is back up to P2, and they are about 5.5 seconds behind the leader. You would think they also need to still pit, so maybe that's where Race Onion figured something out that we didn't see in the moment. is that everyone needed to pit again. They may have just done it sooner. Now the question will be the pit deltas and the pit box time. Maybe OBS World doesn't need to put a full tank in, and they save time on pit road that way. That will be the question we'll face here. But we would think that basically 1 and 2 still need to pit. And look at your sector times here of 1. I mean, it's identical right now as they're going through, but let's see, 27, 27. Yeah, the first 2 sectors almost identical for both teams.
Yep, so not much between them at all. Of course, these sector times, they will fluctuate depending on the amount of lapped cars and whatnot, but in terms of raw pace, throughout the last couple of laps, Pure Sims have been able to take a little bit, extend that gap a little bit between themselves and OBS World by Sims. So Reonanen may be struggling a little bit right now in terms of matching the pace. Maybe they're trying to extend the stint couple of laps. Regardless, you can see trail-breaking racers there, the 738 team on your screen, and they are sitting third in class at the moment in the GT3s, just trying to catch up to AKM Racing UK, which is why we're showing them the battle for second in the GT3 class. So that's going to be something we follow through as well in the last 23 laps of the race. Oh, Huhtala there, just taking a little bit too much of the inside curb. You can see the car getting airborne, and as a result of that going wide, and that can also damage the undertray, the underbody of the car. Very, very crucial in terms of downforce for these GT3 cars. You can see that massive diffuser behind them on the rear of that car that is producing a lot of downforce for these machines. So if you damage the diffuser, or if you damage the diffuser in front, the splitter in the front, you're gonna be in for a bad time as Pure Sims takes their final pit stop of today.
And that will, at least for the moment, put OBS World by Simsa back in the lead. It's been about 30-ish laps since we said those words. But Pure Sim here, and let's watch this pit stop time. It's not going to be long, I wouldn't think. But they're up on the jacks. They're putting tires on it. I was curious if they would try to just go fuel only, but nope. They're going to put tires on it. You see the car lifted up there on your screen. And we're into a... Oh, yeah, this is definitely tires and fuel. So let's take a look here.
Yep. And Alpha
And now
Esports
this is
by...
Alpha.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Alpha Esports by G Performance as well in the pit lane, but we are watching Pure Sims right now, still sitting stationary, still being fueled. Here they go. And their last stop completed. They are falling behind Race Onion by quite a considerable margin. 7 seconds already, and they need to get their tires warm.
And OBS World was also on pit road there. They're now coming off as well. So they were in pit road as well there. And that is now going to be interesting to see if Race Onion can catch up here and close the gap they had. We showed them effectively in P2, still pretty far behind the leader of Alpha Esports, who I think we mislabeled a car on pit road, as I don't think that was Alpha Esports on pit road. I think that was OBS World Result, but there is a contact. That's SRB Motorsport R&R, who is not relaxing at the moment because they just got clobbered in that corner right there.
Yeah, I think that was the red versus blue battle we were watching earlier on in the LMP3 class as well. And here is Alpha Esports by G Performance and Jordis Petkins, who are leading by 18 seconds over Race Onion this moment in time. So we don't think they have been to the pit lane quite yet, but they are leading for now, Alpha Esports. And again, that is one of those curious shades of bluish green or greenish blue.
Yeah. It's like was that dress from a few years ago? Was it blue or yellow or whatever that thing was?
Oh.
I don't know, but yeah, right?
You just
Yanni or
flashbacks.
Purple or whatever those were. Yeah, whatever those things are. But now let's take a look back to Movano, who is back at the P4. And they did pit under that last safety car, so they may need to pit again still. For the moment, they're doing well navigating GT3 traffic. 21 laps to go here, left at Motorland Aragon. And doing a great job getting through the GT3s. That was a nice, smooth run. But now we're back to red versus blue. We've been here before. These teammates are not giving up. It's over the limit. It is different driver, or same drivers, pardon me, as before, but battling just as hard.
indeed for 5th in class, Haroldas Rautas versus Justas Tachiokas, 10 for 5th and 6th in class. And I like those liveries. They're fairly simple, but there is that sort of like a more complicated vibe on the sender there, and then you can see simply coloring it red, coloring it blue. It's very, very easy to identify these cars from each other and from the rest of the field as well. So I like the idea that if you have no reason to sort of make a complicated livery, then you can just keep it simple and keep it nice. Now, my one comment would be that both of the red and blues are sort of plasticky in terms of shade. Maybe work with the shades a little bit and try to come up with something a little bit less so, but other than that, it's a great idea and very easy to identify, as we see then Mikael Huhtala under pressure from Pogilas Klimanskas, and that's blue by TC trying to get past trail-breaking racers there towards the end of the back straight. Let's see if Klimanskas is able to pull that move off. They are into the last corner, taking the final podium position away. Huhtala, can he fight back? Will he fight back onto the main straight? Will get a run on it, and going very wide is Huhtala now off the last corner. That will give them a great speed onto the main straight, but not looking to attack the inside now, just holding on behind them, sticking behind them and trying to stay close and fight for a chance to live to fight another day, so to speak.
Yeah, you know, this blue by car here, this is a decent paint scheme as well. Like, I don't have a problem with complicated paint schemes unless your teammates. Like, what I love about that blue and red from Over the Limit is it's very identifiable which car is which. As a commentator, first world problem, there is nothing worse than teammates with identical paint schemes. It is the worst thing ever to figure out which car is which as a commentator.
Speaking of commentators and identifying commentators, there was a question in chat. Who is that Finnish guy in the commentary? And I believe, Derek, that's you.
yeah, that's totally me. Yeah. This accent totally says Finnish, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely sounds like. I believe that's from the California part of Finland.
Yeah, that must be where it's from. I believe the Finnish one would be you.
Yeah. That is me, definitely. I was thinking, what region of Finland is called you?
Yeah, so I guess we haven't done it in a while. I'm probably going to butcher your name. It's thanks for tuning in here to OBS Endurance Cup. Derek Watson, Osain Puhaka. Did I get that right? Is that even close?
No, but it's all right. Surname is close. Ossian Puhakka.
Ossian Puhaka. Yep. So we are here live with you, hanging out on a Saturday morning, afternoon, evening, maybe even Sunday if you're in Australia. I'm not sure how that time works out in my head. We're watching the finish of this race. 19 laps to go. We've been here for the better part of, an hour and a half already and seen plenty of action. And we keep getting some camera time for that Sapphire car, and we should, because they're really out there almost for fun, right? They have no one to race. They're just out here seeing what they can do. Now, the benefit to that car, in a weird way, since it's all electric, that car can go forever. They'll make up probably a couple of laps just in pit cycles if we ever stayed green long enough.
Oh, absolutely. And in case someone was asking earlier on, what is the electric Porsche? What's that all about? How strong is the electric Porsche? Well, it's the Porsche Mission R, and it is development project of an all-electric project by Porsche, and the vision is effectively to provide an all-electric customer motorsport class. And that car, in terms of raw pace, can do from 0 to 100 km an hour, or 0 to 60 in terms of miles an hour, which is the more familiar English term, in 2.5 seconds. Because it's all electric and it provides absolute mountains of torque and mountains of power. And that power delivery, it's absolutely immediate, because once again, there is not a lot of moving parts. When you press the throttle, you're going to put down more power, and here you can see trail-breaking racers, meanwhile, making a move on the blue by TC team in that battle for final podium position, not quite able to pull it off. And you can see Over the Limit Racing Red as well, catching onto them rapidly, turning this one-on-one into a three-way dance, or a triple threat if you're a wrestling fan.
Oh, there it is, the wrestling reference.
Yes.
Of the day. There it is. A three-way dance, a triple threat. I don't have anything else, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
what you call 3 people fights generally.
A three-way dance. Yeah, that's what they call them. But the other thing about the mission R that you sort of hinted at and we moved on from is how long that battery life is. It is forever, it feels like. So that is the one benefit. If it were to ever do endurance racing by itself, there would be almost no pit stops. And for tires, I guess. But that battery, I don't know the exact time of it, but it does last a long time. Let's take a look at a replay, though. This is flat out racing. They are kind of slowing off the pace here. Looks that way, at least from that camera shot. That's the 21. What's going on here? Are they just going to pull over?
Cameron Miller, I wonder if they overshot their pit cycle and had to do an
missed
extra
the
lap.
stall. Yeah.
That
They are
happened to
well
me once in
off pace.
Petit Le Mans.
I've had it happen to a teammate before at I forget what it was, the Glen, actually. Now they're going to come through. They were just out of gas. They were just coasting. So there's the pit entrance right there. But that was a moment I was getting concerned they were going to make it back around.
Yeah, definitely. And this is not a short circuit, mind you. I mean, if it was Nürburgring, Nordschleife, you'd be done. But thankfully, it was a bit of a shorter track, but still not quite as short as some of the other tracks out there. Meanwhile, you can see over the limit racing red there is one faster class car between them, an LMP3, I do believe that is. And then you got over the limit racing red, trying to chase down Mikael Huhtala of Trail Breaking Racers. Or Trail Breaking Races, as the name is written. I believe it's supposed to be Racers, but regardless, the TBR team. And as a result of this fighting, you also have PPF Racing Team and Over the Limit Racing Blue joining them quite soon. So we're getting quite a gaggle for this final podium position here in GT3. They just gotta make sure they don't let Blue by TC run away, because they're 2.5 seconds down the road now that they have started battling for fourth so hard. But I believe Huhtala might be struggling just a little bit with the tires at this moment in time, having to take some defensive lines, trying to keep Over the Limit Racing Red as long as possible behind him. And also it benefits him in a way that the longer he keeps Jotautas behind him, the more time it allows for the likes of PPF Racing Team and Over the Limit Racing Blue to catch up to that 56 car, catch up into this battle. And soon, if the 56 cannot get past the 738 soon, then they will have to fight, look in their mirrors as well, and not only be offensive, but be concerned about defense as well. As here you go, side by side.
And we're coming out of the three-way dance almost into a Royal Rumble at this point with how many cars are getting involved in this battle. But a beautiful battle here as Over the Limit Red is still battling here. And this is for 4th and 5th. You see it's just a 10th of a second apart here. Remember that comment you made about an hour ago? You said, listen, there's something about endurance racing that the GTs always end up fighting at the end. Well, here we are close to the end. And here's your GT battle.
Yeah, and it's usually for a good position. In this case, 4th in class, mind you. So this is not for like fighting for scraps. No, absolutely. This is maybe a scrap, but it's fighting for some solid points. 4th in class is a very respectable result. It may be a bit of a golden pineapple in a sense, and that's a very Finnish saying. Golden pineapple in a sense that it's not quite a trophy. 4th place is the first of the non-podium finishing position, so you get a token golden pineapple usually from something like a truck stop that is not really gold, it's more like copper! Oh, hold on! Oh, and that's a disaster for TBR, and that is very bad news for Over the Limit Racing Red as well. They were heading on towards the fast corner. The Marc Marquez bend was just opening up. Just a bit of contact between the two guys, trying to jostle for position and ending up in the wall.
You see it again here, just really got like a pit maneuver. You see in a police video, just got inside him there and put Trail Breaking Races in the wall. Now, is that car moving? Yes, it is. Okay, so it is moving. I was concerned. Oh, no, it's a replay.
That's Huhtala, and I think he went a little bit wide on the exit of that corner. We've seen him do that before. So he got onto the AstroTurf. The rear tires lost grip already, and he was. It's very difficult to see because of the traction control and the electrical driving aids that are in a GT3 car. But he was sort of kind of sideways already, having somewhat lost control of that car in a slight motion. And what finished him off then was the was the red car behind him, just
Yep.
touching, having a bit of contact. You can see Flat Out Racing. Meanwhile, here Cameron Miller, what happened to him? Oh dear. Oh my. Oh no.
There we go. Let's go back for a second. That's Flat Out Racing. As of yet, that trail braking car has not moved by this Race Onion here. They're back in the lead. Trail braking has towed per race control's permission. So I guess we're going to say green here. But Race Onion now in a battle right here, taking the inside of the corner and trying to get after it here.
Yeah, that's the 75 that they're sort of, well, not fighting against, but trying to get past. That 75 is one of the lapped cars, and that would be the ATRS community car, the Slovenian team. Well, the US team that has an Slovenian driver lineup of Saso Pros and Alzai Kristov and Jose Scully as well. So one of the other regions that is sort of newer to sim racing, I suppose. And great to see them out there competing as well. But as a result of that contact earlier on, trail braking racers getting sent out and over the limit racing red going over the limit and spinning out as well, we now have over the limit racing blue and PPF racing team fighting for fourth in class. Just 3/10 between them. So that's going to be the blue car on the left side of your shot coming back right now, sitting in fourth place, and the black car in fifth place, PPF racing team that is fighting them. So Stachiokas versus Klepikas, two Lithuanians fighting for some good points here with 13 laps to go.
I was taking a peek over at race control, and as of yet, the 815 car, that's not them. There's no decision yet. I would not be surprised before this thing is over if there's not some kind of decision about over the limit racing red involving that contact. But as of yet, there is no word from race control, so we'll wait and see. This is over the limit racing blue being run down here, and we'll see how this plays out. 12 laps to go. So if you're going to make a move, you better make it now, because it's getting closer and closer to the end of this race.
Absolutely is, and you can see Klepikas there getting a great run onto the back straightaway. Little bit of damage on the rear of that over the limit racing blue car as well. That's going to affect the downforce, but not going to be able to get a good run this time around, I don't think. And as a result of that, they stay in status quo as far as they're concerned, letting that fast car go by. And there's a GT3 behind them as well. That is the 171. Wonder if they're on the same lap as well. We're gonna get soon as our timing tower updates on the left hand side of your screen. But effectively 3 cars in the same shot, 2 Porsches and 1 Mercedes fighting for the same piece of real estate, and that 171 is then going to be the HundredForce team from US. So the American guys, Nicholas Maynard and Nicholas Czesowski, 2 Nicks then in that battle. Saint Nick will not be coming in 2 months yet.
Yep. All right, so I want to talk for a second here. You talk about the different manufacturers in that shot. The parity in this league that is existing today, if you look at the manufacturers on the left side of the screen, how impressive is that, the parity we're seeing across the classes, not only the LMDHs but also the GT3s. Look at the logos on the side of your screen and you'll see the parity of all the car classes. It's not one car class dominating. There's a representation from multiple manufacturers in this race.
There absolutely is, apart from the LMP3s, of course, which is the single manufacturer class, mind. So it's only going to be the LP, Acuras there, I believe. Alpines, Acuras, one or the other, anyway. Gonna be represented in that class. I always confuse the two. But other than that, in the GT3s, I mean, you got Porsches, you got Ferraris, you got BMWs fighting for those great positions. You got Mercs as well involved in the mix and iRacing. Oh, and that's a mistake from over the limit racing blue in the last corner, not losing one position there, and that's PPF racing team taking it away then. And the HundredForce team is 8 in class, so they are 1 lap down from PPF, mind you. Maybe that's why they're being a little bit tentative about overtaking the car, even if they have to pace, because you never really want to see, even if there's no necessarily, well, there are blue flag rules in racing, but you also don't want to get too involved in a battle between cars in the leading lap of your class.
And that lead right there, as you see on your screen, between Race Onion and Pure Sims, about 2.7 seconds. It changes a little bit depending upon who has slowed down for a corner and who's in an optimal track spot. But it's about 2.7 all the way around the track. Look at Race Onion here, just doing a great job at getting around these GT3s and other cars to maintain their spot. They're going to keep in mind as we get closer and closer to the end, 10 laps to go would be okay, but I would say if we get within probably, 6 laps to go, a safety car would finish the race.
No, it absolutely would. Yeah, you're right in that department, and we are watching the Race Onion team then in the race lead here, number 15, Ben Nemeti. Warned you I was earlier about his pace. He is a fast driver, the Hungarian, and he needs to put in all of his pace and then some in these last 10 laps of the race if he wants to win this one. Charles Paris just 2 seconds behind him, and what a grandstand finish we are going to have in this one. Just 2 seconds separating the overall lead after 6 hours of racing. Okay, we've had some pace cars, but still, that is very close indeed.
Oh yeah, this is incredible to think that we're within 2 seconds of each other for this battle. And that gap has closed a little bit, by the way. Remember last time by, I commented on it being 2.7, and Pure Sim now has got it down to about 2 seconds. So we'll need to keep an eye on those lap times and see how that's going, but this could be a battle. In fact, if you look at the ticker on the left side of your screen, I mean, there's also a close 4-second battle for the LMP3s. The GT3s right now, that's a 20-plus second battle, so that may not exist for the lead, but a 2-second battle or less. Look at this closing again, now 1.5 seconds. Pure Sim is really going after it here.
Yeah, and Race Onion is in heavy traffic, so that explains some of the time lost. They were just passing the GT3 battle for 4th place that we were following earlier on, passing all those 3 guys. But I saw Race Onion getting a little bit wiggly, Nemeti getting a little bit wiggly in the middle part of the technical section there in the first sector, just on the exit of the corner, dropping it on the AstroTurf a little bit. And this is going to be frustrating for Race Onion, because while they had to do all those passes in the corners, you saw Pure Sims getting them past them on the straight line. That's ANR Endurance then doing a 360 and almost able to pull it off, but then at the end having a contact with another car, and who they were fighting for position with, I believe, that was on the 7th place. We'll have to take a second look of who that was, but they're missing a significant portion of the front of that car. So funny seeing an LMP3 car looking like that, almost like a modified.
Very much. There's another spin. That's slow and confused. We saw them spinning around earlier. Now they're more like dazed and confused after that spin. And moving on here, this will now be back to Race Onion here. Now, the last I looked, it is just them and Pure Sim. There's no cars in between. And for the moment, actually, there's some cars ahead. Especially, they had a clean moment of track here, but there's a couple LMP3s, I think, ahead of them here. But here we go. We are now down to 8 laps to go. Can Race Onion hold on to it, or will the race be full of tears as we're done here?
Yeah, and wow, just 1 second between the drivers and Nemeti. As said, he's got to be frustrated losing so much time in the traffic, but there's an old saying in the endurance racing circles, traffic give it and traffic take it away, and in this case, it certainly took away. This is gonna be a great one. Charles Paris can now see Nemeti ahead of him. He can get some draft already on these long straights. Now we'll just have to be the question of whether he has the tires to mount that final attack, whether he can find the time and space to pull off that move. It's gonna have to be on that long back straight, I'm almost certain. And Nemeti, meanwhile, has to wonder about utilizing that hybrid performance in his car and trying to maximize its usage in order to get as good of a speed as possible down into the straight. Once again, working their way through the traffic in unison now. Both of them will be affected by this one. There are some top class cars, of course, some hypercars. They have to work their way through, some GT3s as well. Moving bravely to the inside in the 3 wide is Nemeti. Then tucking in behind another prototype. Working their way through them. They went very wide indeed in the LMP3 car. And look at the gap that Nemeti was able to pull then in that traffic section. Charles Paris now 1.2 seconds away. Half a second did Nemeti gain. It's not too much in terms of time. It's the time it takes you to snap your fingers and then some. Maybe snap your fingers and blink an eye, but it's a significant difference when it comes to this battle, because it means Nemeti no longer enjoys as much of the draft, and it means that you have maybe one more lap that you can enjoy being all by your lonesome before being joined by Charles Paris as they approach 6 laps to go in this event.
Man, coming up through 8 and 9 that time, Race Onion did a great job at getting through traffic and then sort of putting traffic in the middle of the road to be the moving pick or the moving chicane, depending upon your sports reference. They did a great job. That's how they opened back up that 1.2 second gap, because it had closed pretty steeply. Now here's what we're looking at. Now tires also could play a factor, because Race Onion pitted 27 laps ago, Pure Sim 11 laps later. So Pure Sim has 11 lap newer tires, and that's where some of this grip is going to come from in these corners as far as making it happen. But we're now down to 6 to go. As I said, we're now at the point of no return. If someone wrecks and puts out a safety car, I don't see how we get going green again. So this is the battle. You have to race every moment now as if it's your last, and it's now down to less than a second here, and Race Onion is being run down. Look at those sector times. You can see where Pure Sim in the first sector gained time. In the second sector, they're gaining about 0.2 per second on both of them. And that's how they're closing this gap up pretty quickly. Now, there's one thing to catch a car. It's another thing to pass that car.
Oh, it absolutely is. And as the late, great Murray Walker once said, catching is one thing, passing is another. And we're seeing a lot of that later on here in this one, because I'm sure Race Onion will have a trick or two up their sleeve in terms of defending, not giving it easy for Pure Sim Esports, certainly blocking that inside line into the last corner and then some. So Pure Sims will have to find a trick to get past them. Mind you, they've had a lot of time to think about this as well, knowing exactly where to move, where to utilize that advantage they have in terms of much fresher rubber. I say much fresher, it's 11 laps, but it is a significant difference when we're talking about cars as fast as this one. As these ones are. So Pure Sims now within 3/10 as they work their way through the traffic once again. Traffic can also be a factor in terms of allowing you to make an opportunistic overtake. And opportunism and multi-class racing, they do go hand in hand. Whether or not it is advised is a whole different matter. Race Onion getting wiggly outside of the track, allowing Pure Sims to get a great run on the back straight. This is their first chance to really take the lead. With 5 laps to go, you can see Race Onion and Nemeti moving to the inside, blocking off that inside line as predicted. Pure Sims to the outside. They're looking to make that move the long way around. Race Onion trying to limit the amount of space they have. They go throughout the outside and not quite able to pull it off. Is Pure Sims. They have to wait and see for another lap. Getting a better exit, however, onto the main straight. And here we go. Once again, it's Pure Sims holding on to the inside, trying to take the inside line. You can see Race Onion then blocking it off. Very late to the brakes is the 116, but they have to concede. Once again, they have to give up. But look at this. This is no longer just chasing down one driver. This is a battle with 4 laps to go here in the opening round of the OBS Endurance Cup here at Aragon Motorsports Park, and it is planned to be a grandstand finish side by side once again. Race Onion holding on for now. One more lap car.
I thought he had him there at that corner because there's a slip up by Onion. Now they're going to get around this car here, and now they're going to go through this right-hander, and this will be turns 8 and 9. And then we're going to come around to that big sweeping corner and into the back straight. This is the biggest chance for Pure Sim, in my opinion, to make a move here. Use that slipstream. They have a bit of an open track ahead of them here. They have really a good amount of time here. If you look ahead, it's hard to find a car in front of them compared to what we've seen all race long. And now Pure Sim's going to try to set up the draft here. Now, the downside to Race Onion trying to block those inside corners like they did last lap is you could throw off your own braking points. They're doing good so far. Now down to the turns 13 and 14. And we'll come around to the start finish line. That'll mark 3 laps to go. And look at that. Look at that stat. 8 seconds gained in the last 20 laps by Pure Sim. Race Onion, a small bobble there, but they saved it.
Yeah, and I love these little tidbits of information and these stats that we are getting to the screen, feeding the information to us and the viewers out there all over the world who are watching. Welcome to this one. You have picked a good race to follow and a good way to spend your Saturday night or very early Sunday, depending on where in the world you are, or indeed a Saturday and not just a night. If you are in the American continent, wherever you are, just sit tight and enjoy this one. Race Onion still holding on to the lead. For now, Pure Sims Esports chasing them down, trying to find a way through. They won't get many more opportunities after this one, but at the same time they know they can work their way alongside. Now they gotta work their way past, and look at that traffic jam that is ahead of them. Just an absolutely ungodly amount of traffic there. 4 or 5 cars in close quarters, and then you can see some more.
Oh, the lap car almost cut off Pearson, but they're good right now. Well, listen, Sir Elton John will tell you Saturday night's all right for fighting, and here we go. They're going to fight indeed. Pearson hard into the brakes as we come to the final corners, and now 2 laps to go in the first round of the OBS Endurance Cup here at Motorland Aragon, and it is a tight battle right here.
It is a very tight battle indeed, and just one more time around. Okay, that's gonna be some more lap prototypes this time around. The speed difference won't be as great if they come to the corner, or if you are just the right distance away from them, then you can maybe throw in a late send. There you go. Great job by that car, moving out of the way, knowing that's gonna be the leaders coming. Spotters certainly active. That's gonna be the leaders in the mirror. Just get out of the way. You're not in a battle, but they are. One more car moving away, and here goes Pure Sims to the inside, catching Race Onion with their pants down and taking the lead. What a great opportunistic move down to the inside. Pure Sims Esports take a bow. Pariter proving to be a capital punisher here in this one.
It's not over yet. You got 1.5 laps to go, and we might have made the pass too soon. Oh, way wide out of that corner is where Race Onion went to avoid that lapped car. Now they're going to get a chance to set up the slipstream, and they won't do it here. I bet if Onion makes the move, they're going to make it on the last lap so they can't get past again. But here they are down into the slipstream. Tight battles going on elsewhere. We'll try to cover them at the end here. But this is the battle for the overall lead. The traffic still playing a factor. Look at Onions close that battle really tight here. And the white flag is out. One more lap to go here at Motorland Aragon, and we got a fight on our hands. Onion's going to try to dig it in there. Ooh, locked up the tires. That might be the last shot they get.
Oh, absolutely. They lost a lot of ground there heading into turn number 1, trying to make a late move to the inside, taking a page out of Pure Sims' book. Was Nemeti, but not able to pull it off. As a result of that, 7/10 away with older tires. That's going to be very, very, very difficult indeed. Claw back, but we have seen crazier things, and we have seen traffic play a factor before. Will it play a factor once again in taking the victory out of Pure Sims Esports' hands? Meanwhile, here are Mivano SimRacing team and OBS World by Simsa. They are also locked in a battle in this final podium position. Look at all the traffic around them. OBS World trying to catch up to Mivano, trying to take away pole sitter's chance of a podium. Not quite able to do it so far though, but there are still a lot of things that can play into the final result of the race. But here we go. Pure Sims Esports, the 116. Last time around this Aragon track, last time they have a chance to take this sweeping, wonderful last corner. And it has been a brilliant race for David Baker, for Charles Paris, and for Gabriel Ross. All of these 3 guys claim victory here in the first round of OBS Endurance Cup here at Aragon Motorsport Park. Their Cadillac, the 116, proving victorious, just less than a second ahead of the Race Onion team, the number 15. And great fight for Peter Zuba and for Ben Nemeti as well. And here is our final podium stander, Mivano SimRacing team, the pole sitters, Timo Roda, Lac Marchand and Sasha Corley, the very European team, then taking the final spot of the podium. And here is your LMP3 class winner, the yellow by TC, the number 82, Lukas Sentalis and Tadas Ivauskas, the Lithuanian guys, taking the win in LMP3 class. And finally, last but definitely not the least, They are the mythical beings from Norse mythology. They took the dead to the afterlife, to Valhalla, and here they took the car and its drivers to glory. Valkyrie competition, the 177, Jonathan Poulet and Matteo Schroeder, the Belgian outfit, taking the victory here on the opening round.
Ooh, wow, what a race, what a finish across all three classes. Great job by everyone. What an opening round here at a very tight track to keep this race as clean as it was. I've had fun. I'm ready for a nap. That was exciting. Whew.
That absolutely was. That was great, Derek. I mean, what a race we had across all the classes, more or less. Something important to watch, something to focus on. Great level of racing. We saw some exciting things happen. We certainly saw our fair share of collisions, but most importantly, we saw great racing and we saw what the OBS Endurance Cup is all about. It's about high level of competition. It's about great racing. It's about glory and it's about victory. And for these guys, the victory certainly came after a great fight and after a great charge to take the lead. Paris Charles, Pure Sims Esports, taking the victory 10 overall, ahead of Race Onion and Ben Nemeti, who was the finishing driver for those guys. Peter Zuba, his teammate. Timo Ruda taking the third position in the Mivano car, partnered by Lac Marchand and Sacha Gorley. Then you got Abel Torres and Team Fortzilla finishing fourth in the 966. He was partnered by the Argentinian Juan Manuel Gomez. Toni Leunanen, OBS World by Simsa, finishing fifth in the 66. Alexander Walton was his teammate. Arius Jomantas, BC Volt by Simsa, the number 47, finishing sixth, partnered by Lars Baumler. And then in the seventh place, you got Jordi Spetkens, Alpha Esports by G Performance, the number 77, his teammate, his brother, Sem Spetkens. You got Joao Santos in 8th place, partnered by Pedro Barbosa, the Portuguese outfit of Grow Racing Team. In 9th was the ATRS community, Saso Prosen in the 75, partnered by Ayas Bristov and Jose Scully, and that's going to be the Slovenian drivers. And rounding out the top 10 was Tiziano Caponio in the 37 Alpha Esports Red, partnered by Jack Batcher and Camilio Dehaan. Cameron Miller, Flat Out Racing, Simonas Balchunas, Slow and Confused, Christopher Kindler, Beerskin by Simsa, and Aaron Knight, Alpha Esports Purple, rounding out your LMP, your GDP class, the LMDH class, the Hypercar class, whichever you want to call them. And I believe you, Derek, have the final results of our LMP3 class here in
Let's
front
go
of
ahead
you.
and take a look at it here after 205 laps. Luke Zentalis in yellow by TECE will finish in first. Then you got SRB Motorsports in second, and SRB Motorsport teammates 2 and 3. Beaver Grease Racing Plus finished fourth, with Locals Autosport Black in fifth. Then 4SR Racing in sixth, with Beaver Grease Racing again back there in seventh. MTS Garage in eighth. Yellow Submarine Squad back in ninth. They led for a part of this race. And then Locals Autosports will finish back in P10. We will move on in the results here and see if there are more. That is it, I believe. And then let's take a look at this here. This is going to be yellow by, this is the same, oh, there's 11. Sorry, Stefan Valios in A&R Endurance Esport with 4X Racing. And then SRB Motorsport R&R. 4X Racing, again back in 14th. SRB Motorsport. Tuda Go Green, who we saw back there in the P16. They were on their lid earlier. Then SimSport Racing, Vigadis Pack Racing, and A&R Endurance Esport finished P19.
Yep, and finally
right.
we have... Yeah.
Got to say one more class. You can go for.
Yep, so GT3 Valkyrie competition taking the win. Matteo Schroeder 10, your winning driver. Blue by TC finishing second, the number 14 outfit ahead of the PPF Racing team. You got Icarus International finishing fourth in class ahead of the two Over the Limit Racing teams, Over the Limit Racing Blue and Over the Limit Racing Red. AKM Racing UK finishing in 7th. HundredForce taking the 8th place, the American team. And 9th was the 117 of Transport Engineers by Vilnius Tech. And 10th, Trispalve Motorsport. And we got another page of the GT3 drivers. You got Reneverse by Temido finishing 11th, number 3 outfit. Then the 313 of SR Technic finishing 12th. Then you got a lot of drivers, some laps down. The 4X Racing teams, 13th and 14th, 403 ahead of the 406. You got the Yellow Submarine Squad finishing 15th, and Trailbreaking Racers, who were in the podium battle for such a long time, ending up 16th, 14 laps down, out as a result of that late contact. 10th, 17th out as well, and your retired teams Altos Esports, Sapphire Simsport Alpha, and Turbo Turtles as well, classified as out of this event. But we are gonna get into eventually, and right now we are gonna get into some interviews with the drivers, and I believe we are going to start with our overall winners. That's gonna be the Pure Sims Esports, and we got the hero Charles Paritan, and he is standing by with Derek Warwick. Not Derek Warwick, but Derek anyway.
Derek Watson, that's okay.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Pure Sims Esports and Race Onion had a great battle at the end of that. So we'll start with the Pure Sims. Talk me through, what was that last lap like? When, or last 2 laps maybe? When did you decide to make that move? And were you convinced it was going to stick?
Yeah, I mean, I was catching, but I kept on hitting the traffic at the wrong points. So I sort of had to just make it whenever it was available. And then obviously he got caught in the traffic a little bit, and I just sort of had to go for it.
You saw you make that move about 2 to go. When the pit cycles were happening and you guys pitted about 11 laps later, after watching Race Onion not pit under what ended up being the final safety car, were you concerned? Were you confused? What was your emotion at that moment with the different strategy?
To be honest, with a lot of strategy, the safety cars threw such a wrench in it that I had no idea where we were. So we were just kind of crossing the fingers and hoping, and David and Gabriel were running the calculations to see like where we would go, and we were actually concerned that I might not get enough driving time if I didn't hop in on the safety car, because I hadn't done the stint all race.
Oh, that's a good way to do it, to come in and take the victory. So my last question for you, next time we race in the OBS Endurance Cup, we're going to Long Beach. So are you more or less nervous about the traffic at Long Beach compared to the traffic at Aragon?
I'm definitely less nervous because I'm not doing that one. It's up to my teammates to sort that one out.
There you go. That's the way out of it, right? There you go. Come in and win the race. Say, well, it's now down to you guys. Well, listen, great job with the win today. It was a pleasure watching you, and we hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
So that was our overall race winners, of course, after a fine race, Pure Sims Esports. And next on, we move to the LMP3 class, and the winners there, yellow by TC. And that's going to be Lucas Centalis, driving for the 82 teams, joining me here in the booth. First of all, congratulations for the victory, Lucas.
Thank you. It was a blast.
Yeah, I'm sure it was, and if it got tied for the overall win, it also got tied for you guys. I mean, what a nail biter! How difficult did all the pace cars and the safety cars and the fractured nature of the race make the race for you guys?
Well, I guess the hardest part for us was to basically, I don't know how much you followed us, but basically we got punted in the lap 5 and basically moved to the back of the grid. So all of the race was basically for us catching up and you know, making for the lost places.
Yeah, I mean, you did a great job recovering, that to say the least. I mean, you won your class, so that is the best way to recover. But you have some. I mean, of course, you have a lot of Lithuanian drivers here in the LMP3 class. This is a series that has attracted a lot of Lithuanian interest, and you, of course, are also Lithuanian. We were talking, the reason I bring this up is that we were talking about regions in sim racing. throughout the course of the race. Now, I must admit, as a Finn myself, I'm not too familiar with the Lithuanian scene. So, has SimRacing seen significant growth over there throughout the last 2 or 3 years? Is it something that's definitely rising?
It's actually a bit hard to comment on this one because I'm SimRacing for a long time, I would say, like 7 years or something. But for the past few years, I haven't been so active. Basically, joined in just last year in the last year's OBS event as well, and since we had such a great time there, and actually won the second place overall, I just decided to collect our team again and try our luck this year. And but I guess to answer your question, yeah, the sim racing is really growing because I see a lot of new faces around.
Yeah, a lot of new faces as well, and I'm gonna give you actually, I'm gonna ask you about Long Beach first. We already asked our overall winners about it. Let's ask you about it as well. A street circuit next in line for calendar. How terrified are you of that concept?
Actually, we had this track last year as well. I was afraid of it last year a lot more than I am now, I would say, because winning this race is definitely a confidence booster.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure it was, especially after such a great comeback. Lucas Centalis, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations on the victory. And let's do it Formula One style. Let's allow you a chance to give some of your greetings and some of your thank yous and such in your own language, please.
Oh, definitely. So probably big thanks to my teammate Tadas, who made a mega job maintaining the pace. Also a big huge thank you to our sponsors, TC, which made this possible for us. And the last thing I would probably say is support Ukraine. That's our message.
That is a great message. Thank you, Lucas, and good luck for the next race.
Thank you.
That's Lucas Centalis, and that would be our LMP3 class winner. And Derek is already standing by, and Derek Watson, I'm going to say the name this time right. Derek is standing by with our GD3 class winners.
All right, that'll be the drivers of Valkyrie competition. Guys, before we get into the race, and I'm going to, I promise, that paint scheme, the livery, pardon me, as we use it in this type of racing, was amazing. So I don't know who painted that for you, but that was great with the red and blue on each side. Be proud of that, and thank you for an awesome livery.
Thank you. We will transmit the message to the guys who do the paints. No problems.
But now, Jonathan, let's talk about the race itself. You guys had an amazing race. You led for a long time. What was it like out there today at Aragon?
Yeah, the main focus was to go to the end of the race without any troubles, to be honest. Like, we knew from the get-go that we can be close to the Altus car, and first turn there is a big incident, and you see all the race plans through to the windows for them, so we knew we had to keep the car clean, wait till the end and see where we end up. And that's basically what we did, even though each restart was a bit tricky with the LMP3s, which are a bit trickier on cold tires than GT3s. So yeah, that was a bit of a challenging part.
Yeah, it seemed challenging indeed. Speaking of challenging, how challenging was it to have those three safety cars all within like 1 hour of each other? How much did that mess with your strategy or your flow of racing today?
Basically, after the first one, we were out of everything we planned. So we just go with the feeling of the race. And the second one came out great for us. The last one was a bit of tricky one, but was fine in the end. So yeah, basically all the plan we did at the race just flew by the window after 20 minutes of races. So yeah, that's tricky.
All right. Well, as we ask the other classes, we're going to ask you as well. Next time we come back to racing, we're going to be at Long Beach. What is that going to be like for you guys with the three classes of racing out on street circuit?
First of all, an endurance race on the street circuit is always tough because you don't have any margin. And with multi-classes, it's even trickier. So we will see. I'm guessing the winner will be the guy with the least problem, to be honest. So yeah, that's something we need to think for the preparation, and we will see. Like, it's a big joker race, so we'll see.
All right, well, Jonathan, well, we're going to give you that chance as well, F1 style, to do your own comments or thank yous in your native language. Go ahead and have at it.
Je voudrais remercier donc Mathieu, qui était mon coéquipier, qui a fait un super travail, qui a su gérer le trafic comme il fallait. Je voulais également remercier Marvin qui nous a aidé à préparer cet événement, ainsi que notre sponsor Exype qui est à Waterloo.
There you go. Well, congratulations on your win, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you very much.
So that's Jonathan Boulay and Valkyrie Esports, our GT3 class winners. And as we are watching the scenes from the podium here, we have one more interview to go, and that is going to be our second place in the race overall. Race Onion, Peter Zuba, Ben Nemeti. Guys, first of all, commiserations for losing the race win so late on, but what a great fight. How was it for you guys?
It definitely was a great fight. Unfortunately, we were in favorable position after Peter had some issue with the server, and therefore we lost a lap. So then we were kind of forced into this strategy we did. So at the end we were running on worse tires. So I was giving it everything to keep him behind me, but unfortunately I wasn't able to do it at the end.
And you guys were one of the few teams running the Acura as well. We saw a lot of BMWs, a lot of the Porsches around, even some Cadillacs. But you guys ran the Acura ARX 06. Was that something you just thought would be the fastest, or did you just like the car more than the others?
It is more of a preference on both my side and Ben's. We have been driving this car a lot since it got released, and we both like it, so we went with it. It really suits our driving style as well. So, and we know that it's also a bit strong on the fuel. So that was an easy decision to make.
Yeah, very much so. It's just always great to see so many options in the top of your endurance racing field. So, Benz, for you, a question. You were doing some great lap times, and you were behind the wheel towards the end of the race as well. So, how worn out were those tires by the last laps? Because it looked very slippery.
Yeah, they were pretty worn out. They were well past their prime, and yeah, like when the safety car came out last time, the last safety car came out, we had a new set of tires, but we decided not to pit in favor of the track position. But that meant we had to push the tires at the beginning of the stint, so we come out in front of the other guys, which really wasn't helping the situation too. I think if the race went like 2 laps shorter, it would have been fine, but it is what it is. We gave it our best shot, and we weren't too far off making it.
No, absolutely. I mean, it may have been a victory for Pure Sims, but Race Onion who made it a great fight, and certainly one that will go down the history books of sim racing endurance, all-time great finishes. Thank you guys, congratulations for the podium so much, Race Onion, and I mean Peter, Benz, if you have any greetings you would like to give in your own native language of Hungarian, then feel free to do so.
Nothing.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't have anything to say, unfortunately. Sorry.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Men of few words. Then that's the Race Onion guys finishing second overall. Thank you for that. And next up, we are going to move to the podium, Derek.
That's right. We are going to move to the podium seat here on the screen, and we'll follow that process through. It was a great interviews we had there, and men of few words. I like that process a lot.
Yep, and here you can see the OBS Endurance Cup podium 10 waiting for the top in each class. I believe just waiting a little bit, standing by a little bit more, but you can see the drivers there already waiting 10 for the event to complete. And here you can see the top step of the podium, what everybody wants. But first of all, we are going to introduce our position 3 Mivano SimRacing team, Timo Ruda, Luc Marchand, and Sasha Collet. And 10 in second place overall, guys fresh from the interview, Race Onion number 15, Peter Zuba and Benz Nemeti. Okay, there we go. Finally getting guys to the podium. And 10, your overall race winners. Pure Sims Esports, the 116, David Baker, Charles Paris, and Gabriel Ross.
Like some of our drivers standing up in front of their spots, maybe trying to make their way up on the steps here in a moment. And
chairs versus sim racers. Or stairs versus sim racers.
Yeah. Right, so there you go. You'll see how they're going to get in, and they're kind of approaching from all sides. But there you go. There is your podium for the OBS Endurance Cup for the Beerskin 1,000 kilometers of Aragon. Now you see your flags.
Yeah, there you go. The flags of the Union Jack in the center of the podium. You got the Hungarian flag on the left side of your screen for the second place team, of course, and 10 Mivano famously representing Italy. Okay, and almost talked over God Save the King there. Sorry about that one, of course. And then we are moving next to the LMP3 podium. LMP3 podium, bit of a new system. Apologies for all the confusion, but we are here getting the confusion for the podium for LMP3, Derek.
All right, let's go ahead and start with third place, the 245 car. That will be SRB Motorsport. That will be Justinas Bukas, Linus Petkovius, and Davidis Lalornius, all from Europe or Scandinavia. So that will be your third place machine. SRB Motorsport by Lint Vega, the 181. Will be your second place on the podium. That's a two-driver team of Vitus and Arumius, both from either UK or Central to Eastern Europe, according to iRacing. And then Last Yellow by TECE. We saw them in the interview room earlier. And let's get their names here and get them pulled up here. That will be Luke, Tadas, and Zavenis. And they are your first place winners here in the middle of the podium here for your LMP3 class. Well, there you go. That is your podium for LMP3. That was an all Lithuania podium, as you saw the Lithuanian flag across all 3 spots. Well, we'll come back, and that will lead us just now to our GT3 podium to wrap up the day.
Yep, indeed. And the GT3 class usually providing some of the tightest racing, and today was absolutely no exception, with a lot of competitive teams fighting it out for the glory. But in third place in your GT3 class was the PPF Racing team, the Lithuanian outfit with Henrikas Klepikas, Eduardas Klepikas and Ignas Abeciunas finishing in third position in GT3 class. And in second place, another Lithuanian outfit represented well here in this race, Blue by TC. That would be Povilas Kliminskas, Domantas Ladauskas and Mantas Povailtis. Representing number 14, Blue by TC. And on your winners of the GT3 class here at the Beerskin 1000 kilometers of Aragon, Valkyrie competition from Belgium, Jonathan Poulet, and also from Belgium, Mathieu Schroeder. And stand by for the national anthem of Belgium.
Noble Belgique, ô mère chérie, à toi nos cœurs, à toi nos bras, à toi notre sang, ô patrie. Nous le jurons tous, tu vivras, toujours grande et belle, et ton invincible unité aura pour devise immortelle le roi, la loi, la liberté, aura pour devise.
All right, and that was your podium, and that indeed was the Beerskin 1000 kilometers of Aragon, the first round of the OBS Endurance Cup powered by HundredForce, and what a race we saw. It was an absolute pleasure to cover it for everyone here. From myself, from Derek Watson, who was with me for the last 3 hours, as well as the men who set you off, Joe Peak and Jack Sweeney in the commentary booth. From Kustas Grimbergas behind the scenes, we welcome you to join us next time around, as we'll be at Long Beach on Saturday, November 18th at exactly noon GMT. That would be 1 p.m. in Central Europe, 2 p.m. in Scandinavia, early in the morning for the guys in the US. Thank you so much for watching. Take care. Congratulations to everyone involved, and good night.